It's not live on my end, no.
Okay, that was a false alarm. It should be fine now.
That's all right. We didn't get very far.
No, we didn't. Yeah, we didn't get very far, which is good that I noticed I hadn't clicked. See, here's the thing. I'm so used to having Spoon here. Now. Yes, I'm so used to having Spoon here, where he has to push the button on his side, and then I push the other button on my side, that I'm not used to doing both anymore. But speaking of, hello everybody. Spoon, you're not joined by Spoon tonight because he's in the process of moving. If you've been around for the last couple weeks, you've probably noticed that I've been wanting to talk about some of this drama slop that's happened in the political sphere, because it's just been a series of the dumbest shit I've ever seen. And every week it feels like there's been another dumber thing that's also usually very funny, or at least entertaining, in a WWE sort of sense. And in that sense, it probably is all distractionary. But I haven't gotten a chance to talk about it, so I figured, rather than talk about serious political issues, let's get distracted by the intentional distractions and talk about slop. We're joined, of course, not by Spoon, but by Bill, and also by Uzalu tonight. How are you guys doing?
Hello. I'm alright.
Hello, thanks. I'm missing my 40k RPG game for this.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean...
I'll be...
Are you really sure you want to stay for political slop instead of 40k?
No, but I already made my dinner. I'm going to be here to eat my slop whilst I consume the slop.
Okay, alright.
I'm a professional.
Hell yeah. Alright, so where was I going to start with? Okay. This is the, obvious... this is the big meme today, right? Is that a bunch of... Okay, so basically Trump wants to block it so that... paying for soda with Snap. What Snap is that it's basically an allowance. You get a credit card, or well, in this case, it's a debit card from the U.S. government, and it has a certain amount of money on it depending on what your income is. And if you make under a certain amount, then basically the government gives you money to spend on food every month that's on this Snap card. They used to be coupons and stuff, but obviously for a long time it's been credit or debit cards.
People used to trade them for like 25 cents on the dollar,
right.
So they had to go over the card.
Yeah, another reason that they switched to using the cards. It has to just be more efficient, less wasteful, I should say. But anyway, it's for low-income families in particular, because you make more, you get more SNAP benefits the more children you have, the larger your family, or dependents, I should say. I don't have a problem with SNAP inherently, in terms of as an idea. I don't really like the government paying for anything, because I still have that horrible libertarian side of me, so I think all taxation is theft, and I'd prefer if charities did it. But if the government's gonna pay for shit, which it obviously is, then I don't have a big problem with SNAP. However, there's stipulations on SNAP. The big one is that it should probably be for food that's healthy, considering the main reason for this is to help make sure that impoverished and low-income American children don't go hungry. I mean, that's what it's there for. That's the altruistic intention behind this stuff. And
it probably shouldn't be going to companies that intentionally use corn syrup to get kickbacks from the corn lobby, where everywhere else in the world other than America, they use real sugar, which is also using the proceeds from these taxpayer dollars to hire death squads in South America to make sure that those countries are so terrible that everyone flees north across the border illegally and, makes America even poorer.
So we either have to have starving American children or worldwide African warlord wars.
I mean...
No, they're suggesting we have both.
Yeah, porque no los dos.
Now, that's something the government could pay for.
Oh, my. So, I don't like... But if we're gonna... Okay, so I don't like them paying for... I don't know if any of you feel very strongly on this idea. The problem is that it should... If you're gonna do it, it should pay for food that's healthy. And by that, I mean, vegetables, fruit, fresh fruit, or as best as you can get, obviously meat of any sort that's, like, it's hard. If you're poor, I'm sorry, life is hard. That's the reality of it. But children don't make that, children have no ability to make that decision in their lives. They've not been able to fuck up yet. So
maybe make it so kids can enjoy, normal plain food that, you can buy in bulk rather than completely blow out their palate with sugar water, not even sugar water, corn water.
Well, I've talked about that before, in that I had a friend, I think I just talked about that recently. I had a friend who, up until I met him in college, he basically just didn't eat anything but chicken nuggets and French fries. He'd never had a steak. Like, it was hard for him, just because basically one day when he was 4, he said he didn't want to. His parents got tired of trying to get him to try other stuff, and that's what he ate. And they started, getting heavier when he stopped being a kid, and yeah, it became an issue. But so the thing is that was interesting about this. Go ahead, yeah.
That I think that's a fairly common thing for some people with a little bit of autism.
Yes.
I have lived with someone in recent days. In fact, I'm living with someone right now who's like that.
Could she be in the chat? Hello,
She might be, yeah. For some reason, she's accusing me of this, but that's not true at all, honey. What do you feel about prawns and salmon and all the things I eat that you don't?
No, I'm of the sea myself, but even I'm not going to sit here and think everyone's going to like salmon or prawns, especially prawns, degenerate roaches of the sea.
I love what the fuck? What are you?
I like scampi, but I've got to be the first to admit they're sea roaches.
They're delicious. No, oh my god, the sea roach
Bugs?
that is a psyop. You have fallen for psyops.
Yes, it is, by me, to keep the Chinese from eating all my fucking prawns. Get out, get off my fucking island, Ree. Go back to the Celestial Empire that fucking begat you.
Oh shit.
We will see how high level the racism filters are on YouTube tonight, I can tell you. Y'all are going to learn some new words.
Oh no.
I can't believe my girlfriend is running a psyop against me in chat, and we're not even 10 minutes into the stream yet.
I'm here to drop all the truth.
It's just big shrimp, okay? They've got a lot of power and influence, just like as we have learned about big soda. So, a bunch of these influencers came out and specifically had an issue with soda pop being removed from something that is covered by Snap. Now, okay, I get that there are some sweet treats, that maybe you want to get, but you can do healthier stuff. And I know that some of the healthy treats, like for kids, I'm thinking about for kids, because that's what this is for. It's making sure children are healthy. But for the most part, yeah, you want to get essentials, rice, beans, stuff that.
If we can't hear her,
there we go.
The audience likely can't hear us.
Yeah,
and just like that, our viewership went down.
No, that was a tote. I was just looking at our internet just cut out, or something really weird happened, because it also dropped out on the on the OBS. Very odd. No, we didn't get clapped. We didn't for anything. Yeah, Big Shrimp. Oh, see, it was Big Shrimp. It was. Oh my God, we got hacked by Big Shrimp. Anyway, before it got cut out, then I hope that is not going to become a reoccurring issue. Yeah, hopefully it was just Big Shrimp. But yeah, the basic thing is I don't have a problem if the government's going to pay for this for people to buy, staples, rice, beans, fruit, veg, meat. Fine. And I don't even mind if it's like...
I'm sorry, little Tyrone, your fucking Dr. Thunder shouldn't be paid for by the taxpayer.
Because there's no nutritional value. Like I said, even, I think when I was cut out, I said, even some sweet treats I can get, like granola bars, or, like cereal, stuff that's a little bit sugary, but,
Magic Spoon cereal, if they're giving us money.
Well, I don't think you can still get money off my Magic Spoon sponsorship. That was like 2 years ago. Although we still have so much Magic Spoon because, guys, they sent us so
14 pounds of it.
14 pounds of cereal. We still have
I don't even like cereal.
I wonder if it's still good.
It's almond grounds. It's all it is. It's
that's
gonna
true.
Be fine. Not a bad rate for the.
No, but I don't think that. I don't know if the deal that I got is still going on. But anywho, so here's what came...
Contact us after the stream, Magic Spoon, if you're looking to give me more money.
Leave a comment on this web zone if you want me to send you some Magic Spoon in the mail. I'll put it in an envelope just for you. I'm just kidding. No, I'm not. Please don't actually take that seriously. Okay, so a bunch of these Con Inc. people, big conservative accounts, had tweeted out in protest of Trump making it so you can't use the SNAP benefits for a pointless, unhealthy product.
People, by the way, who wouldn't be using Snap because they are influencers for a living and make an enormous
yeah.
amount of money.
So here, Clown World
Including
says...
Ian Miles Chong, who makes an enormous amount of money stealing other people's work.
Yeah, and has for
There's
well over a decade.
And being dysgenic.
There's a few bits of wording here that I notice.
Yeah? Did
Eric
you?
Doherty here says, we must not allow Make America Healthy Again messaging to be used to force needy Americans into not buying certain things. That's the point of Snap.
Yes.
It's meant to not be able to be used for everything.
Yes.
If you're saying the boundary is wrong, then say that. It's a minor adjustment, not a alarm, important.
Right.
And then the other guy says, war on soda has begun.
Right.
As if the idea, like, a war on children, that's an expression that makes sense to use because children are at least viewed as perfectly innocent. A war on, name a perfectly nice and innocent thing. That makes sense. Soda, if you say there's a war on soda, what a reasonable person will interpret that as is,
What?
You mean the negative qualities of soda?
You would assume. I mean, you would assume so.
There are negative qualities.
Hey, here's an idea. Maybe if it didn't contain like horribly like toxic levels like corn syrup and carcinogens, maybe then you'd actually get a pass.
Well, I don't
but
have
no,
a problem.
It's basically made of slop.
I don't have a problem if people want to, get drunk, drink corn syrup and blow up to 500 pounds or 1,000 pounds and die of a cardiac arrest at the age of 35. And as long as you're paying for it, I don't give a damn what people really. I mean, like on principle.
And they say we don't support the Black and Mexican community on this channel.
I mean, I think maybe as I think as over time as I've gotten more conservative, which has happened extensively, I've started to think maybe that libertarian mindset isn't correct. You do probably, but I think shame is better than law. It always is. Shame is always, until you get to killing and stuff. You know what I mean? But like, if it's
much like for your monarchy shit to work, you need to bring back the rebellious spirit. You need to bring back the spirit of shame into the world before you can use it.
Yeah. Shaming
people is the only thing more shame than shaming people is being is the actual shit that they do.
You good? You got my reference. That was paraphrasing Ron Swanson. The blow up to 500 pounds. It's you're right. Yeah. The libertarian side of me does like that, but it's not no one else, and Maria Triello says, I can barely feed myself and my elderly parents. If someone wants to eat crap, I don't care. Get your own money. God, I hate the government. Yeah, if you want to do that, you pay for it, motherfucker. It's not. I don't think that's fucking complicated. We're gonna learn about this. So they've all got this. Yes, you notice some similarities in the messaging. They're all mentioning that New York at one time tried to. I thought they just put a tax on it or a big tax on it, but I guess I don't remember the original story. That New York tried.
The UK did fuck with sugar. Here's the thing: when the UK did this, it was on the sugar levels.
Yes. Well, I mean,
that was disastrous because it ruined Iron Brew.
Yeah. But if you did notice some similarity in the messaging, that's because it turns out that all of these people were paid by Big Soda. So
if this is true and they didn't disclose it, fucking sue them.
Yeah.
100%.
Make some money.
Also, I hope you're disclosing this to the IRS influencers.
Yeah, not a single one of them disclosed. They were paid. They had paid for these posts. And then here we go. This is the influencers were given a couple of templates. What? Oh, well, hang on. Twitter isn't being read. Okay. The influencers were given a couple of templates to use by Influenceable, with one of the templates specifically telling them to mention Trump's Diet Coke habit. Yes, you notice several of them mentioned that as well, that Trump's got the Diet Coke.
I ain't never seen that motherfucker on welfare.
What? Yeah.
True.
Does Donald Trump pay for his Diet Cokes, or do you think he uses his Snap card for it?
He's not ODB. He's not going to rock up with his limousine and his 13 kids to get his fucking food stamps.
I mean, oh yeah, I'm sorry. I should have described Snap as food stamps because that's the colloquial term for it.
It's a branch of food stamps.
Yeah.
It's like a supplement.
What about all these poor people in the US who have a massive Diet Coke addiction and have just been having kid after kid after kid to feed their ever-expanding need to drink more and more and more?
More aspartame, more aspartame.
Yeah. well, I mean, you know, that's just, you got to get them early in the service of big soda. They're indoctrinating the kids.
Hey, guys, we are a privileged few here on this island of Guernsey. After all, we do have natural radium in the water table because of all the granite. Now, for people abroad in places like the US, they have to work very hard to get that cancer rate up. So that's why they drink things with aspartame in. They're just doing their bit to make sure cancer research has more test subjects.
If this is true, then those 4 accounts need to be unfollowed by everyone here, realistically.
Okay.
You cannot trust
Report
what
them
they
for
say
fucking
anymore.
spam.
Hang on.
Anything they say could be deceptive.
Well, don't necessarily unfollow them if you want to follow them to see what they're doing. But yeah, this is a major.
That's different.
The posts in general, in the posts that we've seen this evening about this subject, should be reported because they are spam. They are undisclosed advertisements.
Yes, they are.
I mean,
that alone is against the law.
Well.
Yes, it is.
They should be getting fucking community noted on every single one, preferably every single fucking post they ever make ever again.
Well,
because I'm of the opinion that these motherfuckers need to be held to task, and that means no fucking money when you take backhanders.
well, absolutely.
There are some people that don't understand, some creators, influencers that don't understand. When you take a sponsorship, you are selling some of the trust from your audience for the money the sponsorship pays you. You are selling that trust.
A certain degree of
These
it.
guys,
Right.
these guys have sold it without even disclosing it. So essentially, they have sold all of their trust. That's how it should be.
Yes. I mean, like, I'll tell you, my way of dealing with sponsors, right, is I get a lot of them, and a lot of them anymore in particular are scams, which is fucked up. That did not used to be the case. At least back in the day, like even like when I started first getting sponsors, they were all legitimate. Now you get people messaging you on Twitter, like there's all these Indian scams on Twitter trying to do it, impersonating companies too, which is I almost fell for. And then I tried to get in contact with the actual company, and they just weren't interested. Which I couldn't believe, but okay.
I'm of the opinion that if you are not defending your brand, it should be the same as with copy. Like everywhere we go, we see this bullshit from companies. Oh, if we don't defend the copyright, we lose it in the courts. Then why the fuck isn't that applying to people using your? Like,
well, no, and that's why I was going to agree.
Scams.
That's why I was going to agree. You do sell something of yourself, because think about established titles, who I think I did shill for. Yes, I did. They had a scandal that came out. Did I shill for established titles? Yes, I think I did. I think so. Now I can't remember.
Yeah, really early on, because we gave the title to
Right.
Naka.
Yes. Right. Okay. Right. So yeah, I did a show for established titles, and the thing that they did wrong too, by the way, which is why I didn't care at all about that so-called scandal, was you don't actually become a laird or lady of Scotland. You can't go to Scotland and make some claims to anything. And that apparently was misleading advertising. Well, if I buy a star, I don't expect to actually own a star. That was a really dumb one. But, you know, I probably, for some people, I sold a bit of my integrity because of that, because I worked with established titles once. And that is part of working with any kind of sponsor. It doesn't just mean that you like what they're doing now, but there can be an implication that if they fuck up in the future, it could come back on you. So you want to be really careful with choosing sponsors.
And it might not be even the product you shill for. It might be an associated product or one that they just are, if they've got very prominent branding on their company. Mm-hmm. Like it could be something related to that.
And
that said, I do think that established titles does have one good use, which is it kind of did save Lord Miles from getting ruthlessly bugged in an Afghani prison.
Right.
Because they thought he was an actual lord. Yeah. But you should treat it like it's a kind of it's a gimmick gift, something to keep in your pocket in case you get abducted by the Taliban.
Yeah. But they definitely need to.
So the difference between doing if these accounts had done like a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship undisclosed, that's still really bad.
Yeah.
But it's a totally different category.
Yes, because this is also political
paid
influencing.
To express political opinions. Yeah, that's why I said instant unsubscribe. For me, if it was me, instant unfollow all of them.
That's true.
Because if you are following them for political opinions, you have no idea which of their opinions are actually theirs and which of them is a company trying to trick you. Which means that person is, as someone in chat said earlier, compromised.
Yes.
They are black mark
Front for a lobby.
as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Absolutely, I agree then. Yeah, they're.
I don't agree with the Young Turks very much. But one thing I do agree with them on is keep fucking lobbying should be fucking illegal, and this is political lobbying.
Yes.
Pure and
It is
fucking
lobbying,
simple.
yeah.
Yes. So here we have what they told people to do, which was the Trump with the images of Diet Coke, or the Diet Coke button. This is a normal kind of contract. I've seen tons of these. Tells them what to post. There's the Trump image. And then influencers were texted by Influenceable telling them to help push back against government overreach and told they'd be paid between several hundred and 1,000 for each post attempting to turn MAGA against RFK.
The name of the company, it's just an instant ignore email,
I know.
Isn't it?
If I got an email from something called Influenceable, I'd just be like, what the fuck? That sounds like a scam. Like, there's no...
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, like...
What? Hang on. Can we talk about the logo? How it looks like something entering into an anus?
Does it? Hang on.
Or like it looks like something entering into something.
Wait,
it looks a bit. This is scroll it down.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, it's there.
Does it not look like an ass to anyone? Like it's crowning.
A little
bit.
droopy.
Or it's got like one of those or like a tail. If I want to be
Or it
nice
is
about
someone doing a Hadouken on your nutsack.
Oh yes, it's a. Sure, you in the nuts.
Yeah, just show it again. Oh, uppercut, right? Fuck.
I love the implications of the titles company. Okay. Who
is influenceable
is
here?
Influenceable?
Yeah.
Is it my audience, in which case not too happy about that implication, or is it me, which frankly I'm just as unhappy about?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, perfect name for them though. Perfect name. The way Influenceable operates
Just
is
change
simple.
that C to a Z.
Oh yes.
Influenceable.
Influenceable. They develop comfy relationships with lobbying firms such as Ameribev and Cart Choice are potential examples who are funded by
So it's not just a lobbying; it's a go-between.
Yes.
It's like a go-between megapack for tons of different lobbying groups.
Not a surprise.
Yeah.
Not a surprise.
So right.
Not only are they lobbyists, they're middlemen for major groups of them.
Yes.
Yep.
It's literally
Marketing's
just like
powerful.
it's literally just funneling bullshit into your own fucking ass. It really is.
Yep.
It's worse every time you look. The more you look into it, the worse it gets. You never see this kind of bullshit from the people who make Dr. Thunder, do you? They just
Well, Dr. Thunder is made by Walmart.
Dude, these fucking
much did they pay
money-desperate
Reese for that?
retard influencers, did they not think this through at all?
I don't know.
But what
Who
if someone
designed their
finds
fucking
out,
logo?
"Oh, I'll lose my audience."
Hey, Scrum. I think that.
Hello, Scrub.
Hey, I just don't think they thought it through at all. No. In terms of.
People have forgotten Candid, Aided. It's been too long.
I know that. You know what? People need to be reminded of Candid. They really do. Be reminded of that whole stupid shit show. If anybody doesn't remember,
Scrump just arrived.
Yeah,
and
perfect
I
timing.
mentioned something from about 10 years ago. He's going to be really upset with it. It's still 2016.
It's like, oh, I guess it never ends. Okay. But the whole thing with Candid was it was a new free speech social media app that was shilled by none other than Candace Owens, wasn't it? She was one of the people who was.
Yep.
She was one of the shills for it. That was like right after she came out.
She was the main one.
I think she was.
Wasn't she?
But Shoe-On Head and
Shoe-On Head, a bunch of people did.
Armored Skeptic were the two I remember.
It's what sank their careers.
Or was Candace Owens
I believe it
angry
was,
about it? Now I can't remember because I thought this was when Candace Owens was
No,
still a
Candace
lefty.
was
No,
I think Candace was Social Autopsy.
That was Social
I don't think
Autopsy.
you're thinking of the same
Sorry,
thing.
yes, I'm sorry. I'm
big
getting all my
name.
stupid
There was also,
dramas mixed up. Yes, that Social Autopsy was
Bearing-
Candace Owens.
Bearing was
ton of
offered,
people.
and he sort of whistle blew it. I think
Harmful
Quartering took
Opinion.
it. I'm not sure about
Harmful
that, but a few
Opinions
other
was
Harmful Opinions
He was a big
got his life
whistleblower.
like destroyed over it.
Yeah.
Harmful was the one that sort of broke it wide open. Yeah.
And the gist or the TLDR of I got it mixed up with the other scandal, but the gist of the scandal was here's this new social media website, free speech social media website. Let's funnel all of the people watching these, like the Quartering sort of anti-SJW culture war center right, if type people will funnel the Nazis, right, or whatever, will funnel them all into there. And then it turned out that actually they were using this site to train AI to better to sell as a censorship tool to other websites, essentially, or more or less. They were trying to build a AI. This is now again like 7 years ago. That's how fast the technology improves. Basically to censor. And yeah, a lot of people got clapped on that because all of these people they were anti-censorship, got caught out promoting.
It might actually be 8
something.
now because it was, we had a joke about it in the very first season of Tales.
Oh god, it probably has been damn near 8 years. Oh shit. It's been a long time. But yeah, it is the same kind of shit in that, but, and I guess they are similar levels of despicable, because that was also a political thing. Although, that one, okay, it wasn't necessarily obvious that's what Candid was. That they were doing this AI training to detect hate speech and then train other AIs to crack it down on it across the internet, or whatever the point was. It was hard to come across that. It was because Harmful Opinions did a big deep dive into it that he found out. I'm not saying it was impossible to find this out. But
it wasn't that
obviously
deep. I get what you're saying. It wasn't completely surface level, but it wasn't that deep. There was some stuff on their website, like one click deep, where you could read it and think, that's not maybe
Suspicious.
quite what I support. And the thing is that, Aiden, I think possibly what I took away from that, maybe others didn't, but I took away from it the idea that as a content creator, especially these days, you have the power to be dependent financially on your audience first, and then optionally, as an extra that is not necessary, on corporations, not just sponsors, on YouTube ads as well, or corporations in general. And I don't know about other people, but that's how I try to run things. I don't get many offers for sponsorships, but if I did, I would want to personally talk to the person running it and have trust and rapport with them. I'd want it to be a product I would actually use, preferably one I already use. In fact, that's the standard I've generally set. It has to be something I already use, because then I'm not influenced.
You know a product I already use, and many people
I have high standards for that, and I'm saying that.
Well, hang on. Oh,
so
I was just saying, a product I already use, and many people already use, is tea. And if you use tea and would like to get some of your own, you could check out sponsor of Broken Crown, Dragon's Treasure Tea, which is linked in the description, and get yourself any one of a variety of anime-themed flavored teas, who I am very happy to work with, because Dragon's Treasure Tea is a very principled person. So yeah, see, there you go. That's how you do a
tried them, and
principled
I can
sponsorship. Oh, and he sent me a ton of tea.
I'm
Yes.
willing to shill for them.
That doesn't sound too bad, Eden, from what you said, yeah?
Even I will shill for them, and I'm notoriously a massive tea snob.
Where Spoon is moving, he's and I don't know when he'll be able to be back, because it looks like things are up in the air right now. But Spoon's moving back to South Africa, so we talked about it a little bit last week, and we've mentioned it in the past. But so it's obviously a big move from Ireland to South Africa.
He told me he's going to be out without his desktop for like 8 weeks.
What?
Yeah, like 8 weeks.
That's way longer than
fucking moving shit.
No. Okay. Well, I don't know, but hopefully not 8 weeks. Would be.
Hey, already got like a laptop or some shit.
Yeah. Well, maybe. Let's see.
Who hasn't slummed it with a laptop whilst there's shits in the shop getting fixed?
Yes. Every influencer contacted by Influenceable met the same criteria. Supposedly MAGA aligned. This was meant to manipulate their followers. Oh, sorry. Getting back to my point on that, though, is that with the Candid thing, it was at least slightly below the surface. This was just straight up, we are targeting MAGA people and telling them to just say something that is obviously political. There is no room for interpretation here. It is an obvious political statement.
You could easily argue this is worse than Candid.
Yes,
definitely.
I think very much so. What? Is that the actual Adam? Adam, are you actually here, or is that like someone pretending to be you? I don't know if you have.
Whoa, super fan of the show. Adam friended in chat saying this is the greatest show he's ever seen, and that he likes doing unspeakable things.
Oh, don't be rude.
What is Sitch and Adam? What is that? Is that a woman's hygiene product?
I hope they find a cure.
Here's another template
I'm not sure I do.
specifically pushing a CPAC link, calling this a war on soda. God, it's just war on soda. That's such a stupid.
No, that would be all those death squads that Coca-Cola sent down into the fucking boonies of South Africa to murder people who argue with them.
Influenceable does this a lot.
Which is a matter of public record.
Oh, yeah. Influenceable does this a lot.
Aiden?
Yes?
Might I kindly recommend that you make the background scroll a bit slower?
Oh. The
People
trash
are
cans?
finding it a bit hard to focus.
Oh, no, okay.
I've seen a couple of people said it in chat.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I should be able to do that. Can I? Actually, I don't know how to do that. That might be. I will.
If you go to the filters on it, there should be one called scroll. Just turn the number down to 1 or something.
Ah, okay. Whoa, it's not actually scrolling. It's a video. It's a looped video.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. I guess we're just screwed.
No. I'll download another video or something. Because it was Slop, I wanted to put. If I didn't realize it was distracting though. Sorry. While I'm doing that, here's let's see. I'm trying to find something for you guys to read.
So the whole idea of Con Inc. unfortunately is true.
Yes.
But Con Inc. was going to exist the moment it was profitable, which is how it should be, really. Just now that our side of the culture war has been gaining some ground, you now have to be careful for the bad apples. Because whenever culture shifts, power realigns to another side, the power-hungry people who don't really have an ideology except power will switch sides. Yeah. Or the power-hungry people that are already on that side by some factor will simply activate and have more to do. They'll gain more prominence because they can gain more power and more money by the fact that it's now a more fertile field. So this is a natural cycle, but if we wish to maintain our, let's say, intellectual independence, then just be aware of it and don't trust everyone on your side. We've got kind of used to trusting, at least generally trusting most people on our side of the culture war over the last 10, 15 years. We just have to be more careful because it's a bigger house now.
Well, yeah, clearly.
And now we're not on the back foot so much. I should say that. We're now getting to the point where people aren't under pressure constantly, and there's actually opportunities. And what's that old? Was it a Chris Rock bit? A man's as loyal as his options. It is for some folk, unfortunately. Some people simply haven't had the opportunity to sell out yet.
Right.
They'll grasp it with both hands.
Bro, if Big Monster Energy wants to pay me to shill their slop, I drink that shit way too often.
Well, yeah, I mean, definitely if you use a product, it makes sense. But the egregiousness of this is all of the other factors I think involved. Sorry, I'm zoning out. I'm not zoning out. I'm trying to find something to replace the background with. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Okay, Sound of Freedom. Apparently, I guess they did this with as well, which was. I mean, I heard nothing but good things about that movie. But I want to get paid to show for people you know nothing about. Influenceable's perfect for you. I mean, some of this, apparently Riley Gaines turned them down. Just the beginning. This is, I don't know if he's posted anymore. I hadn't seen it yet as of starting the stream.
No. Much like these are companies that companies that run this kind of shit. They're completely amoral, which means they don't give a shit if it's actually something not good or something just pure strain evil. So it could be that mixed in with all the tripe is like stuff like Sound of Freedom and stuff like that, which are somewhat working for a good cause, at least as far as I know.
Yeah, there's truth to that. Yeah.
Like when someone's crushingly in capital and like cutthroat mercenary, sometimes they still do the right thing by chance.
This is what a capitalist market is meant to do, and like it's showing us that the free hand of the market, very powerful, generally gets the right answer, sometimes does the wrong thing. You be careful of it.
I found the speed button. Okay, now we're good. Now I can read.
Let me have some.
Aiden, there is a speed slider, but I didn't mention it because now it's just stuttering.
Is it?
Because it's a fixed frame rate.
Did it really? Oh
It's,
no.
no,
Okay, we'll
it's a
let the
60
chat
FPS
decide if
video
it's-
that's now playing at 30. I didn't
Okay,
mention the speed slider because it would do that. I knew it would.
The
I didn't
chat
wanna-
will have to decide whether they want like nausea simulator or like
This is
Alzheimer's
much worse.
simulator.
Okay.
I think
Okay,
it
back up
is.
to
Yeah.
speed. Just turn down like a touch,
Why
see
is
if we can
this,
get away
like,
with a couple
now
frames
going
lower.
crazy? Oh my god.
See, this is the downside of PC gamers being in the chat where
Oh my
everyone can
God,
see at 120 fucking frames a second naturally.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
People with frame data eyes who actually play Virtua Fighter.
Oh my god. I don't know what to do then. To choose the most chaotic option. It's being
Okay,
weird.
chat. Press 1 if you just want it to be set to 200% speed. Fuck it. We go all the way.
We ball,
Have it so
we
fast,
ball.
it's just a blur. Have it be like the experience of being hurled down an alleyway by fucking Steven Seagal.
Man, trying to find something just
After
that won't
after
bother
being
anybody.
paid to take a fall by Steven Seagal.
You know, Steven Seagal, he's been practicing martial arts for like 87 years.
He's been having slap fights and back alleys for 300 years.
I know, it's what I've heard about him, at least. There we go. Let's see if this one works.
You could have set it to
Constock,
one
I
frame
wouldn't-
continuously.
That's nice.
Constock, I wouldn't need to play games.
Okay, see if that's
I
better.
might be playing
guys.
Yu-Gi-Oh, but I ain't playing games.
Is that
I
just-
know I have to do
Oh.
this. Hang on, loop. There we go. Okay, hopefully it's all
That's
solved
nice.
now. There we go. It's all better now, guy. Hopefully, yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I had some fun
They
things.
didn't chat demanded 200% speed trash.
We did 200 spins.
Look at all those
Okay,
ones.
okay. I missed that part. Okay, 1 second.
Aiden, stop
No,
getting
just-
distracted
no, just
by
pump
your
the
speed.
stupid
I'm getting-
requests.
Stop
Pump
getting-
the speed up on space to
Okay.
like infinite.
Wait, here we go. Ready? That's
Warp
200%. It's not. It doesn't go up
Warp
to
14, turn us into
It
salamanders.
only, this is as fast as it goes. This is 200%. It's 200% trash.
I'm giving her all she's got, Captain.
Okay.
That's the real shit you need in a Star Trek game. You need some dude who's just playing the salamander. He's got a little hat on. He's still got his ensign's tag.
This is all just practice for Wizards in Space, Aiden.
I see. Yeah. Oh, see, that was the long game. I got it.
If you put the salamander in warp 10 again, does it turn back into a person or does it turn into a crab?
I don't
Good
know.
question. Maybe they should try that. Unfortunately, Threshold didn't happen, so
Yeah, that's what it is.
we can't
I don't
know.
even know what you're talking
I
about.
hate how they keep taking away my favorite things.
Oh, real quick, I'm gonna hit.
But
the
yeah,
super
what we
chats
need
and
we
then
need
we're
a
gonna
show
do this.
about the team who are like the same team who made like the Pegasus, that hideously, insanely
Yes.
dangerous like spatial
Yes.
distortion ship. So what's your job?
Yes.
Oh, I just designed all the hideously unsafe and completely morally bankrupt projects for Starfleet.
Yes. Speaking of,
And we're published,
we're-
and we're sponsored by Big Soda.
Oh, of course, it's called the USS Dr. Thunder.
yes, the Doctor Thunder. Speaking of Star Trek, though, Stargate confirmed documentary for the millionth time. Of course, we all know that Stargate is a documentary, but there has been confirmation that it really is. They found vast city underneath the Giza pyramids, or well, I don't. This says city because it's the male and whatever. I just speaking of slop, I
follow the star,
the
the
most
Daily
trash.
Star.
just absolutely. You know what though?
It's under the cuff, right?
I will
So,
actually.
his thing.
Well, yeah, it's the Great Pyramids. Is it? But it's under all of them.
The
The thing to keep in mind here, though, is what I want to say about
I
this vast
find it
city
very
thing.
unlikely that a society at that level of development built an underground city.
No, well, see, it was aliens, dude.
These
I ain't gonna
Oh,
explain
I'm
shit.
so sorry, Aiden. You're right. I was being unreasonable. I was
Yeah.
being unrealistic. I'm very glad
Also-
that you corrected me.
Yeah, you should.
Aiden, you might
should,
need
you know,
to
you
tweak
should
your shit
apologize.
slightly.
What?
You're on a substantial
Oh my
like, delay.
God.
What?
I
You're on
I
like
think
a,
there's a
actually
big
no,
delay.
the delays
Yeah.
the delays calmed down a bit now, but it was like 10 seconds. We have this we have this at least once a week.
What?
But
Is that
Yeah,
because
I-
we were sent to Brazil by Bill?
the Brazil Brazil usually fixes it.
Well, we got new internet cables put down. It's been a while, Bill. How long has it been? 6 months?
It's roughly the amount of time we've been having this problem.
Yeah. So, well, no. Originally Spoon, we had him run the stream because we didn't have. Look, the internet here used to really suck. It's a really small island with old
Still not
infrastructure. But we did get new internet. It's probably just our internet though. I can upgrade it. The reason I didn't is because it worked well enough. I mean, more than well enough for what I need, but or maybe I don't know. It's just
If it's
a tough time. Oh well, we'll try to work around
the
it.
upgrade isn't for reliability, Aiden. The upgrade would be for speed. If the reliability is bad, upgrading is just giving more money to people that aren't providing you a good service.
And it is reliability.
They have a monopoly here, man. There's no option.
Yeah.
No, there is. There's Starlink. But,
I mean, they don't actually, because you can Starlink, yeah.
Starlink is I mean, but again, like I've not streamed, since I think we got it replaced, so I didn't even know if it was a problem
We're in
or
a
not.
valley.
Whatever.
I can't guarantee it would work.
Guys, because I don't know how long I'm gonna be the one running the streams until Spoon gets back, so I'll work on it though. I'll see what's going on. But for now, bear with us. Sorry for any delays.
All else fails, we'll run a cable.
Yeah. Also, I'm running on Wi-Fi. It probably is that too. And I'll run a cable to it. Yes. Okay. So there's the one thing I wanted to say about this pyramids thing, this vast city stuff, and you mentioned somebody mentioned something about what was underneath of it. The whole thing about this story is no one has any idea what this shit is. It's just ground penetrating radar, right? Which is weird that they've never done that.
Yeah.
They detected a
weird
chamber beneath the Sphinx years and years ago, but the Egyptians told them to fuck off and never go near it again.
That was what I had read about.
And Turkey's got a bunch of underground cities. That's like enough for like 30,000 people or something ridiculous.
Yeah, Göbekli Tepe and such.
There's multiple of them. That's the fucked up thing. So this being there does not, like, the fact that it's being done with copper tools means that maybe there is some weird technique we've not figured out, or maybe they're just natural fucking Morlocks out there.
Or maybe it's aliens. I ain't gotta explain shit.
I feel like we'd have deported them by now.
I mean, I just, the meme is what, of course, has been in the news, I think, more than anything, just because it's hilarious, but and bizarre. But this is really, it is interesting of what the hell is this? And why have they never seen this before? Ground penetrating radar's been around for forever. Well,
Is it? And they've been scanning around Egypt before.
Yes, and exactly, like the heart of archaeological exploration from hundreds of years.
I wonder what kind of effects having something as heavy as the pyramid on top of probably sand, or I guess dirt, would have on the ground underneath it over the course of 7,000 years. Maybe it's just changed the shape enough that it looks like a city. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm speculating about it. It does seem very unlikely. Stacking up a bunch of big rocks to make a pyramid isn't too difficult.
Sure.
Building a city under it, that's a bit different.
Right.
Do we know the
And they were
quarry?
never meant for that anyway.
What's
They're tombs. They're not cities.
Yes, and we do know the quarries. We know the exact quarries from where the rocks for the pyramids were. So we know that they were quarried on the surface. And yes, it says specifically that they're giant vertical shafts. But the pyramids, it's an obvious shape. It's an obvious shape.
Sorry, there was. Your internet cut out there, and you came back again, and you just said giant vertical shafts, and that was the beginning and end of that sentence. As far as
Don't talk about me like I'm not here.
It says that's actually perfect, but it was that researchers claim they uncovered giant vertical shafts. That was how it was described, not as a.
Put some clothes back on, goddammit.
Did the ancient Egyptians know how to do spiral staircases?
I don't know.
I'm not sure about this.
I would have thought it's probably the easiest ones to do. If you're carving through stone.
I don't know.
God, have you never played Minecraft? If only there was some place
I was
to go.
about to say, I've played some Minecraft, but I'm not sure real life works that way. I don't know. This seems a little far-fetched.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know what they found, but
it's mostly like some kind of natural cavern or some area of like disturbed geological.
They do seem, however, to be, from the images I've seen of it, to very symmetrical, like, or at least if it's anything like these, how they've shown it in these kinds of images, the graphics. Excuse me. 8 vertically aligned cylindrical structures arranged in 2 parallel rows. Descends more than 2,100 feet.
Bro, it's fucking Moria.
Yeah, I guess so.
The grand hall of
Yeah.
Delph, or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
It does. It looks like more. Like I find this a little hard to believe.
Duran's down there and he's running 5.7 apparently.
Is it just because that I'm so cynical that I'm not even taking this seriously at all? that I know people have been freaking out about it all like everywhere.
It might be for all we know, it could be something very strange. It could be like, you know how like lightning can cause glass to form in the sand. It might be like during the early stages of the Earth, maybe like there was a colossal storm there that hit with such discharge that it literally burned the sand into these columns.
Oh God!
I wonder if certain columns of rock have been compressed between the pyramid and the bedrock, and those are the ones that have just stayed there over time. Like, I would imagine this is far more likely geological underwater activity, possibly based on the fact that there's a big pyramid on top of it, than actually, it being literal aliens. But aliens definitely second place theory for sure. So
here's my guess that I'm not a historian, Egyptologist or whatever, but I like I'm a fan of history, and I used to play a lot of the city builder game Pharaoh, where you make pyramids. And it's interesting that you said something about it being irrigation, because when you go to build, I'm assuming that this aspect of the game is correct, but when you go to build the pyramids, the first thing you have to do is, like, they dig these big irrigation things in the ground. Now, I don't know, because it's not my area of expertise. I'm a social scientist, something very useless. I don't know how much of that is accurate, but maybe it was something that they designed to build the base. I don't know why it went down so skyscraper like, deep, but I don't know.
It's like weird alchemical bullshit has been in that neck of the woods, like part and parcel for hundreds, not thousands of years. For all we know, they could have just figured out like, if you add like lye water and pour it through, it forms like natural concrete or some shit like that. Maybe that there's some building technique that we've lost or just simply don't know about. Yeah.
Or
could be anything.
Or
could just be water.
Maybe this is just there is a logical explanation, and because ground penetrating radar is notoriously difficult to discern, right? I mean, how long did it take for the hoax? Do you remember this? For some reason it came up the other day, again for some reason, the Native American school child mass graves in Canada hoax, where a couple of years ago they claimed that they had found these mass graves in Canada of children, largely black. I think black and specifically Native American. They were native schools specifically. They were native schools, and then they had found all of these mass graves, and it was the great shame upon Canada. Trust me, there are many great shames upon Canada. You've got plenty of others. You didn't mean to make one up. But this was made up, and because the evidence that they had was this ground penetrating radar stuff, and it's you have no idea what it is, and then they went and dug it up and excavated the areas. Oh wow, it's not a mass grave, because the ground penetrating radar is difficult to figure out what you're looking at.
They had that over here as well. They thought it was they had very similar stuff underneath some of the old public schools over here, and they thought they found a fragment of the skull. Turned out it was a piece of fucking coconut shell, and that was after like literal years of investigation. Don't get me wrong, I'd rather people actually investigate schools when these kinds of things get brought up, unlike the satanic panic.
Did they not do any excavations? I thought they actually looked into it. I thought it had been totally dismissed as a hoax. Sorry, Arden is one of our our resident Canadians. So I thought they had done excavation, because I thought that they just came out and admitted that was all fake. Or did they do additional scans? If I don't plan to have a story on deck, I have to try to remember it. My brain is full of fuck. So, they haven't done excavations. Enjoy.
We always encourage our viewers to do their own research based upon things we say.
Right, unless it's something that I always do, but if I'll tell you if I'm really certain about something, if there's a study on it or something. Anywho, and speaking of, I have no idea about these pyramids. I just think it's cool. Stargate was a documentary. So,
Aiden, you have to take a breath because you were like literally 20 seconds behind yourself.
Oh, fucking A.
It's got like a 3-second delay, but it's not too bad.
Dude, this is awful. Why?
Let me switch off of Brazil again.
No, it's not. It's the internet. It's the actual. I'm looking at it. It is the internet.
On the screen for me, which is very strange.
Dude, what?
She is for me now.
Okay.
She wasn't for a minute.
Yeah, Discord did something weird.
I can't scroll at all. I've lost all of our history on the chat.
Okay, but hey,
gonna
look,
read
I
the
just
rules and
okay. Running the speech test, it is a fraction of what it normally is, but at least it is, something.
Aiden?
Okay, yes.
Do you see my messages in our little 3-person group chat?
Yep.
The most recent one, I just recommend that you try turning down the OBS bitrate because it may be that your ISP is
Oh.
throttling you,
Oh,
and if your
fuck
speed is
them.
lower,
Okay.
it could be that. Which they shouldn't do, but if
well, they might.
if you have the bitrate set pretty high,
I don't even know where
if your
to see
upload
that.
is like 10 meg upload and you're streaming at
yeah.
like 15 or something, they might just throttle you.
Oh, I don't even know how
You're
to
on like a
change
full
that, though.
20-second delay.
Well, I don't know how to do that.
It is in OBS.
Oh my god. Ugh. I have no idea how to do that. I wouldn't have
Settings. Settings, I think. Video, I think. I can't remember. It's in there.
I don't know.
Are we currently live?
Well, we might have to just end the stream.
Oh, it's
The output
settings
tab.
output. Thank you. I guess we are live. Hello, everyone.
The audio bitrate or just video bitrate?
No, video bitrate.
What's like a reasonable number? I have no idea. Oh my
What's
god.
it currently on?
10,000 kbps.
Yeah, that's a bit higher than I would do it. I just go for 6,000.
Okay.
That's what. Anything from 4 to 6 is what most sites request that you do.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully, maybe, or at least maybe that'll help. Okay. Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, you could go even lower too.
Let's see if if this works. We'll hopefully we'll. Okay. Well, sorry for that. Okay. Let me reorient what I was doing. Okay. Wait. Actually.
Okay, so I'll just close this phone call. I won't scream racial slurs at our ISP
What?
at fucking 9 p.m. at night.
Oh.
I mean, I was going to do it anyway, but, you know, it would be good to mix in some business with the pleasure.
I was just gonna play this.
Maybe
What?
maybe you could restart your screen share as well, Aiden, because it's
Oh,
broken
right.
for me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. I was gonna play meme,
Also,
but I wouldn't have seen it anyway. Doesn't. I know. It's,
yeah.
The time.
Make
is
sure that
past
the
now.
screen share is yeah. I recommend turning the screen share down to 720 60 perhaps.
Oh.
Because if
yeah.
it's currently on 40 and 40 60, that's quite a lot of data.
Oh, okay. I have no idea how to do that though.
God damn, I don't even watch videos like that.
Yeah. How do you do that?
It's
If you at home
the-
are watching this in 4K, then I don't know
How
what
the
to tell
fuck do
you.
do that?
on the screen share
Oh,
button
quality.
in Discord. Screen share
yeah,
button.
okay.
Yeah, quality. Turn it down to 720. That should
Oh
be
yeah,
fine.
440 won't work though. 720.
It works for Shu.
Yeah, 720 should be fine.
Okay.
Shu made a wonderful career at 480p.
That's true. Okay. All right.
Also, we can now see your document.
You can see my what?
You can see the word. We can see the Google Doc.
Oh,
Make sure
fuck.
you're sharing
it's,
the right
I
thing,
love when it does that. That's so fun. That's all on fucking Discord, as we have now confirmed to be the case. That's fucking Discord.
It's just that
It's
Discord
not,
is Discord is designed for Windows 10 and nothing else because the developers who make it think that their noncery and degeneracy will be harder to detect if they use an older system.
Yeah. Well, luckily everyone in the stream could see just my thing, but it was not showing the right one over there. Now you should be able to see this Hill article. I just want to say this whole segment in the last 5 seconds is just called "Fuck You, I was right." Sadly, Trump is right on Ukraine from the Hill, on the 18th. I rarely agree with President Trump, but his latest controversial statements about Ukraine are mostly true. They seem preposterous only because Western audiences have been fed a steady diet of disinformation about Ukraine for more than a decade. It's time to set the record straight on 3 key points to illuminate why Ukraine and former President Joe Biden, not merely Russian President Vladimir Putin, bear significant responsibility for outbreak and perpetuation of the war in Ukraine. Look, I recommend
Very
reading this
impressed to
article.
see the Hill saying this.
Me too. I mean, do you want to go over the article? I'm going to post it here.
No,
I'm happy
they.
to.
I'll say, want to? Yeah, go for it. I'll say nice of them. I appreciate them eating crow. I'm not going to give them shit for doing so.
Indeed. I do wonder if there's a coin drop in this article, though, where they're using this as a wedge to get us on some other narrative instead.
Perhaps.
Nice.
I just care. What matters to me is accuracy and truth. And just like how I I'm glad that people stopped, that the COVID thing ended, because that was all preposterous and disgusting and is going to have longitudinal ramifications, the likes of which one can only fucking fathom. But at least, I guess, tell the truth at some point. That's like the least you can do after you mass manipulate the public and do a lot of consent manufacturing bullshit. The least you can do, I guess, is say that you did it. Like, well, the same thing with the JFK assassination that they didn't really release anything new about. Oh, the CIA did it. Wow. Yes, we don't.
It's back on 1440p.
What is?
You changed Windows, so it changed quality for some reason.
Oh.
Is it reset?
Jesus. Okay. Oh my god. Now I forgot how to do it.
This beautiful 1440p Hill article, so you can see every grain of the bullshit.
I have forgotten how to do it again. Oh, wait. Where did it go? Oh, stream quality. Okay.
Literally caught in 4K.
Oh my god. It never ends. It's just... Okay.
Also, it's spelled fucking Kiev. I'm sorry, you garlic butter chicken motherfuckers need to get back in fucking line.
Oh
so true.
Go
Preach,
off,
King.
Queen.
Yeah,
No,
absolutely.
We went the opposite way with that. Oh, okay.
I've achieved
No, but
alchemical enlightenment.
That is completely true, though, Bella. Them doing that is extremely cringe.
Yeah. First, is recently documented by overwhelming forensic evidence and affirmed by Kiev court. It was Ukrainian right-wing militants who started the violence in 2014 at the Euromaidan that provoked Russia's initial invasion of the country's southeast, including Crimea. Yes, we know, but thank you for saying
I hope
it.
Aiden, I hope
When
you're
they
getting
say-
paid for all this plagiarism from your fucking video.
It's not for... I
When they
didn't
say,
make it up, though, so it's not plagiarized.
When they say right wing, they mean demonstrating weakness with Joe Biden only provoked them further.
Yes, absolutely. Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Hello.
Well, you just stopped.
There's
No,
a
I
moment.
wasn't sure.
I think everyone was
Worried
being
it's gonna
frugal with
cut
their
out,
speech
yeah.
just in case things were going
Oh my
fucked up.
god. Okay. Just fingers crossed. Yes, fingers crossed. It's all good. But yeah, I mean, in terms of the money,
It's a slop stream. It's allowed to go to shit.
in terms of the money, I had a hard time definitively connecting that when I made my video 3 years ago now on it. But nearly. There was definitely evidence. Look, we did know that there was funding going on from all kinds of groups that are funded by the U.S. government to Ukraine. That was always confirmed. Different various groups involved in the Euromaidan. The question was always, exactly how much was being traded. We, of course, have the leaked call about knowing who they wanted to choose to lead Ukraine afterwards. That was Victoria Nuland. We also had the information about it looked like the UN or the US had been involved with the shooting of the protesters at the Euromaidan. Excuse me. Oh, jeez. Just had a cough all of a sudden. But, all of that was, I hadn't, it was really hard to chase down the smoking gun on it. But, at least they're telling it now. Let's see. In 2013, back then, Ukraine had a pro-Russia president, Viktor Yanukovych, who had won free and fair elections in 2010 with strong support from ethnic Russians in the country's southeast. In 2013, he decided to pursue economic cooperation with Russia rather than Europe, as previously planned. Pro-Western activists responded with mainly peaceful occupation of the capital's Maidan Square, and government officials... Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm going to... relitigating things, because this is all covered in my video. And, yeah, the reality is that... Okay, I'll just read it, though. Just then, as soon as these left-wing protesters come out, right-wing militants overlooking the square started shooting Ukrainian police and the remaining protesters. Police returned fire at the militants, who then claimed bogusly that the police had killed the unarmed protesters. Outraged by this ostensible government massacre, Ukrainians descended on the capital and ousted the president, who fled to Russia. Putin responded by deploying troops to Crimea and weapons to the southeast Donbas region on behalf of the ethnic Russians who felt the president had been undemocratically overthrown. And you do have to try to understand it from their perspective, because there are portions of the Ukrainian government that are very, very, and not just the government, but the populace at large, who hate Russians. And trust me, it's a lot of that hatred's mutual. It's how old hatreds go. But
Well, everything that we've just read sounds like a Western coordinated psyop.
yeah, because it was.
So I don't know how much how much support for European and American alignment there is in Ukraine that isn't manufactured.
Right.
I'm sure there's some, but in the eastern regions, there's, as far as I know, there's lots of Russian support in Ukraine, lots of support for just leave us the fuck alone, essentially, which is what they seem to have wanted. And again, like neither side's going to come out rosy from this.
No.
But it was provoked.
Yes.
It was provoked.
And they don't have this in this article, but something else to keep in mind here. So that Zelensky campaigned in 2019 and promised to implement the accords to prevent the war. But after winning the election, he reneged, apparently less concerned about risking more than looking weak on Russia. The other things, in case you are, people who don't know this, some of the first things that Zelensky did when he got into office was he banned the use of Russian language as on formal documents. So the people who live in Donbass, in Donetsk and Luhansk, like who speak Russian, they don't speak Ukrainian, or I don't know if I'm guessing it's all spelled. It's still Cyrillic, but the words are going to be different, so they don't read or speak this. Makes it so they can't use their language, and then also there had been let's see what else there was the channels.
The Orthodoxy.
They stopped. Yes, they banned the church. And then they also stopped allowing Russian language channels to be shown in Ukraine. These were things that Zelensky did immediately after getting into office. Well, it was active provocation on many levels for years. What Zelensky did was very openly anti-Russian. So,
This is before the war started in earnest.
Well, yes, this is back, 2019.
And this is just a straight up racial fucking discrimination against people who happen to be racially Russian.
And that's another thing. Speaking of the Crimean River, they had been Ukrainians were launching pot shots at the Russians, and people in Donbass, fucking bombing their own sensible people. And then also they blew up that dam that fucked up the port. So yeah, the Ukraine has not been. It wasn't that Russia just invaded out of nowhere. Which is what you'll hear. Just Putin's insane, and he thinks that, Ukraine is rightful Russian clay, which he probably does think, to be fair. But it's not the idea that this is just Putin's megalomania.
It's definitely not true, though, because half of it is Polish.
Not half, but the former capital of Poland is now in Ukraine. Which one? I forget which city it was. I used to know. Like I said, if I haven't prepared enough, I won't remember things. Too much information.
But this is kind of like if Keir Starmer suddenly came out and said we're banning all like Gaelic and and none of your documentation or signage can be in it, and we're banning all Gaelic channels and use of it in an official capacity is completely banned.
Yeah.
But that might sound too much like me trying to sell Starmer.
Right. Let's see. Anything else in this? They get into the Biden stuff. It's also the Biden's obviously. I mean, it was straight up said that Joe Biden went on stage and said, if you don't fire the prosecutor, Victor Shokin, who was looking into Hunter Biden's involvement with Burisma, among other things, then he was going to deny Ukraine aid from the United States. I think it was actually like a loan, but he was going to deny them the money. And, well, son of a bitch, what do you know it? Prosecutor got fired. Quote, Joe Biden. So, I mean, they're so proud of themselves. They can't even though this is all supposed to be hush-hush, but I think it's part of their little gay games they play, that they will tell the truth and just see if they can get away with it. Or at least sort of tell the truth. I hate that. Oh, speaking of sort of telling the truth, this is a... Anyway, the Ukraine stuff I posted...
Ladies and gentlemen, excuse me one moment, I'll be right back. I need to use the facilities.
Oh, okay. Oh, let me read the super chats, too. I'll check out the rest of the Hill article. To me, I feel like I'm just rehashing stuff that I've rehashed. Or watch my video if you've not seen it, but just to advertise myself. Anyway, let's see. Thanks, guys, for supporting the channel. And at the beginning, Slosher for 20 Canadians says, I'm also against the government involvement in people's lives, but if you're going to have government schools, home ec being mandatory in schools to teach cooking and budgeting would help a lot. Eating healthy is not expensive. Absolutely. And it's not expensive. I mean, I just made a ton of food. Actually, like Bill noted that one of the things that it's like a lamb shank, like one lamb shank, a 1 kilo of brisket, and what else did I have? Oh, some sausages. And that was like, if you see how big just the amount of food that I got out of that, and some vegetables, it's a huge amount. So like, you can make really healthy food pretty cheap. I know that the egg thing obviously hurts in particular, and when the economy is bad, it's rough. But it
I saw a graph that egg prices have
yes.
Egg prices have plummeted in the US recently.
Yeah, they have
I could be wrong about that.
No, they have normalized, but things do fluctuate. However, if you just look into it, really, and everybody can find this out, but it's worth saying, I guess, that the unhealthy stuff always ends up being more expensive, always, because I know it's a $1.50 burger from McDonald's that's so cheap to eat, but if you go and get the ingredients to make it, you get a pound of hamburger meat, it's a lot cheaper in the long run.
Well, it's because you're paying for labor.
Right,
paying for the wear and tear on the machines that do the labor. Yeah.
Well, right. I mean, of course it's more expensive because, otherwise you're doing it. But I always see people kind of say that's like, it's so much, it's just cheaper to do this. It's easier to get the fast food, and it's actually so cheap. It's like, it's cheap when you get, one thing, but it adds up really quickly. Bullet Hale 387 for 5 says big soda equals Slurm from Futurama. Yeah. Also, having worked in a grocery store, there are many instances of fraudulent EBT cards being used for junk food. Yeah, that's because there's different types too, which can make it confusing, because there is some type that you are allowed. Is it WIC? I think WIC is the, I could be wrong on this, but there's other ways you can get money from the government to buy food. It's not all SNAP. SNAP is this specific one that's really aimed at parents more than anything, as from my understanding. But in general, it's for anybody who's living under the poverty line. And you will get different amounts of money based on your family status. I think that the average, I looked it up earlier, the average pay per month for a single person is about $280. $250, somewhere in that vicinity, and for a family of 5, I think it said it's near 1,000. So again, like, how much you would get is based on the size of your family. But yeah, I know you can always see people trying to scam it people are always trying to, I guess, because they don't want to eat healthy. Healthy food can be tasty, though. I shouldn't be harping on that one, as everything I cooked is cooked in grease. It's just a sea of beige. But it was healthy when it started, and then I cooked everything in fat. Arc 5 for 5 says, wait, you mean I don't get prima nocta rights in Scotland for buying that title? Sadly, sir, no you don't. I know, I hate to break it to you. Lance for 5 says, I'll gladly join a Militaire Sans Frontiers if it meant return of Crystal Pepsi. Man, I've never had Crystal Pepsi. I never got to try it, so I guess I missed out. Cody Justin Fannin for 5 says, I'm a bit late, but no taxpayer refund. Funyuns, no subsidized soda. Yeah, I agree on both. Ardent Party for 2 Canadian says, $2 ad, rumble.com/Ardent Party, or Ardent Party Plays. Check it out. Yeah, happily to... Bleh, words are hard. I'm more than happy to have you sponsor the stream, Ardent. AMUS Currency for 5 says, great shame of Canada. 1, I half speak French, and the other half allow it. 1 half speaks French, the other half allow it. And 2, they let the natives influence anything. It's white guilt shit. Canada is probably the biggest white guilt country. I mean, is it worse? Are they worse than England? They have to be, because it's like England but gayer.
I would guess that it's Germany or Canada.
Oh, never mind. How did I forget Germany? I think I just automatically put them in first so far ahead I forgot about them. Yeah, right. No one's more self-hating than Germany. How'd I miss that one? Clavicus Von Hammer for 10 says, the French are just gay Italians and Canadians are trans French. Changed my mind. Oh my. Yeah, that sounds accurate. Solar Lich for 100 ARS says, daily reminder that Uncle Vlad saved the world 3 times today. 1, stood up to Globo Homo. 2, cures the Kung Flu. 3, humiliated kid touchers united. Give Poutine a break. Yeah. I mean, true. You give Vlad that. Ammo's Currency for 5 says, WIC is very restricted. Milk. Okay, WIC is the one that's more... Okay, thank you. WIC is very restricted. Milk, bread, eggs, beans, butter, cheese. EBT allows basically everything other than hot prepared food. Okay. So SNAP... Is that maybe a specific thing then? I don't mind everything other than hot prepared food. I have more of a problem with that. I do think if the government's going to give you money, so you should get government cheese to buy food. If the government's giving you money to buy food, then you should have to get government cheese, because getting the things that you want or like, and it's not like it has to be awful. I'm not saying that the food should be terrible at all. Like you should be forced to eat garbage, or trash. But inherently, you are asking for the charity of other people when you do that. So yeah, I'm in favor of not allowing sodas, for example.
Did I miss the premise? Government cheese?
Oh, you didn't know about government cheese?
I mean, I would guess that there's very few cheeses. In fact, very few words I would rather not have next to cheese than government.
Well, Google government cheese. Processed cheese provided by welfare beneficiaries, food stamp recipients, and the elderly receiving Social Security in the United States, as well as to food banks and churches. It was during World War II. This was a big thing, but also in the 80s, Reagan, part of the economic stimulus, we're going to make it, so Americans can get their government cheese. This is a movie, I guess, but of course, Apple movie. But yeah, there is the pasteurized, processed American cheese donated by the U.S. Department of Agriculture for help programs, not to be sold or exchanged. And it's just, it's like this. Okay, I don't do a lot of shopping on the mainland. I've been to a couple of grocery stores, but I'm not often. So, do you get like American cheese? I mean, besides that floppy stuff, because we can get it here, but Bill gets it from his work. They come in like little individually packaged things and are all floppy. Do you know what I mean? American floppy cheese. I think that's.
Yeah.
I think government.
There's a picture of it there.
Yeah. Okay, so you've seen this stuff. Yeah. So that's where it comes from. The idea.
What is it called? Like pasteurized dairy product imitation American cheese.
Yeah.
I am back.
As far as I understand, it is technically cheese, but it's sort of lesser than other forms of cheese. I did look into this, but I can't remember what I found exactly. It's not that it doesn't have any cheese in it. It's a different process to create it. It is sort of cheese. It's not just plastic, which is what it looks like.
I actually fucking love these. I asked Bill to get them from work because I really like them for some reason. I know I like very nice cheeses. I like very nice cheeses. I have made a blue cheese sauce, actually, that's sitting downstairs that I will enjoy later this evening. But I also just like the floppy cheese. But I think that this kind of floppy cheese, it comes from the government cheese shit. It's got to. Or why that's so ubiquitous in the US. So yes, that's government cheese. And let's see. Oh, okay. What was the... How did we get on that? Oh, I don't know how we got on the government cheese thing. Oh, because... Yes. AMU is currency, who said also for 2. Restrict EBT to milk, flour, butter, eggs. Yeah. I agree. Updated. Let's go. Yes. I would tend to agree with that. So, yeah, here's Slop in terms of both political and media related. So extra Slop. What have you, either one of you, I guess, heard about this Adolescence show on Netflix?
Yeah, they were basically trying to do like
I've heard of it.
Kind of a true crime version of like, we need to talk about Kevin.
Well, it's supposed to be true crime. It is based on a real crime that occurred, but of course they had to change everything about it. So you'll see here's the guy on the left who stabbed his girlfriend.
How do we know for sure that it is based on that incident? Because I can believe it is. I'm not saying anyone's lying, but I just haven't seen it.
I believe the director said so. I think I have it.
There is a difference between I was inspired by this incident and it is a retelling of this incident, because it is quite possible that this is deliberate anti-white racism. Absolutely.
Yeah,
in fact, that's my default assumption, but I just like to make sure that it is actually meant to be about that case.
I think it is. but I'll look through it. But I do actually think it was intended to be this, because they keep mentioning it. So it's Hassan Sentamu, because people keep saying it's Rudakabana, but it's Hassan Sentamu. Let me look this up real quick. Sentamu. And director lessons. Okay. Yeah, this says it's not based on it. I see this. Fact checks. Whoa, false. Okay, let's look at this article. Let's find out. Okay. The verdict is false. It's not based on it. Let's see the evidence. I'm willing to accept it, but this website makes me feel ill.
The co-creator told them it was.
This website makes me feel ill. Trigger warning.
Apparently,
this
Stephen Graham, who made it.
Oh, is it? Logically facts?
Stephen Graham, who co-creator, who also played Eddie Miller,
oh, thank
told
God I'd never
Netflix
heard
press
of
site
this.
to them that a series of recent stabbings by boys inspired by the tale, including that one.
So they're saying, okay, it's not... Alright, why is it not based on it? What are the facts? Google's search has led us to various articles and videos in which the makers of the Netflix show have said it's not based on a specific person or event. There was an incident where a young boy allegedly stabbed a girl. It shocked me. I was thinking, what's going on? What's happening in society where boys stabs a girl to death? Now, what is the inciting incident here? And then it happened again, and it happened again, and it happened again, and I wanted to shine a light on it. Okay, I don't care who he's referring to here then. Where is the, just pandemic of young, this kid is, the actor I think who plays him is 11, white British boys stabbing anybody. So whatever incidences that this was sort of based on.
Let's make it clear. We've got very used to seeing if, what's presented on screen here. Like, this is completely plausible. This has happened before. It's exactly what we'd expect. But it is always possible that they just picked a competent child actor who happened to be white. It's very possible they weren't thinking about race. It's arguably more likely that they were. Well, let's keep looking into it. They very well might have been. My default assumption is that it's anti-white racism. Yeah. But I want to make sure.
I mean,
now we're okay with race swapping people.
Okay. Where did it come from then? Let's see. Where did it come from then that it was specifically this guy? Okay, that may have been a misnomer then. Maybe you're right. He may not have specifically said this guy, although I'll have to look into that, because that's what I was seeing everywhere. So maybe it was
based around the spate of teens stabbing each other.
Well, that's okay. Pick another one.
In fact, I would say entirely black teens.
Pick another one. Pick any teenage.
You pick the one race that isn't involved.
Yeah, pick any teenage stabbing crime that's happened recently in the UK. How
would people feel if I blackwashed Dharma?
Well, here's the thing: the vagary, though, also, of course, gives them an obvious setup in that, it's about anything. It could be about anything because it happens so often. But then it's just a cope. It's an attempt to get out of it, and I do not find that convincing.
Okay, even if this child was picked for his acting ability, he has no physical, or racial or otherwise, things in common with any of the perpetrators.
Yes.
He's a tiny, I don't know how. He
someone in chat mentioned, is it Bulger? James Bulger? It's an older story, obviously, but maybe that was part of the inspiration. I think that kid looked actually quite similar to this kid.
John Venables, yeah.
Well, that's been a long time.
Also, maybe
John Venables worked with an accomplice.
The names.
But yeah, that's. Oh
sure.
yeah, Bulger. Yeah, I do remember that one.
And that wasn't done with everything but a knife.
Right. So this ends up being the case.
I don't know. I haven't seen.
Well, maybe it
might
is.
Be
sorry. Maybe it is based on that, but it's
interesting. Is it a story about an incident, or is it a story about a phenomenon?
It's a story about a phenomenon from the way that, and I'll tell you why they're going to say that. It's because they want it to be shown to Parliament. It is now going to be shown to Parliament and potentially in schools.
Yeah, and even if the people that made the movie didn't have an anti-white agenda, showing it to Parliament and showing it in schools is probably part of an anti-white agenda.
Well, and now, if it's shown in schools, now it's an educational, it's part of the curriculum.
And they can get a bunch of kickbacks from it.
And it's always curious the case if they were to argue that it was that Bulgar from years and years ago.
That was decades ago.
They always have to go back to that though. Like it's both for that, and that's just part of the status quo. Is they'll go back to some incident. But my racism, my civil rights act. Gay people.
When all these stabbings are.
Trevor, what was it? The gay guy who got dragged and murdered that they bring up all the time. I can't remember. It's like, oh, remember this thing? We never forget. The 6 billion. I mean 7 million, a billion. I mean 8 billion. Just keeps going up more every day. That kind of shit where it's like something happened a really long time ago. It's not relevant, and just ignore anything that's more recent. That's a tactic though as well. So who knows? Maybe they'll just say that it was.
Hey, Aiden, I'll have you know that Holocaust survivors are one of the largest growing demographics around.
I literally saw an article the other day about it, where it was just like, it was about Holocaust survivors in this year. What the fuck? Okay, I mean, whatever.
Hey, they're a growing demographic.
They've made it look more racially anti-white than they needed to.
Yeah,
but
it'll be 80% black and like 19% Asian.
It'll be radically disbalanced per capita, I don't doubt.
Oh, yeah.
But it's still a majority white country, so it probably is still more than 50% white. It might not be. I'm not sure about that, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was. And if that's the case, there isn't really an argument to say that if it's not based on a single case, and if it's more than half of teenage murderers are white, then we don't really have a case here. Now, if that's not the case, if it's based on a single case, or more than half of teenage murderers are not white, then you can make an argument for sure.
I mean, the other thing that from my understanding that made it so similar is it's the same exact situation, right? Where it's a teenager stabs his girlfriend. But in this case, they did no, because this one is that he reads about white nationalism or something on social media, because specifically they've said that their concern is with online influencers like Andrew Tate, who will come up later.
Oh yeah, I've no doubt they have a political angle.
Well, I mean, that's the stated reason for having it shown in schools.
I think that's maybe the thing to focus on here. I'm not saying don't focus on the race, but the race might not be a factor. But the angle of it says here, it's a haunting examination of misogyny, masculinity, and the dangers of social media, but entirely fictional. It is entirely rare, but the misogyny is kind of a grossly exaggerated issue. I don't think anyone actually kills over misogyny, nor do they react badly to particular women over misogyny. It's a very rare motive. What they're doing is reacting to individuals. And of course, the term misogyny is used to apply to all kinds of things. Like if you disagree with a woman and she has enough social influence, you're a misogynist.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah.
That can be a problem.
Well, at a minimum. At a minimum.
If you're having a movie about masculinity and it's about a white kid that kills women, and you're also saying it's about misogyny, then they're probably going to be defaming masculinity, almost certainly. They're going to be asserting that this kid killed people because he was too toxically masculine.
Yes.
And what he needs to do is talk more about his feelings,
right?
And do all this woman shit that men don't do, and is actually, if anything, the cause of derangement in men.
Right? Yes, because men are denied, young men, boys, in this case, because they really did cast a young actor, so that is involved in the sort of meaning of this. But it is true, young men and boys don't really have a lot of, or any positive role model figures to look up to. And there are things that are masculine.
Certainly Andrew Tate ain't it.
And there are things that are masculine that just are discouraged, particularly in education, in public education systems. Boys get they're much more active than girls. They have a harder time sitting still, so they say, well, that's not just being a boy. You have ADHD. We need to put you on this medication that makes it so,
which is just meth.
That totally stymies your ability to, I think, really learn anything. I really find that to be awful that they do that. But that one
varies per case quite a lot.
I do think
it's
though that we know that, and this has now been long since admitted to by the medical establishment, that ADHD was massively overdiagnosed, particularly in the 90s.
I'm sure it was, yeah.
Yeah, well, because it just was the thing. I mean, my 7-year-old is bored in school and keeps, getting distracted and keeps, distracting their students. And it's because the setup of school is, again, following orders, following rules. And a lot of them are like social nicety rules, not rules that necessarily make any sense. So it's difficult for boys to acclimate to. It is a system that is geared towards more feminine ways of learning, I would say. And of social.
The diploma just said the most cursed thing I've ever seen in my life.
Hmm.
They said they have me to look up to. I would not wish that on anyone.
That would be terrible.
But it's still better than Andrew Tate, the most effeminate motherfucker I've ever seen in my life.
Oh my god, yeah. So
someone in chat mentioning that that people like the other side fear Andrew Tate. What's it? I think he's a very easy boogeyman. I think
Sure.
Andrew Tate is a was it like outrage farmer?
Sure.
And the reason that he's useful to the other side as a boogeyman is because he makes it about women. I don't think they fear him as a cultural influence. In fact, if anything, I think they might like him to have more influence over kids so that they have more shit to criticize, more shit to sensationalize.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't
never
doubt,
trust the
I wouldn't
bastard
be
child of a glowy.
surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if he was a glowy or connected to glowies either.
His dad's an FBI.
I think he is more useful to our opponents than to us.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I agree completely. We'll get to that though, because we talked about it a little bit last week. I just want to make my stance clear, particularly because Tate is now suing a bunch of people on Twitter for calling him a rapist. Well, hey Bill, what would you like to say about Guernsey's slander laws?
We don't have any.
Oh, we don't. Andrew Tate is a rapist. I'm saying that because he said he'd sue me if I said it. As he said and has filed a lawsuit against a whole bunch of people that he is not going to fucking follow through on, and is just the most impotent little bitch fit I think I've ever seen from a supposedly masculine man.
I will say this, I've never seen like a multiple-time kickboxing world champion that I thought to myself I could take in a fight before I saw Tate.
Look, I say this every time. I don't need to know anything else about
exactly.
Tate except that he doesn't have a chin.
He does
That's why he's so dangerous in kickboxing. You can't grapple him. You put him in a headlock, he slips right out. He's got nothing to offer resistance.
Exactly.
Look,
Aiden, as an atheist, I don't need the laws to tell me whether I should defame someone or not. I can determine internally whether I can defame someone or not.
Okay.
I'm kidding, but
no.
I mean, are you saying that because you think it's actually true, though?
As a believer, I am firmly in the belief that God put that lack of chin on that man so no one would fucking listen to him.
Wait, do I think what's true?
I'm not sure. I think I was assuming. Do you think that's true? Or
that he's
that he
suing
raped someone,
people?
or
Wait,
no,
what?
that he raped someone? The thing you said. Because it wouldn't be defamation if it was true.
That girl
Yes.
he was with sure was 15.
I mean, he's admitted to it. What are you talking about? I mean, look, Andrew Tate has said that he has raped people. So, I mean, he's said it a lot, as we're going to look at. And that's, you know what?
I don't think you need to worry about defamation laws then.
Oh, I wasn't really. Oh, sorry. I was being flippant and facetious.
Okay.
No, I'm not. Oh, not only. It is not for. I just wanted to get Bill to throw in that there's no defamation laws here because it so makes it funnier that, like, even if specifically me, when any person, I mean, like thousands and thousands of people
No
are saying
trespassing
this,
laws either. Come get some.
But okay, since we've actually moved on this topic, I'll come back to the adolescence stuff later. Then let's just talk about Andrew Tate for a minute.
little
Let's
angry.
mince our way over to this topic.
I want to start with this. First of all, okay, because we talked about this a little bit beforehand, and I saw a lot of people, I guess, are in favor of Andrew Tate. I know, obviously, that Spoon. Yeah. No, I can hear you guys, but it's okay. There we go. Connection reached. I don't know. Okay. It's like it keeps happening every time I like say something kind of spicy. It just cuts out and it makes it look like we're being attacked.
Do you think the algo kicking in do you think the like some kind of AI detection thing kicks in from hearing certain words?
Yeah, maybe.
And it like
Aiden,
has a fit.
Aiden, would you like me to shall I just repeat the N-word for the next 5 minutes and we'll see if it cuts out?
No,
I'll start
No,
now,
that's
shall I?
implied.
No, we're good. Okay.
It's implied, Uzalu. Let it be implied.
So I know
Every second I exist, it's implied.
I know that Spoon likes Andrew Tate. He has made a video about it that was, I think, in response to me in part, because I despise Andrew Tate, and it was I don't want to speak for him, and I suggest you go watch his video on it. It's about
Can I throw down a spicy take real fast? I think Tate's only attractive to people at all because it's easier to support someone who says the things they like rather than actually stand up and champion those causes themselves, and that it's just pure laziness. Because literally anyone would be better than the bastard mixed race offspring of a glowy and someone who was a catering assistant.
I haven't watched much of Tate stuff, but I get the impression that he is a masculinity confidence trickster.
Yes, he is.
And unfortunately, there are a lot of people who, like, I don't want to be too much of a dick here, but a lot of people in society don't really need to think very deeply about things biologically, evolutionarily. They are the ones who are attracted to him because he's extremely confident. That's all it really takes sometimes.
Yes, it is. And
that's the impression I get from my
I
very
don't even say that much. I don't think he's confident. I think he's just aggressive because he has no actual confidence. It's all just hucksterism.
That's how it comes. And as we're going to get into, which I don't feel like, and I try to, I know Spoon and I clearly disagree on this, but I do want to get more on my side, and I want to show evidence, because I think one of the problems is too. Let me just say this real quick. One of the problems is that people they find him entertaining. They like Andrew Tate. I get it, and I'm gonna actually show you what.
I just had it out of memory. Opera's run out of memory and terminated itself. What the fuck? I've never seen this.
Oh dear.
What?
Aiden, have you noticed that Andrew Tate has a major problem?
He has no
chin, actually.
Oh, what?
It's the fucking T50s.
Oh my god. Now I've lost
Physiognomy
the train of
check.
thought. I know. The T50s, yeah. Well, I mean,
why not heard this phrase before?
It's a
I wonder whose house that is he's rented for the day.
Yeah, whose house? Well, we'll get into that too. But okay, Spoon likes Andrew Tate. I hope I'm not misrepresenting him. Please go watch his video. It's like 10 minutes where he explains it. And I think it's largely that he likes Andrew Tate's messages, or something to that extent, and that it doesn't, it doesn't affect all the other things that he maybe gets up to is not important. I disagree with this, so Spoon's going to be pissed. I've talked to him about it. So, I mean, I want to start out then, and what I'm going to say is that if his message is so important, then anything I'm about to show you guys shouldn't matter, right? If you agree with Spoon and it's that the message is the most important thing, and that that he's an imperfect messenger is just because a sign of our degenerate times, then anything I show you shouldn't affect whether or not you like Andrew Tate. It should be irrelevant. And I wanted to start this by showing how I actually first came across Andrew Tate, because I forgot about this. How many years has it been since Tate became like super famous? It's been like 2 or 3 years, I think.
Super famous. I found out recently where he originally got his fame. He turned up in like the 2016 version of Big Brother.
Oh, really?
Where he was not even in the main house. He was in like the side house. And he got kicked out after 6 days because they found his old tweets and that video of him beating that woman with a belt.
Oh, we'll get to that one, by the way. Oh, also, Mario Turillo for 5 says, look up the fat electricians, American secret underground cheese bunkers. Government cheese goes deeper than you know. I know, I have seen that video. I've seen that video, yeah.
Yeah, both Fat Electrician and Wendigoon both covered the government cheese conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy because it's a real thing. Because it's still a conspiracy. It's just not a theory.
Spoon doesn't like Andrew Tate. He understands that what he's selling is what helps him be successful. Successful at what? Whoa, so maybe I misunderstand then. So successful at what? Being a sex trafficking, anti-white, anti-Western shitbag? Because he is very successful at that, at contributing to the porn epidemic that is harming young men, and particularly young white men, of taking young white men or young white women to foreign countries and putting them in pornography and turning them into prostitutes. I mean, he's very successful at that, yeah.
Any one of you who is out there who does actually like Tate, I'm not going to judge you for doing so, because some of the stuff he says, you can find it anywhere, but some of the stuff is not complete bullshit. He says it in the most passive-aggressive, womanly way I've ever heard, but he does say some stuff that's true. However, any one of you would be a better champion of those causes than this groveling retard.
And I'm, again, okay, this is my first exposure to Andrew Tate. And I said, like, how long has he been, in terms of his controversy as a pseudo-political figure? I think it's probably been 3 or 4 years. Well, I watched this podcast 5 years ago, February 1st, 2020, is when I first heard of Andrew Tate, and it was from this video, and I want to point this out because for years, my only exposure to this guy was via this comedy podcast I'm going to play a little bit of, just to show you what I mean. And I just thought he was funny. I thought he was fucking hilarious because I was associating him with only thing I knew about him was him from this podcast, which he even went on at one point, but you'll see.
A little angry.
Well, it seems like
a little upset.
You know those posts where someone's like, sick of motherfuckers lying to me?
Yeah.
Wait, did it like start? Oh, wait, you had to start at the beginning. I'm sorry. I don't know why it started in the middle.
Are you ready to step into
the cool guy club?
This is 5 years ago.
The coolest. He's so
Never give up a chance to
Yeah, I
show the
wanna
fucking
learn
Your
why
Mom's House
women-
podcast.
Yeah.
and
I
stuff.
never.
Other podcast.
Yeah.
Oh.
We live in a world where things need to be fair, 50-50, gender equality, blah, blah. I pay for things unprompted. You don't have to ask me to pay for shit. If we go for dinner, I'll get my wallet out, pay at the end. Don't even check the price of the bill.
So, okay, this is a comedian couple. You know, she likes it. She likes it.
homie.
Mommy Tina,
She's got
she's into
swag.
it.
Yo, we go to Katie.
He's gonna pay for
Unprompted, you're with
everything,
me.
okay.
Your life is effectively free.
Oh.
Everywhere you eat, everywhere you go, where you sleep, you ain't paying for shit. You ain't getting in my car and I'm asking you
Great.
for motherfucking gas money.
Oh.
And I want to point something
I pay
out
for everything.
because I rewatched this today, and again, I love it. I used to listen to this podcast all the time. Tom is going to identify the fucking issue 5 years ago, having watched 30 seconds of this dude.
Instantly, as a man should.
He seems intense, and I like it.
very intense.
And there's a lot of girls listening right now that are creaming their jeans for a guy like this.
They are.
Yeah, the
Because
jeans
I
are
gotta tell
high
you,
and
even
sexy.
immediately, like the opening line, you're like, ugh.
Yeah.
If somebody starts to sell the listen, you'll never pay for any like
Yeah.
everything's like, then you start to go like, oh, I mean, he wants something in return, right?
Oh! Yeah. So, I just wanted to point that out. That the comedy podcast is how I first saw him, and they covered him a lot, and I laughed at him a lot back then, because his persona is, to me, so incredibly silly. But I didn't, like, hate the guy. I hate his actions from what I know about him now.
I don't know how someone manages to look like every single person from the In-Betweeners and also Albanian.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's a quarter black, so, you know.
I think he's half.
No,
Does his dad mix as well?
I think his dad was mixed, but yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think his grandfather was black. So I just want to put that in. But now here's my issues with Andrew Tate. He's fake as fuck about everything, and I don't know what he's selling that is good for anybody. And particularly, I don't know what he's selling that's good for anyone on the right wing. And I know, like I said, if you like Tate, you don't have to stop liking him. I just think people should see this stuff and why I have an issue with whatever his message is. So, this is his message now in Romania. This is relatively recent, from 2020.
Romania is supposed to be the most Christian country in Europe. You cannot allow them to desecrate something as important as the Last Supper. There has to be a point you stand up for your beliefs. If you have something in life and you don't stand up for it, it will not last. If you have a house, you don't maintain it, it will fall down. Business, you don't work, it's gone. Relationship, you don't take care of her, she'll leave you. It's the same.
Okay, we get the idea, right? Religion, Christianity, very important. He's in Romania, a very Christian
I
country.
think-
Preaching those.
This must have been just after he converted, because he used to be Orthodox, and I think he got kicked out.
Well, then he became a Muslim.
Yeah.
So, but here we go, and in fact, we're going to learn about that. So remember, faith is very important to Andrew Tate. He's a Christian, or wait, is he a Muslim? Which one is he? Which faith is important to Andrew Tate?
I've seen evil.
What's your religion?
It's kind of like an interesting hybrid. When I'm in Dubai, I'm happy to be Muslim, and when I'm in Romania, I'm happy to be Christian.
Wow, he is whatever is useful wherever he goes. Yeah, Tate really represents Western Christian values, except for he thinks Christians are pathetic. All the Christians seething over why do young men listen to Andrew Tate? Because I'm fucking cool and you are all dorks. Why do they listen to the man that makes them strong, powerful, and rich, of which he does nothing? He does the exact opposite. I don't know how he makes you powerful at all. If you work out, you did that. You made yourself powerful. Making them rich by buying into his literal his pimp pyramid scheme which is the only way to describe it, and you can sue me for that too. You're not only teaching young men how to be pimps by his own admission, as we'll get to, but it's a pyramid scheme where you have to sign up for the special course, his PhD program, and the main thing you're supposed to do is just get other people to sign up for it. That's a pyramid scheme.
Now, I'm not sure if people at home are aware of this, but there's a reason that prostitution is called the oldest profession in the world. It is literally that. And furthermore, like, you don't have to be signing up for some twat with a dodgy lack of a haircut in order to get it. If you were inclined to flagrantly break the laws of both legal and moral in order to make money, well, first of all, you can do it without paying a stipend to him, like he's one of the fucking white turbans in the fucking Muslim world.
Thanks for stopping by, Iz. Sorry. I didn't say hi to you yet, so now I'm saying bye. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Phil. Sorry. Okay.
Also, if you ever wondered why his name's Cobra Tate, because his nickname was King Cobra in...
King Cobra JFS?
No, he's nowhere near that cool.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, I would not want to besmirch my boy,
speaking of
King
better
Cobra
moral...
JFS.
Speaking of better role models, somehow King Cobra pulls ahead of the person who used it as fucking
wait a minute. Didn't he get accused of some noncery, though? I might have to...
I fucking hope not, because so far he was... I thought he was just a rampaging alcoholic. He couldn't even string a sentence together anymore.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't remember now. I haven't been following.
I don't know. I don't think he's been sober enough to commit any crimes or even move very much.
Yeah, probably.
If we're suddenly on the worst timeline when King Cobra JFS is indeed a nonce, then please let us know in the chat, and it'll somehow make the year even worse.
Well, we'll get to that. So. Here's another tweet from Andrew Tate. I think he seems to be anti-Christian, even if he claims to be a Christian or he claims to be a Muslim, pretty much from his own mouth. I don't know how you interpret what he said. He is whatever religion he claims to be, wherever, when it's useful.
He says that white people are doomed to fail because they're the only race that cares what women think and say. First of all, there's a reason the longhouse is a terminology. It's primarily
white people.
It's not just the white people. It's primarily like Native Americans.
Well, I mean, that's where the longhouse.
The brown-eyed races in the East and the a lot in Southeast Europe. It's not white people, like Nordic races.
Well, the only place you find any kind of evidence of actual matriarchal societies are mostly in Africa. Which is
Africa, parts of China.
Yeah.
Most of those places are still matriarchal to this day.
If anyone wants to criticize white/European-derived cultures, they are going to have to come up against the fact that it's the most successful one by far. Yes. So if Tate is going to go and say that whites listen to women and that's the problem, okay, Tate, what have the other races that quote-unquote don't listen to women achieved by comparison?
Yeah.
The next nearest culture in terms of technological development on its own was Japan, which was like late medieval. Other than that, everything else, every other advancement in technology from there has come from European cultures.
Not even late medieval, like early medieval. They'd barely gotten steel together. And they had progressed to firearm age.
That part's not entirely their fault because they had a bad spawn location.
Oh God, Druge, do I have a similar cadence to Ann Coulter? My dad kind of tried to like foist her on me as a political figure to look up to as a kid, so I used to watch a lot of Ann Coulter. God. Sorry, I think maybe I just realized something about myself. Let me
do my best Ann Coulter impression real fast. Yeah, He-Man.
Rude. No, because I know you're talking about me.
What's that line from The Best Friends? From the only funny joke that Mac Muscles ever made. Oh, Ann Coulter, everyone's favorite rubber glove stretched over a skeleton.
But yeah, exactly. White people, because they listen to women. No. I mean, I guess like the problem would be only listening to women. But he says caring about women. He doesn't say listening to. He says cares. If you don't care about your women, then you don't reproduce.
Then you end up with weird divorcee parents like Tate did, which completely destroyed his outlook on life and made him a fucking mama's boy.
Yeah. Every society, every species has to care. If you could assign a word like care, an emotive word, to animals, I think so. Cares about women, the females of the species. So to me, at least, that reads as more along his line.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, here's the thing.
Even
Tate wants you to
caring
not
about
care.
women, even caring.
Tate's want you to not
why
care
white
about
people
women,
fail.
so he can recruit them faster.
But again, it is historically illiterate because he's not talking about history. This is, of course, the message is aimed at young men who are living in what must feel like the ashes of civilization.
Good
right?
rule of thumb. I never, ever, ever argue points of like lineage with someone who grew up in a single mother household. That's just my first port of call. Secondly, and more importantly, I don't speak about lineage and who to care about with someone who's a pimp for a living and who wants you to ignore them in your life so that it's easier for him to recruit them's whores.
Yeah. Why do I care about Andrew Tate? Because he's being shilled by by Con Inc. And I'm dunking on Con
By
Inc.
people
today.
who should be by people who would all make better champions of the cause. I think that Tate is not just a symptom of the single parent household issue in Britain. I think he's also he's a symptom of chronic laziness.
I just don't want to see this guy being promoted as somebody that conservatives should listen to or care about. See, I care because I don't want to care. I would like to never hear about this dude involved in mainstream politics ever again because he's just a cancer. Like, the only way you can say, like, this again goes back to the candid thing. If he was saying shit that had nothing to do with, I guess, if he had horrible opinions on things, how would now I can't even think of how to, like, this would properly work. If it wasn't all related to politics and what he's actually trying to do, and then what he's selling, because that's the thing too. He doesn't just
don't look at what they say, look at what they do.
He is selling he's selling it as a product, his pimping of women, while saying also that, you know, white people are doomed because they care about women, while, you know, saying that Christians are weak and whether or not he's a Christian or a Muslim is fake. But I'll show you some more about this. My point here, sorry, let me get back to the thing, is I'm showing that, because I see people say, oh, he's pro-West, he's pro-white people, he's pro...
he's none of those things.
He's none of these things. This is why I have a problem with him, because I don't see what he sells that is conservative or right-wing in any way. I don't see, and so I see his no value to him, and I don't want to hear, it disgusts me that for whatever reason, some people, I don't know.
It's just laziness. It's purely laziness.
He's charismatic. I get it. He's charismatic. He's funny.
He's not.
I get it.
He sounds like John Malkovich in blackface. He sounds like John Malkovich. He has the exact same bitchy cadence.
Zen Man.
I feel, whenever he talks to me, all I hear is, I'm at the Olive Garden and I'm upset. That's all I hear when he opens his mouth.
Zen Man, I haven't even talked about the women, have I? Right now I am talking about what Andrew Tate himself has said. That's what I'm saying. Like, I
will ask this: where the fuck are the parents
and they're not
of
all
these
24,
kids
by the
that
way.
he's fucking abducting?
We're gonna get to the age ones, and that's not gonna turn out great.
Zen-Man
I'm
is
just saying,
often excellent for pointing out MRA relevant issues that we haven't thought of. In this case, Zen-Man, I think a little off topic, because we aren't actually talking about the MRA component of this, just Tate himself. I do think it's fair to say that he is, as I said, a masculinity-based confidence trickster.
Yes.
People could enjoy some of what he believes, of some of the actual beliefs himself, but as people have been saying, or getting close to saying, there are already better advocates for those things. And so if anyone watches him for those things, I assume they've been taken in by the confidence, the bravado. And when I say confidence trickster, it doesn't have to be literally confidence, bravado, narcissism, whatever else you want to say. That all goes into it. What I have now watched about 20 seconds of Tate in motion just now on this stream, and I am now very sure of my assertion that he is, yes, a masculinity confidence trickster. The pyramid scheme thing as well double confirms that. So yeah, I wouldn't begrudge someone for saying, hey, Andrew Tate says these things and they make sense. I begrudge them for saying you should watch Andrew Tate because he says these things. Like, the ideas may be valuable, there may be few sources of those ideas.
Sure.
But I recommend, if you can, find someone as a more worthy scion of those ideas.
Paul
that-
Elam, please.
You
Someone
might-
like Paul
like-
Elam, please. Like, someone who is consistent and has been saying this stuff for a long time and isn't a self-admitted grifter. You know, so that's...
Up till recently, I would have suggested BAP, but unfortunately, he's turned into a nonce
Yeah,
over the
well,
last
no- well,
literally
oh my God.
2 weeks.
Yeah, Bap's gone crazy. Well, maybe he's always like this. And Dread
You need to be
Steelman,
careful in this side
I know.
of the political spectrum with who you fucking shack
Sometimes
up
someone
with,
will just
because
go nuts and start going crazy, yeah. Dread Steelman, he's not
There's a
saying he
lot of
doesn't care about
contrarian
women,
to it.
he's saying he doesn't care what they think. I mean, you're the one, like, you have to add other words there. He doesn't say. He says, okay, cares what women think and say. Oh, no, okay, no, you are right. All right, I misread it then. I'm having a fucking mental retard moment. Fuck. It's because I had it cut off on my screen. No, you were right. It's because I had it cut off on my screen. Man, shame me. I was retarded. Okay,
you're a woman, we know.
I know. See, look.
See, it's easy. Anyone can do it.
I don't. Why? It's not because I don't dislike Andrew Tate because I'm a feminist or some shit. I'm a men's rights advocate. I have been for years. It's because I'm a men's rights advocate that I really don't like him too.
Yeah, people in the MRA community should not be wanting this fucking shyster here, fucking leeching all the money away from you guys who are actually doing good. And furthermore, here's the thing: if you're out there in the wild, you know, mind your business. You need to stop off in the gents to do your business. And scrawled on the wall of the stall is like a really poignant poem. Maybe write it down, take it with you, repeat it to someone. Don't bring the stall wall, glory hole and all, with you to fucking social events and try and tell people. Like,
surprisingly good analogy, Bill. Actually,
or at least give it a clean first. Goodness me! Like it's like. Otherwise, are you going to be known as the guy who like brings good advice? No, you're going to be the guy that brings the massive piece of plywood with you, reeking of piss and jizz. Don't be that guy. Don't be jizz man.
Don't be jizz man. That was excellent. Don't be jizz man.
Don't be jizz lane either. We'll get.
Yes,
to
that one as well. Yeah. Well. So this is...
Again, the fact that the matter was called jizz lane.
I know you can't.
And
make
no
that up.
one thought it was weird.
Well, I guess Satan has a sense of humor too. Then, so here's another. There's something about this that I found interesting. I wanted to point out.
The white side of me is quite sad when I see these insane white people begging for white human decimation. Like, white girls are hot. We need them.
Okay, I want to look. Everything else he's gonna say is that's what it comes down to. He values white women as sex objects, right? And
No, I think that. I think this motherfucker is gay as shit. The way he said that is like, we need them for the lineup. That's a product.
But again, so if you care about saving the West, about saving white people, right? Which, you know, or if that's one of the reasons you like Andrew Tate, I mean, he himself is mixed race. Which, I mean, whatever, I don't give a fuck. But I'm saying, like, in terms of the people who like this guy so much, and something to consider, he wants to, his support of white people, I think, goes only insofar as he wants to fuck and pimp out white women. I don't know if he's gay. Maybe he is. Well, he did say he was gay. We'll get to that, too.
Look at those heroes.
And this is bullshit. They're just desperate to go extinct for some reason. I don't know why.
People call that white guilt.
That is so gay. White guilt. It's the largest psyop in history. They pretend.
I mean, like, here's the thing. He's saying correct things in here, too. But I think when you know what you know about him, it's easy to also point out that this is all self-centered for him.
Only white people had slaves. Do you know who had slaves? Africans. You know who still has slaves? Africans. Everyone
This isn't
had
like
slaves. In fact, the only people
revolutionary
to ever
information.
Did we cover that
ever-
Ugandan woman the Ugandan like chancellor?
I shouldn't know if we got to, but yes, the Ugandan woman, was it Uganda or Nigeria or something, got...
She was like some
politician.
UN liaison.
Owned slaves.
Actually kept slaves in England and tried to claim diplomatic immunity, at which point the UK promptly
hang on.
removed it.
Yeah, it was relatively recently.
What he said here so far is good.
Yes, I
got no problem with that.
No, I don't. I only brought out
This is when he went on the Hodge twins. He tailors everything he says to whatever podcast he's on.
Yes, that too. He is a so like this part. Again, I agree with the things he's saying here. I paused it though because when I watched this, I did find it interesting that again, what's his reasoning for caring about white people, white women, and what does he do with white women? You know. Okay. Oh, so here it is. Yeah. The UN judge found guilty of keeping a woman as a slave. Oh, it was in the UK. Yeah. Ugandan UN judge Lydia Mugambe told police she had diplomatic immunity when they arrested her for keeping a woman as an unpaid servant in her Oxfordshire home. Mugambe tricked her victim into coming to the UK, forcing her to work without pay and then threatening her when she resisted. A jury at Oxford Crown Court convicted her on multiple charges, including facilitating travel for exploitation and forcing someone to work. Her alleged co-conspirator, Ugandan diplomat John Leonard Mugerwa, has already fled back to Uganda. Well, everyone in Uganda knows Kung Fu.
I remind everyone that I'm fairly certain these people already get a stipend to pay for this. So it's not like they were even paying for it themselves. They just felt the need to have slaves.
Well, I mean, they do have a little bit of a history doing that. Just saying. Anyway, so yeah, I only brought that up because I thought that was interesting, that part, just a little bit. Inspiring Philosophy, who's a good follower on Twitter, absolutely. Andrew Tate does not represent Western values. He's a rejection of them. His ideas would destroy the West. Tate says, if all your children come from one woman, you are not a conqueror. Jeremy asks, how many wives is recommended then? Wife, lol. Look, I'm not gonna
that works so well.
Go ahead, sorry.
That works so well for his fucking schizophrenic old man who probably pump and dumped his mum and left him to be raised in a single mother's household. Yeah. She was a catering assistant, so that means she was basically a waitress.
Yeah.
But for like events.
Yeah.
That means not actually good enough at their job to be a full-time restaurant or even cafe waitress.
Uganda needed a lawyer, yeah. Oh my.
Do you know the way back to your country?
I do not in any way begrudge or blame, and in fact think it's probably a smart way to be as a man, to not be particularly keen on the idea of marriage to a woman in the current year. There are a lot of problems with marriage systems in Western societies.
Yeah, where am I going to get 800 quid from? You pay for the fucking fees.
So, I do understand it. And again, in isolate, it's probably like, oh, it's just that. It's the totality of information about Tate and the things that he says that are all like... Because look, if young men find a woman that they love and are happy and start a family, are they going to be paying Andrew Tate for his PhD course? Oh no. Then they'd be living with their wife and children. So of course, it is not in his financial interest for men to improve their lives. It's also not in his personal, I think, spiteful interest, because I think he hates Christians, I think he hates the West. He has all these grudges, probably because of who he is.
Your hash dealer isn't going to teach you how to grow at home.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah,
why would he get you to
paying
replace
fucking
him?
$300 a gram?
Yeah, why would he teach you to be successful? I mean, in a person. Here's the thing: a moral person would pass on their information, a skill or a trade, maybe for free. Just share what they've learned. But that's something that a moral person would do. Andrew Tate. No one argues that Andrew Tate's a moral person. So, he's just selling this.
Yeah, so
he doesn't believe in it.
Right. I was taking a shot at his mum for a profession was unfair of me. I'm just in a spiteful mood.
And specifically, the specifically insidious part of it is that he sells you both sides. He says, I'm going to sell you how to be rich and fuck women, and then he sells you the porn of the women while telling you that pornography is degenerate. I actually don't know if he's anti-porn, because he sells porn, so I guess he isn't anti-porn, but he's just very anti-woman, is that all women are whores, kind of stuff. But if the whole, one of many reasons why young men are struggling so much is because of porn addiction, and because I can't blame them for being terrified of approaching a woman when women can pretty much do whatever the fuck they want, in terms legally. It's rough. It really is rough. But he's selling both sides of it. And no matter what happens, Andrew Tate wins. And he wins by not actually fixing any young men's lives, because again, that would cut into his business model. And also while selling women. Yes. Selling women and keeping them addicted to porn.
His question, if Tate is so engrossed in the idea of bettering people's lives, then why isn't he, maybe running the kickboxing gym that he should be qualified to run as a kickboxing world champion?
Yeah.
You think he'd stay in his profession?
Oh, yeah, you think
as
he
opposed
would?
to becoming a whoremonger?
Whoops, what the heck? What? Oh, I didn't copy it right. This is a study.
V's really toned up and become strangely
No.
weird.
I do have this full data set, but this is just interesting to look at. Do you have a favorable or unfavorable view of the following people. Andrew Tate. I just found this interesting. You go down here to the bottom row. Ethnic minority, very or somewhat favorable, 19%.
That's interesting.
19% white, including white minority. It's
I think
like 3%.
the way he acts would be more appealing to the sort of Arab or black mindset than to whites.
Because
saying that men aged 16 to 29 overall, 20%.
Well, it's men, but if you look at the demographic breakdown, it's non-white men. It's non-white young men. I mean, that's in terms of even just getting up to the neutral. That comprises half.
These kinds of people tend to pal around with the upper crust of Muslim society.
Yeah.
That's why he's thrown in with the Muslims.
But
as you know, my granddad used to pal around with these same people when he used to sell oil for a living.
I mean, that's who's being inspired by his message. And actually, this goes back sort of to the whole fucking, funnily enough, to the Adolescence thing, which is why we got on Tate in the first place, which is because they were saying that Andrew Tate, and the message that's implied specifically by Adolescence, whether intentionally or not, being anti-white, is that this is a young white kids stab people because of Andrew Tate. That's what they're going to Parliament with. It's not young white kids. It's not young white boys who are favorable towards Andrew Tate. It's males mostly who are non-white, at least who are more favorable percentile-wise. So...
Yeah, I looked at the percentages in London, like, it's well over half blacks that are getting stabbed, and that's not even counting the Asians.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They're stabbing each other. But, so this is the same that has some more information in this article about it. Just wanted to bring it up in case
we should probably not belabor the point and keep it concise on the.
I just want to leave it in the live stream in case people want the data source. Sorry, it's just my stupid.
If anything, you could interpret Tate as the voice of Islamic sort of caliphatism, trying to capture a portion of what would otherwise be our audience potentially. So the MRA. The MRA and non-white section of the population is being turned from anti-establishment to what essentially amounts to anti-Western and tacitly pro-caliphate.
I used a specific term in private that I won't repeat for the sake of not getting us demonetized. Yeah. But I would say a lot of the accusations one would lay at our Hebrew other counterparts is exactly the thing that Tate's indulging in. And Uzalu's right on this one. I think this is an attempt by like the kind of the Muslim branch of the world trying to, get away from the obese gingers epidemic they have with their converts.
Wait, I mean, I guess look, if you're a fat ginger in Birmingham or something, you're bottom of the totem pole. Of course you.
How's it going, Scrump?
He's not in Birmingham. Also rude. He's lost weight.
I know he has, but it's like, what did you specify in that neck of the woods?
It's just rude, and he's here
on the few northers we know.
I don't think he's here anymore, but he was here. It's just
that's what I'm saying. It's like, wow, this is. I was thinking, wow, this is really backhanded of him.
Just
my
rude.
Goodness, it's bad enough that Dutton called him a mutant. Now this.
Or something akin to that. Well, it was implied. I think it was more implied. Just speaking of mutants.
Ardent, you're bold. We can't tell.
Bill.
I'm also going bold. Initially, they can't tell about me either. Everyone's going bold.
Oh,
I have an excuse. There's radium in our water.
Yeah, but I don't think you should take finasteride though, because if you had Finny rage, that would be that's
I'm already angry
Fourth
enough.
Reich stuff. If you get Finny rage.
Yeah, I'm just gonna shave my fucking head like an old person.
Actually, guys, it's me. I don't want him to shave his head. He's wanted to, and I keep telling him not to.
That's why I look like one of those fucking weird ginger Arab converts now.
What did I emphasize the bottom of? Okay, what okay. Oh.
You did put a weird inflection on that.
Okay. Speaking of then, here's Andrew Tate.
Construction, I'm rebuilding my mansion. You'll see when it's done. We'll do an episode of Cribs. I had to get this area here. I bought my neighbor's house. I had to construct a specific area for the Bugatti.
Oh my god.
Anyway.
How is
He's so gay.
he makes Jesus Christ, looks like he makes Milo look like a Klansman.
I know.
Asking, would you rather have sex with a transsexual, which is a legitimate 10, or a woman, which is a legitimate 1? And everyone's sitting there clicking woman, 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 because they think they're going to be gay if they do anything else. But they're not actually thinking about the question. I am so smart. I operate on so many levels higher than the average man. You people are not thinking about the question.
He's going to answer the traps
When I
are
say a
gay
1
question.
and a 10, I mean Megan Fox with a dick. That's the tranny. Or Hulk Hogan with a pussy. That's the girl. This is the question I'm asking.
Man's got a thing for toe thumbs.
Yeah.
So you're thinking, well, I don't want to be gay, so I just clicked the girl, the number 1, did it? You're gonna fuck Hulk Hogan? Okay, there's a pussy, but he's got mustache and muscles and shit. He's all hairy, big dude, 6'5". It's pretty gay to me. That sounds.
Look, here's what I'm getting from this, Andrew. You're gay. He's gay.
He's gay.
He's gay.
I need to
He's
stop.
bald.
He's
broke.
As fat and angry as I am, I really shouldn't be upping the PPP references too much. People might get the wrong idea.
Yes, Tate is making the traps aren't gay argument. Is that having sex with a
the
man...
open shirt and the chinos really aren't helping you here, Chief.
I know.
And
I
the
know.
fucking weird,
he's
the
like,
Vice City shades.
Well, he's mincing around his yard.
Can we talk? Okay, can we talk about this? Like, I finally got Obsidian and Minecraft ass house he's got.
Oh yeah.
Whoa, Aiden, you made a big assumption there. You made a big assumption there. You assumed that this is actually his house and not one of those rented mansions.
It's a rent-a-mansion. It's definitely a rent-a-mansion.
Like, it looks like it was built in out of fucking Lego.
Yeah, it does. I didn't even notice that. It is Lego-like.
The position he's arguing from only really makes sense if he's bi at best. Because he's arguing objectively as if the two sides are equal in favorability, depending on, there's a certain number at which they're equal. But for most men, those who are straight, Andrew, a concept I know unfamiliar to you, as far as they're concerned, if there's a dick, it is a 0.
Yeah.
A woman
it's
at
a deal
1
breaker.
is therefore better.
Like, if I buy a car and there's no steering wheel, but it's a really nice car, I'm not going to drive the car with no steering wheel. By virtue of the fact there's nothing to steer.
For a lot of men, they would rather not be deceived. If they're having sex with something that looks from the back like a woman, but they know there's a penis dangling beneath it, that's going to be less pleasant than at someone that is at least female.
Also, like, it's hairy and they're ugly, or a paper bag and some fucking gaffer tape will solve that problem. Like, you can have a fixer-upper, okay? Majority of men out there looking to settle down with a nice mid once in their lives. Like, even if they're dealing with it's better to have a car that runs properly, has a steering wheel and functioning bits, rather than, a shell of a fucking Bugatti or the fucking drives. By the way, people who drive over Bugattis, I'm already fucking sketchy about. Just buy a fucking Suzuki Jimny like a regular working man.
Right. So this is also a very interesting take from Tate. Let's let him go on Patrick Bet-David.
A man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied. No one's ever going to find out. That's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia. And they don't have this problem in South America because they all have girlfriends. They don't have this problem in Russia because they all have girlfriends. The Thai elites don't have this problem. They all have girlfriends. But here in the West, we're saying, nope, you just stick with your wife, only her, be happy with her.
Pause a second.
Yes,
Did he just insinuate that Thailand, the pedophilia fucking capital of the world,
with all the lady boys specifically,
that has open advertisements for underage prostitution, doesn't have a pedophilia problem?
No, it's just the West that has a pedophilia problem because men get married. Because men get married and they can't get what they want and that from their wives because they're nagging and ugly, I guess. I mean, so they become pedophiles.
I'm going to try and dig around in the guts of this one. So this is someone who
try to make it make sense.
Is a multiple-time kickboxing champion on the one circuit. He's essentially a very high-level version of Dark Side Phil, but for kickboxing.
Right.
Now, to him, this and his pimping is what made him. But he never seems to dwell on that. He always seems to dwell on the pimping and the finances, and that's what he thinks makes him successful. Now, a lot of people would look at what he's achieved and say, yeah, you're financially successful, but you're morally and emotionally dead. You're not very well adjusted. You got some very severe emotional issues. You're very clearly like dealing with the come down from like tren rage and steroid rage. So you're probably looking at a bunch of physiological issues. The issue is that if he admits that marriage is a good thing and builds a good society, he's not the product of that.
No.
And in fact, most of his problems are the product of that.
Everything about him is envy. Everything about him is envy. I truly think
I look at him and I see a profoundly broken human being who's trying to cope with who he is.
Why does he say these things about the West? Why does he say these things about white people, but so desire white women? He desperately, I think he passes close. I always thought he was Albanian or something until I thought he was
Everyone did.
Right? Okay, he's a quarter black, which doesn't matter to most people, but it clearly matters to him. I think it's a giant fucking chip on his shoulder. I think all this shit is personal stuff that he is just projecting onto other people. All these things that he wants to be, and fine, be that way if be that kind of person. But the problem is the influence and specifically, and I'm not. It's that he's been normalized by conservatives and platformed by them. It's just ignore. This guy is terrible. He smears everything, and it's a total just waste. He contributes nothing positive. He doesn't believe in anything. He's a piece of shit, and he needs to be out of conservative politics, big con ink or not.
Here's the issue. He thrives on anger. He thrives on hatred of himself. What we need to treat him with is what he deserves, which is pity, and not even that. He's beneath contempt.
Yeah,
he's a sad, like steroid. He's a chunk of steroids with legs. He's not achieved anything that anyone who is similarly lacking in morals and like concern for themselves could achieve. If I decide tomorrow to get hooked on fucking steroids and brutalize and victimize everyone around me, I could probably make it head hell. I could get into politics even more than I already am in politics. But I don't think I could live with myself.
Yeah.
I don't think
this guy's
like.
I think this guy's like Johnny Somali in slow motion.
Yeah. It's just a slower version of it. No,
because Johnny Somali's funnier.
Yeah, at least, yeah. Well,
Johnny Somali, he's entertainingly stupid at least.
He doesn't hurt as many, because the harm that's being done by young men listening to these messages and paying him money to learn how to be a pimp, which I mean, I don't want to spend too much on it.
I really do think we have a parenting crisis in the West, and
clearly.
we really need to fucking step on that problem's neck.
There's not a lot of good male role model figures. That has been done intentionally.
People like Andrew Tate
Excuse me.
are the people who gravitate towards Andrew Tate. He is trying to breed another generation of himself.
He has identified a very real problem facing young men, and particularly young white men. Yes. But he's not selling the solution. He's selling to keep you on the plantation. Itself. Yes. To keep you addicted to porn and keep you paying him for lessons on how to become a pimp like him.
His father was a chess grandmaster and a glowy. He thinks he is one too. Even though he didn't grow up around him. He grew up around him for like 6 years. But I think that he was growing up in a world where he was uniquely had access to the exact kind of information that, brings up a person who can take advantage of the world we live in.
Yeah.
Now people should what's a sign of a good man? Someone who is looking at a broken world and looking to fix it, not someone who's just looking to exploit
profit from
it.
Gain. Yes. So in terms of, it's interesting that he says pure and simple. It's interesting that he said that having a wife makes men into pedophiles, when that is an allegation also that's been made against him. A teen in Romania who is 16, which I think is legal age, but people get weird about this stuff, said that he messaged her, had apparently some evidence of that. This is just one, though. This is in the case. This particular incident, I think, I'm pretty sure, is involved in the case that he's facing in Romania. But I'm going to let Tate talk for himself on this, okay? Because this is just the one that I at least knew about, was the 16-year-old. But here he is. Let him talk about it.
As an IT technician in my former high school, fixing laptops. Okay. Got fired from there for sleeping with the head girl. You know how it is. It's hard out here. How old? I was like 18. Oh, shit. And she was 16. So I was like, what's the problem? And they're like, oh, yeah, but you're a member of staff.
Yeah, I don't really care about the 18-16 thing, by the way.
Romeo and Juliet rules apply. Just don't take the piss.
Yeah.
Whatever. So
I don't see that. I don't care about that one. That one I don't see as an issue.
Right?
You don't pay the fucking petrol bill. Do you know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck would I rev for you? If you've got a fit sister who's 16, maybe.
So I messaged her. She's like, I'm only 16. I was like, give a fuck.
Yeah, okay,
Know
that's
about me.
That's a
21,
strange
I
thing
don't
to
care.
mention.
Bro,
like,
I was banging
specifically
her.
16.
Like,
Wait, sorry. I actually thought it was
Strange thing to mention
Yeah.
that she's
Yeah.
the
Like
preference
he's
is
bragging about it.
specifically 16.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In
16,
England,
16,
it used to be 16, but now it's 18, specifically because of
old
an issue
video.
with Muslims having child marriages.
Right. Yeah, this is an old video, so I it probably was still 16 then. But I mean, it's very
Yeah, it
interesting
changed
that,
like last year.
So yeah, he gives different numbers again, much like his religion, based on where he is. So he's in the UK. I'm sure he's very specific in saying 16. The US, it's 18. You know, at the national level, but individual states, yeah, can be. And I don't like pedojacketing. We don't like pedophiles. I can't stand pedojacketing either, where it's like people just make very vague allegations of pedophilia and stuff. But Tate just said that being married makes men into pedophiles, so I think it's relevant to look at things he said.
so I messaged her. She's like, I'm only 16.
Oh, I can't hear you. Uh-oh. Bill, did you say something? No, I can't hear. Fuck. Did the internet just drop?
No, I'm still here.
Oh, I can't hear Bill then. Fuck. Why is it affecting him now?
Hang on.
Huh?
Steam just restarted.
Might just be his mic.
Oh,
Don't know.
he'll be back. He's having a computer issue, sounds like. Okay.
All
I was
right.
like, give a fuck. Know about me. I'm 21. I don't care. Bro, I was banging her, like looking at her Facebook on the phone, like just staring at a different face. Because I had to bang her.
Muslims have the best frame on earth.
Crazy.
I want this.
Yeah.
And this is my society, and they're coming along telling me they're going to blow this up and take this away from me. No, I want a virgin wife at 16 who's going to obey me. That's what I want.
So Vivian's been with me 6 years. Vivian's like,
Okay, now this one's actually really important.
See,
That's the 16 compilation a little bit in terms of I think that's very precise. He did say the way he said 16 the first one, at least, he said like at least, I think. So afterwards it sounded like he was like, it's probably 16. She's fit. Interesting. Al Malone for 10 says, to stimulate Tate a bit, marriage in the West is a bit different from everywhere else. Romanticism is a purely Western thing. That's true. When other places marry for political or business advantages and not for love. Yeah, that is true. But he's selling it, unfortunately, to Westerners. And I don't think, whether or not people get married for political or business reasons or for love reasons, because that is a very new concept. It's not just a Western concept. It's a very new Western concept. The husband and wife, ideally love each other and produce a family and children together. That's, the way that... no, you're not, Bill. I'm sorry. At least I can't hear you. Sorry. I think, Bill's having...
Am I coming through it?
There you go. There you go.
Jesus Christ, Discord.
Yeah. Oh, it's been a fun night. So I do find it interesting that he's repeating 16 on it though as well. That I think is strategic. I think he wants to have sex with young women. And again, if you're gonna start saying weird shit like marriage makes you a pedophile, and
Are we going to talk about this comically large chess set he has?
well, because again, remember his dad's like a chess master.
He was
so...
he was a chess grandmaster. But why is this chess set so comically large?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 18 is a special teacher student rule, right? So even in that instance, it wasn't but it is that kind of, I guess,
You shouldn't be using your job at a school to creep on children.
Yes, in a school
even if
context.
you are basically a children yourself.
Yeah, children. Yes, and particularly in a school context, I do think it's not illegal again, but it's a little odd, and very a potential correct use of the term power imbalance, because at 18, and you're in a position of power inherently.
I don't feel the need to get lost in the fucking... The bloke already gives off nonsense vibes because he looks like an Albanian. Physiognomy doesn't lie.
And okay, so this next one too, though. Now he's talking about Vivian. Vivian is his main and one, I think, his first cam girl. And this is important because it seems here that he admits that she was 15 when he met her and started prostituting her.
21.
Which now here's the thing with porn, right? Is that pornography, like, broadly speaking, it is run by the United States in terms of the porn industry. And for porn, gotta be 18. Right? So if he did make any porn of Vivian when she was under 18 and sold it somewhere, then he has created and distributed, under U.S. federal law, child pornography.
Cheese pizza.
Okay?
Vivian's
I don't
younger.
know if he has done
Vivian's
that.
younger.
But, sorry, why did I just skip? Oh, fuck. Oh, no, it was there. Sorry. Here we go. Sorry.
Given how much evidence there would be for various criminal cases against him,
Yeah.
really
You'd
adds
think it
to the
would,
whole
yeah.
Fed suspicion, doesn't it? And given that there's been no court cases in the US, as far as I know, trying to get him for the criminal shit, including, I think there was that video of him beating someone.
Yes, I've got it.
By the way, the original one that came out of him beating a woman with a belt,
Yes.
him and the girl came out and said it was consensual.
Yes.
And that was after that was back in 2016. That was the
Yes.
big thing that got him kicked off Big Brother.
Yeah, so she has said it was consensual, but remember, this guy is a pimp. I mean, by his own definition, he is a pimp. He buys and sells these women, and he promises them everything. And what he does is something called the lover boy method. We'll learn about it in a second. I know it sounds like feminist bullshit, but it's like, there are many types of persuasive tactics. Doesn't mean that someone isn't engaging in a sort of pattern of behavior, though. I don't like all the gay little names for this stuff, but he is using a tactic, and this doesn't why these women do have agency, okay? They do choose to do this. They really don't choose to do it. I mean, I think that the age of consent, right, is obviously contentious. It's not an agreed upon thing internationally. It's not agreed upon thing between states. It's not an agreed upon thing between prefectures in several countries, because Japan, I think, still, I think they totally changed theirs, but up until
It's federally
they
18
totally
there.
changed it to the federal age. In the prefectures, it was different. Because people always bring up Japan. Anywho, yeah, so if what the fuck the point was, I lost my train of thought.
Some
this
news
Vivian
in
woman.
from Rat King. I'm not sure he wants me to discuss this on stream. Please note me if you want me to. But yeah, he's got a bunch of like.
What?
Apparently, Croydon West has some weird shit going on in it as well. Like this is where he was operating.
Oh, really? Okay. I didn't know about that. I'm talking about Vivian, though.
21.
21.
Vivian's
yeah.
young.
So she's 21 when he's talking, and he said it was, 6 years ago. That would make her 15. Now, this is all people have, right? Is that it looks like she was 15. And if she was 15, then I think this probably was illegal in the country. She's British, right? I think that if he pimped her out or got her to move in with him when he was, because it sounds like he had hooked up with her when she was 15. If he's correct about the dates, maybe he's just wrong. And she was exactly 16 or something. But I don't know.
Younger, because Vivian's younger.
Okay,
You know
before we continue,
Mm-hmm.
in from Rat King, because he's heard about this. The reason that the adolescent thing is so prominent is because the crime that happened in question was in Croydon West, where the UK immigration office is. So he was literally on the doorstep of the UK immigration office. Sadiq Khan actually paid for the victim's funeral costs.
Oh, wow.
And there was a candlelit vigil in that area, literally at like the government buildings around the public buildings in Croydon. And that's the UK.
So you've been
immigration
getting unsolicited DMs from Rat King as well, have you?
Yes, I'm getting used to it now. Always good to hear from Rat King.
Oh, wait, and this was
This is the adolescent thing, the Netflix thing. The Netflix thing is apparently a massive psyop to try and recoup costs and re-promote the agenda after that massive goat fuck of an incident in literally the doorstep of immigration in the UK by a migrant.
When did that happen, though? I remember. I actually do remember hearing about
that. Was
this.
West Croydon, so that was the one they're alleging it was.
Yeah, but when? When did that happen? Sorry, because it would have taken them years to make this show. Do you know what I mean?
Well, it's the one that they are alleging it was about.
Oh, you mean the inspiration? I thought you were saying it was created in reaction to cover something up. Okay.
It was, but it was that specific one that they stated. That's
okay.
why
Yes.
stated
Okay. So it was made, and they have stated that specifically, from what Rat King's saying. I'll look into it more, but I'll go.
It's apparently being discussed at the local level.
Okay.
But it was about that.
Okay.
Obviously, I can't give details. I don't want to go into too much detail because Rat King's giving me this information. I'm not sure how much he wants shared.
Don't worry about it. Okay. Oh, well, interesting to know then. That's insider baseball then. Thanks, Rat King. Holy shit. Here, I'll just keep going with it. Just weird stuff he said.
said it looks like I'm in a teenage girl's bedroom.
Yeah.
To some people that would be an insult, but to me, I find that quite flattering, to be honest. You know, like that's exactly where you'd expect.
Like?
I'm fucking all these 15-year-old, not 15,
I mean,
sorry, 16-year-old
that
women.
would be.
I mean,
that might be, unless they're just criticizing your choice of decor.
right.
I mean, there's a lot to fucking criticize. Is he wearing Crocs?
No,
Crocs and open silk.
No, these are, well, I think they might be crocodile or fake, alligator level leather.
Oh, I thought they were actual Crocs.
No.
It's like Crocs, jeans, open shirt, and glasses. He looks like gay fucking, like Tony Montana.
Oh my god, no, I think they're like...
Fucking Tony Brighton over here.
Yeah, the Adolescence show, it's how we got on Tate, which is that, it's a new show on Netflix. It's about, that they're taking to Parliament, that's about, to be shown in schools.
Spoon's not here. I'm sure Spoon would love to get on Tate.
Oh, don't be rude. I am not doing this, by the way, to like shit on Spoon at all. I wanted to be able to, I felt like...
Wait, that's what you told me the plan was.
Yeah, okay. Damn it.
Uzalu, you weren't meant to tell her that.
No!
Oh no.
Well, no,
I know,
It's all over the
and
place.
I know he didn't want to talk about it, so, I thought, okay, I'll get out my opinions on the Tate thing now. So, since he's...
I think, okay, I'll say this. Spoon would make a far better champion of, like, men's rights and, like, masculinity than this dickhead. Look at the fucking state of him.
I mean,
this man's a fashion victim.
Why are all these people gay? There's so many gays in tonight's stream. It's not just Slop,
Like,
it's
if you
gay
okay,
Slop.
I don't think that anyone should be taking life advice from someone who looks like a Vampire the Masquerade extra.
Oh, true. Okay, let's finish this.
Men or 18-year-old women, whatever the law is in America. 18?
It's 18 usually.
Hey,
How do you not know when you're a pimp and like, okay, again, by his own definition, a pimp, as I'll show here in a second. So he's a pimp, but you're having sex with so many women because you're so irresistible. You should probably know the national age of consent. What is it in America? Okay.
16.
All right, in Romania, 16.
It's there right now, folks.
So,
if you live in Florida...
all these 18-year-old women, blah, blah, blah.
And you have to imagine, from the second
here he's on the dick show.
you're 15, 16 in your hall, you have some of the most successful rich men.
Pause it a second.
Yeah.
Fuck me dead. Could you please not have a goddamn, like this, I realize your masturbatorium is built so your voice echoes when you come, but could you please not record there?
As I echo.
Like, also, what the fuck, is that a single MVC2 cabinet in the background?
It's just it is very weird. But I don't know if he's renting this is a rent-a-mansion or not, but there's that same couch.
No, that's,
see,
it's the same fucking speaker system too.
Yeah, so...
This is, like, put up some of the partitions like everyone else.
It's just very bizarrely...
Like, you do, you make pornography for a living. You don't have goddamn, like, sound dampening tech? You don't know what acoustics are?
I mean, it's just... he clearly films in here or something. I don't know. Anyway.
In the world, blowing up your...
He says 15, 16 is when you're hottest. That's when you can make your most money. 15, 16. You're running into very few countries now where the age of consent is 15. There are some...
No.
Okay,
we have said this before. We have said this before. He caters what he says to the podcast he's on, and this is Dick Masterson we're talking about.
That's true.
Is Tito just off screen?
Yes. Very big fan of the Cuties film. God, I don't...
Dick, just stop associating with nonsense and people will stop calling you on, just saying.
Yeah.
I'm throwing haymakers at everyone today, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Masterson, get your shit together. Stop being weird.
Man, I used to
Porn should not be a matter of free speech.
I used to kind of be friends with Dick, but that was years ago he said that shit, and I was like, no thanks. I'm out.
Instagram.
I was contacted by Andrew Tate when I was just 16.
This is the Romanian girl, yeah.
Made my Instagram account.
There are laws to prevent them from doing it. Yeah. That's how much, yeah.
And they still try.
Andrew Tate to face charges for trafficking minors, sexual intercourse with a minor. There is evidence Tate had sex with a 15-year-old girl while in Romania.
Here's the thing also, people seem to get the impression that, like, he was off the hook because he was back at, or because he was able to come to the United States in the first place. He wasn't. He's back in Romania, and he's got to face all these charges, and that does include, well, sex with an underage minor, which is rape. So...
this guy does fit the profile of the feds found a bunch of material on his hard drives, and then recruited him for this.
Yes.
Similar to Vorsh, I'm almost certain that Vorsh did that.
Oh yeah.
I have reason to believe that that's the story with Forsh, and there are plenty of others as well. I think there's way more of them, way more influencers for whom that literally happened than we realize.
Bill? Oh, I can't hear you again. Yeah, hang on. Hang on. Whatever's going on. Sorry, now because I was hearing Bill talk. Here's the legal stuff. The criminal case against the Tate brothers in Romania has not been dismissed and remains active. Travel restrictions were lifted on February 25, allowing them to leave Romania, but they must return for court appearances. There is an abundance of evidence to support the prosecution of the Tates. The case has been delayed only because of procedural irregularities, which must be remedied, and because Romanian authorities have continued to uncover new alleged criminality requiring further investigation. It's almost like this guy has said so much stupid shit that it's like, it's just mountains and mountains of stuff. Yeah. So here they are back in Romania, and of course there's, we're innocent, we didn't do nothing.
Where it is stated that we've done nothing wrong, and that we should have never
didn't do nothing. Yeah.
We should have never gone to jail. We should have never had our...
God, the physiognomy on both of them. Holy
They're the exact
shit.
same person with different haircuts. At least his brother kept his hair. Like, that must be a rough thing if his brother didn't get involved with this, if he was completely innocent and Tate was completely on the hook for this. I guarantee you, Tate would have pumped him full of, like, knockout drugs, shaved his head, and sent him to prison in his place.
Oh my god.
He just knew that's like, I've got to get in.
My brother Oscar. They said the Arrested Development plot.
Arrested Development
I'm
could be his
Oscar.com.
fucking... His biography could be Arrested Development, because he's the biggest case of it I've ever fucking seen in my life.
Perfect, yes. What was this one? Okay, yeah, that was just the back in Romania stuff. Immediately, it didn't do nothing. And now he's fucking suing everybody. Oh wait, the other thing I wanted to... Is this one more part where I actually wanted to get this, just this video, sorry, that was the point.
And I think I get this from my job. So when I'll say pimping because it was webcam, but it was essentially what it was. When I was pimping, you'd pick up a girl, but if you get a high value asset, like a girl, because that's what a beautiful woman is. A beautiful woman's a high value asset. It's like having a Ferrari. You walk down the street with a beautiful woman, it's like driving around Lambo. Everyone's staring at you. So if you pick up a high value asset, in the pimp game, you need to learn how to control her and retain her. You need to make her do as you say, and you have to keep her. And you have to keep her regardless, in spite of the fact that you cheat, you're busy, you take all her money, you make her do something she doesn't want to do, and she still has to stay with you.
Now, he's also explicitly stated, you can find other videos as well. This is just him explicitly stating he's a pimp, where he says explicitly that he takes all of the girls' money. And you have, now, yes, should women know better? Absolutely. Should adult women know better? Absolutely. Excuse me. Adult women should absolutely know better. I have more and more sympathy the younger, the younger they are, though, right? A 16-year-old getting moved to another country, he takes all your money, so you can't escape. What are you gonna do? I mean,
it's the exact same method that Dubai uses on its workers from India.
Yes.
They bring in a bunch of Jeets, they steal their passports, they take all their money, and they keep them as slave labor. That's half of Dubai was built with that exact methodology.
That's what he is alleged to have done. Yes.
His plan is two-pronged. Like he's all the men will be kept, like, no connections, no family, as much loose income as possible, all subscribe to his bullshit fucking newsletter or whatever the fucking gay horseshit he does. That also makes sure that if they have any kids, especially if the men will grow up fatherless and look to him as a father figure, and the girls will grow up fatherless and more likely to fall for his bullshit and get trafficked over to him. He's looking to build long-term customer and stock bases. He's trying to turn the West into his own personal fucking, like... He's trying to breed a new generation of his customers and whores.
Yes.
He's grooming... He's grooming on every fucking front you can groom.
So Crab Crawler, Nick Monroe, has put out a very long Substack that contains a bunch of leaks from his private Discord, sort of Discord type thing. And it's got just him, voice messages and him talking about all of this stuff with these people. And it is specifically, he lays out that what you're paying him for is you go find a woman. And, like, guys, you're going to see, this is very... Okay, I'm just going to show you how long this is. This, because it also deals with a lot of the individual members and, like, people that he trained to become pimps who then went and did their own pimping. Because, I mean, that's what the goal of this is. And by the way, it costs a lot of money. I think it's something like $8,000 to get in here. And of course, part of it is the pyramid scheme aspect, the multi-level marketing, where you're supposed to go get other people to join the, what is it? What does PhD stand for again? Pimpin' something or fuck something hose? I don't remember. God, what was it?
Let's not get lost in the minutiae here.
Yeah, okay. His pimpin' hose degree. There it is. Is that it? Pimpin' hose degree, PhD? Is to, yeah, make men into pimps. That's it. That's what he sells. It's a... And if you want to see him talking about it and how he goes out, you find a woman, you flirt with her, and then you basically get her to make porn for you on cam sites so that you can rake in passive income.
And all the girls he thinks are used up or he thinks isn't quite up to snuff, he'll ship down to someone lower on the totem pole than him,
right.
to one of his like people who work on the street. It's like a drug supplier.
Yes. I mean, you know, and one of the things he does in the chat too is he sends all these pictures of the girls and he shows, you know, him out with them and stuff to make the men that has paid for this see, look how you could be living your life like me. That's all he sells, right? Is women are all over me. They worship me so much I pimp them out. So look, I don't know if this is accurate about Vivian's age. I've never seen the 14 one, so I would cut that out entirely. But I also don't see any evidence that this is her when she was 15. But this is the video, and I just think it needs to be played. Sorry, go ahead, Uzalu.
It goes without saying that if that is her actual age, then this was not a consensual scene.
Yeah.
Because it can't be.
Right, it can't be. It can't be if she was 15. And I think it's why people... you know, if he's right and she was 15, according to himself, and nothing he did with her was consensual if she was 15. So
even if she was 14, we won't get the information out of her now because she is his main madam.
Yes.
She's now implicated in the crimes herself.
Yes,
she cannot...
she's the madam. Yes.
If she's got any sense, she'll mention it. But then it taints her word versus his, and it's all a bunch of bullshit.
And Lance, you know, you're right. It's hard for you to give a rat's ass when anything happens to women nowadays. That's why I think Tate's been so successful. It's one of the reasons. I agree.
Hoe fatigue.
Yeah, hoe fatigue is at maximum capacity. So I get it, but this shit, he's not only fake, but just
say it like you mean it.
Come on. I mean, again, they have both said that this was consensual, but if she was 15, it can't be. And either way, I don't think this is masculinity. But I'm not a man.
It's the most limp-wristed fucking belt work I've ever seen in my damn life.
I mean, to me, this kind of, that violence kind of stuff, I mean, that means you're losing your cool. I'm not saying there's never any reason to slap a woman, by the way. There certainly is. I have needed to be slapped.
Yeah, or you were literally hysterical and your ability to cognate was actually compromised. So it's like, shit.
And yes, Vivian has said this is their BDSM play. But Vivian is also his madam. She's a key integral part of his business.
Again, the issue here is that if she is 15...
The fact that it's on the bed, she's naked, and she's not under the covers.
She's not
implies
naked,
to me that
she does have clothing on.
It was intentional. Okay, well, maybe it's not much. The blurred cover there showed mostly skin color. So given those little indications, I would imagine it probably was a play. But if she's underage, then no, it wasn't. She couldn't consent to it. So if the age is accurate, lock him up.
Yeah, and even if this is his attempt at abuse, he's not very good at it.
Yeah,
for someone who's a kickboxing champion and should know how to pull his blows.
I have seen the uncensored video. So she's wearing, it is like lingerie she's wearing though, to be fair. So yeah, I mean, that does add to it potentially just being play, but it goes on and it's the same stuff. You know. So this, you know, this is a live show for people, right? So it's not like a private sex thing.
I just like to make it clear that what he's managed to do here, assume for us, take the age thing out of it, but what he's managed to do in convincing this girl to, you know, do all this stuff for him, this is not impressive masculinity. This is just pornography. This is just pornography.
Yes.
There's millions of women of all different races and whatever else who do pornography.
Yeah.
This is not that
I
impressive.
mean, literally, yeah. That's
He's not
yeah,
even
yeah,
very
you're
good
right.
at it.
Yeah.
No.
Like, this is like, even if, okay, let's assume all parties involved are consenting adults.
Sure.
I don't think anyone would willingly pay for something like this because it looks like it was bodged together in half an hour.
Mm.
That's what makes me think it was filmed as like an excuse. But like, it's just so everything he does is just so.
I mean,
cringy.
I mean, then it's just bad porn at best. Which is part of it is that he makes and sells pornography, which has had, and you know, look, if Andrew Tate didn't make pornography, it's not like porn would stop existing. But I mean, pornography is something that contributes to the mental health crisis that's affecting young men, and because it is extremely addicting, it is. And
As
again,
someone
it's
who
a
gave it up for
bizarre
Lent,
thing,
yeah,
bizarre thing to come
it
from a
is rough to give up.
conservative influencer, right? So he is suing fucking everyone.
Oh, I'm getting another little note through from someone.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not. Okay, hold that for a second.
A pimp is a human trafficker.
Now, okay, this video, it's just a succinct way to do it. The audio that's being played over this is from some seminar, I think, about like these methods. I don't ascribe to a lot of this. Like I said, I think a lot of this is sort of psychological feministy mumbo jumbo stuff, but you do see a pattern of behavior, and this is not an isolated thing to Tate, so it is at least a pattern of behavior to engage in this specific tactic, for pimps to engage in this specific tactic, which they're going to describe here. Just want to be clear that I think that the audio is from some sort of talk about potential abuses.
Okay, you look at it from my position, pimp game. Having sex with girls is all good, but how do you get them to do as you say, make you money, obey you, allow you
porn
to
is
cheat
just
on
a
them in front
symptom of the
their face and
disease.
still love you?
But it is
That's the game.
a bad one.
Pimps for themselves believe that they are managers of prostitutes.
The skill I'm going to teach you is exactly the same. I could easily translate mine to a street business, and you could easily street pimp with the things I'm going to teach you.
And I am sorry about the scary music too. I hate that shit. So just pretend there's no scary music to not make it so dramatic.
The PhD course.
It's not even scary. It's like PS2 menu music.
Degree that I'm.
There are multiple types of pimps out there, and those would be a Romeo pimp, also known as a finesse pimp or a lover boy.
I'm accused of using a method of human trafficking called the lover boy method.
Romeo pimps are pimps that use manipulation through flattery, through finesse.
Because that's what I did. That was my MO, was find girls, make them love me, and make them work for me. And that's how I got rich.
Job description
Through
manager
a lover
prostitutes, yeah.
boy method to exploit and manipulate their victims.
I had women who would work for me and make $100,000 a year and give it all to me.
They want to gain the trust and the love of their victim.
There's no such thing as having girls who work for you who you've not fucked. It's impossible. You have to fuck them and they have to love you. It's essential to the
That's
business.
so, dude. Like I can't stand this guy.
Okay.
I'm done with it.
It really
goes
does
on,
come
it goes
across
on.
like a closeted gay man trying
Yeah.
to explain why he does the things he does.
Yes, it does.
Like-
So yeah, he's suing everybody. Here's what he's doing now. Based free speech advocate Andrew Tate suing everybody for
God, we haven't even gotten onto
talking
the
shit.
client stuff yet.
I know. I'm gonna end on that. What? Because I've now been able to, because that's now like old news. So I'm just gonna go over. Oh, there's a new Hassan thing that's very funny. So yeah, if you call him a rapist, he's gonna sue you. Apparently. Oh, well, I already did. You're still a rapist, I think. Andrew Tate's suing people on X for saying they believe he committed rape. These are verified messages he sent to a victim. I will rape you for the rest of your life. I mean...
Now, on Xbox Live, that's one thing, but in polite society, that's frowned upon.
Yeah, right. In this context, it's a little different. So he is suing a bunch of people for $50,000, like nothing, which... What do you guys think that means? I think it means that this is just a little show of force.
I'm reminded of how Ubisoft handles their detractors these days.
Oh yeah, Ubisoft is gonna sue you for if you don't like their new game. So, but here's the defendants. You'll notice something. There's only 2 named people. I think
one person's called M&M Doe.
Right. Well, yeah, because it's because his name is Morel Manny or whatever, Miss Eminem, Eminem Doe, Crayon Murders. All these people, these are just Twitter names. You've got like
Avalon
a
doesn't
couple
even have an
names.
active at.
You've got a couple names: Matthew Jury, Eleanor Gayton, Lucy Brown, Zachary Bonfilio. So 4 people out of them are actually named. The rest are fucking Twitter profiles.
I hate to break this to people out there, but if a judge gets your case and he sees on the internet on it, he will throw it directly in the trash. And it doesn't matter where you are in the world, unless you get like a Silicon Valley judge who is in the pocket.
Yeah.
You're not going to get anywhere.
I mean, this is also going to go...
Even if it's egregious.
Look, here's the thing. You don't know where these people live. How are you filing this lawsuit? Because a lot of the states that they live in, if they live in the United States, this is a massive multi-international lawsuit. If they even live in the United States, is it a SLAPP or is it a state that has anti-SLAPP? So which makes it... States that have anti-SLAPP make it basically impossible to sue for defamation. It's also impossible to sue for defamation if you have no reputation to protect. And Andrew Tate has no reputation, has no positive reputation. His reputation is so... There have been multiple cases where...
Florida, which is his legal residence in the US, has anti-SLAPP. He is a paper tiger, even at the best. Even if he knew these people personally, he wouldn't
but
he'd have to...
But the thing is, I think... Now, I could be wrong. That's why I brought up Legal Bites' analysis.
That's what I'm saying.
Because she goes over it. I think that you have to sue the person in the court where the tort occurred, which would be in these people's individual countries or states. So
fucking
what
impossible.
a fucking I can't believe a lawyer. He must have just it's Andrew Tate, so he probably just yelled at the guy and said, "I don't care if it's retarded, write it up so I can show how I'm so strong and I'm not afraid." Dude, you don't look like Fadrick. He looks worse than Fadrick. This is so pathetic. So Legal Bites says, I draw some hate from passionate people. I understand. Many defenses to the suit, not to mention, immediately anti-SLAPP, available in the 15th Circuit.
Imagine making a career being Diet Diddy.
So he did file it in the 15th Circuit, which is, but still, I thought that they could request a change of venue. Every single, any of the defendants could request a change of venue to where the tort occurred. I don't know that for sure, though, but just as an example, but on top of that, the plaintiffs are public figures, so they need to prove actual malice, that the defendant knew what they were saying was false, or was it made with reckless about the falsity of the statement, reckless disregard for the truth, tall order given the criminal and civil investigations, litigation that seems to have preceded these statements. Tate is charged with sex trafficking, rape, and abuse of a child in Romania. So if you say any of that stuff, he's charged with all those things. And you know, there are people to this day walking around, going on Twitter, who believe and repeat that Kyle Rittenhouse killed 3 unarmed black men, in a psychotic rage, and they're not getting
Stop trying to make Kyle cool. He's incredibly lame, unfortunately.
He's just a normal enough kid.
He's a bit of a dork.
Yeah, but he didn't ask for what happened to him.
I don't get me wrong, 4 Doors for More Whores is a fantastic screen name, but he's also a bit of a dork. He does all look an unfortunate amount like Tim Waltz, which is...
he doesn't look like he could be his son.
I really do pity the poor child. He's getting into show, he's doing his thing, he's been banished to the CPAC, like mines, essentially.
Yeah.
Poor sod.
I know.
But he is a massive dog, as much as I like the kid.
I don't know. I actually haven't paid any attention to his lawsuits and if they've gone anywhere. I don't know if he ever got any money. Do you know, Uzalu, if he got any money out of any of those? I know he was suing.
I am actually not sure about that. No, he certainly should. I mean, the Covington kid did.
Yeah. Well, okay. So there's that case too. But even in those instances where you have defamation, where you could make a case for it, you're going to go after like huge sources, not randos on Twitter. Everyone is calling you a rapist because that's what one of the things you've been charged with in Romania. So this is absolutely pathetic. Whoops, I mean to do that. Assuming the Simel survives the motion to dismiss, then there's discovery. Tate does not want discovery. The defendant is entitled to all information that's reasonably likely to lead to admissible evidence. This means information that will lead to any and all evidence that is relevant to the claims. Given the falsity of statement is necessary element for the plaintiff to win, it means he has to prove the claims false or within, what a reasonable person, right, to a jury would find.
And a big letter that says, I will rape you for the rest of your life, probably pretty damning for his case.
I mean,
You know, even if we play devil's advocate here.
Oh, sure, maybe it was just a joke or whatever. I'm sure we've all said that once or
I've
twice.
said way worse than that.
I would suggest reading her entire. I'm sorry, I am blanking on Legal Bites' real name here for a second. Damn, it's right in my head. But
Nor
read her
should
whole
you
thread.
use it. They've got a screening for a reason.
No. She goes by her name. No. Not like I'm not trying to. Oh, fuck you. I do know her actual name, and I've forgotten it now. But if you want to read the full thing, check out her analysis on it. But that's the gist. Like, how finding the right venue. These people are either public figures and they're like absolute nobodies. You've been charged with these things. This is absolutely it's ridiculous. Oh, I'm sure Legal Mindset. I don't know if he's covered this. I've been watching his Johnny Somali stuff. He seems like he's been a bit wound up in that, so I may have missed his take on the Andrew Tate stuff, but I imagine it's similar. I
hope it's better than his take with his barber. Tell him to stop doing the Richard Spencer cut, my God.
Now, here's the thing, too. I like Andrew Wilson. We've had Andrew Wilson on the show. I disagree with him on his assessment of Tate, but all he really said is the parts that I guess, agree with. Told by former prostitutes turned Christian, you're doing it wrong. That is true. You know, okay, told by Andrew Tate, it's okay to be a man. For the love of me, I can't figure out why young men follow Tate. It's really baffling. I get it. I get why young men are looking for an Andrew Tate. I do, Andrew. 100%.
I don't think that Mr. Wilson here was endorsing. I think he's suggesting
that's why he's being... But the actual reason I want to bring this tweet up, is because I actually agree entirely with Michelle Katorin. Sorry, Michelle. I agree with this. Andrew Tate is a sex trafficking scum whose entire brand is based on exploiting young men and young women but it's really young men with promises of cheap hedonism. 2, we have completely failed young men in terms of positive masculine role models, allowing men like Tate to step in. I agree. That's I made a big long statement on it in Spoon's video if you want to read my extended, more autistic statement. But yeah, I agree. Sorry, go ahead.
Far be it from me to dictate your schedule, but I think we get the point with Andrew Tate. Yeah. I think it's a fairly simple case. I think that he's appealing to men with psychopathic tendencies, mostly non-white, mostly, as she says, cheap hedonism, and he's a pretty simple masculinity, confidence trickster, and pornographer. Now, if he's done anything horribly illegal, like apparently the courts in Romania are finding, best of luck to the courts. Let's hope justice proceed in a blind and truthful fashion.
Yeah. Yep.
Indeed.
So
now, speaking from one gay pseudo-masculinist to another,
gay, brown guy to another, it's Destiny Ethan Hassan. I want to talk about this fairly quickly or as quickly as I can.
Has he got Destiny's haircut now?
He's got like a half of that Zoomer broccoli fade.
He's got like the same haircut Destiny has.
I'm just going to talk shit about Hassan. So, and how this all started, like, because Hassan was already in the news before the more recent stuff blew up, and it was because he made a death threat to Rick Scott. I think we covered it, but here it is.
By Medicaid now, going to potentially lose Medicaid.
And just if for some reason you don't know who Hassan Piker is, he's Cenk Uygur's nephew.
You lucky sod.
I know he's an insufferable leftoid lunatic who's very, very popular and very angry that he has lost the top spot as #1 political streamer on Twitch to Asmongold, who is known for playing World of Warcraft. Hassan Piker, king of Twitch politics, has been dethroned by a man who lives in on a throne of filth where roaches literally crawl over him.
Well, yeah, that's why he's looking at Asmongold, and it's like, my God, my people's women, why are they crawling all over him and biting him at random intervals?
That's it. Yeah.
He's the Roach King. He knows that if Asmongold opened his 3 mouths and uttered forth the words of the Roach King, he would be bound to him.
Yes, Asmon is cool. That's it. Asmon's actually cool.
Asmongold has. Okay, everyone at home, go out and tweet about how Asmongold has Hassan's true name.
Yes, that's why. That's why he hates. That's it. It's because he's the Roach King. That's why. Oh my.
King, the Roach King, oh, the Roach King. We should get AI to make a little song.
Oh, I will afterwards. Okay.
Of this.
We're not going to touch Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid. What we are going to do is go into those programs and carve out.
Oh yeah, I forgot
he
he'd pull his teeth out on stream too.
A couple of examples. You know, there's about $50 billion
Playing a full Charlie
that are lost every year in Medicaid just in fraud alone.
That fraud is not coming from individuals, it's coming from providers. They're not tackling providers. They're not actually going after like false billing. They are trying to cut recipients. If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. The reason why I'm saying if you
No, by the way, I don't really think that's a death threat. I know people keep saying it is. I don't really.
Nor is it incorrect.
Right, but I mean, it's
Rick
just...
Scott does kind of have it coming.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit. But he's
responsible for the life.
He got banned for this, and it was surprising because Hassan never gets banned. He is, you know, America did 9/11, talking about how Dan Crenshaw, who I also hate, to be fair, should have been fucked in his eye hole by a brave Mujahideen freedom fighter. We'll go through him because I got a litany of
the one time he makes an actually somewhat correct take, admittedly in the dumbest way possible, he gets banned.
Well, what happened too is this was like, I think this was also about right after when this originally happened. It was like right around when the TwitchCon stuff came out. Oh, was it the Luigi case? No, it was that it was something involving Israel, because the Israel-Palestine stuff, because it was really heating up.
Oh, the
yes, it was
rating thing.
It was something about Israel-Palestine. Twitch, he said something fucked up, and people were calling for him to get banned, and he hadn't been. I mean, he just always says fucked up shit, and then they banned him for this.
Wasn't he involved in that, like, rating influences on like a scale of like Palestinian to like Israeli?
Yes, that was at TwitchCon last year. This was a more recent thing, and it seemed, now I don't remember, but it seemed at the time that Twitch wanted to give him a slap on the wrist so people can say, what, he was banned, but ban him for this comment about Rick Scott rather than about Israel-Palestine, because this one won't bother people. And I think that's probably what happened. Let's see if this article works. Okay.
I think it's debatable whether you could argue that's incitement to violence. I've made a point before that if black pillars are either cowards or they would be out there murdering politicians. That's not an advocacy. It's just a necessary aspect of their beliefs. What he said is not too different from that, and I will defend that it. I think you could definitely argue it's not a death threat. I think I would definitely be careful to clarify, like immediately. Yeah. Like I'm not saying do that. I'm just saying that's implied, logically speaking, by your beliefs. So him getting banned and then unbanned, it does seem inconsistent. It does seem like a token thing. Maybe you're right that they were just trying to provide. Yes, we did ban him.
Look, yeah, we banned him
without leaving out that it was only for a day. They basically gave him a day off.
He still mauled over it too.
So
like, which is here.
They
He's
should
still
have done
complaining.
either. Like, they should have done one or the other.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine that he complained because he tasted blood in the water when they unbanned him.
Probably. Oh, sorry. Let me cover the super chats from the Tate section, which went on for too long. It did. Real quick, so we get that out of the way. Lance for 5 says, a friendly blackpilling moment on females. Incarcerated individuals reproduce at a higher rate than the general populace. I know. Look, there's all kinds of things to be mad at women about. And Al Malone for 10 says, so the only way to get a girlfriend nowadays is to either pretend to be an effeminate male or role play as the Prophet Muhammad getting his second wife. Yeah, I know. I see. Look, I do. I really feel for young men, because holy shit, what a dumpster fire to grow up in.
Yeah. Still, despite the fact that it is much harder than it's been in the past, don't be completely doom-a-pilled on that one. There are still good women out there. You're going to have to fight harder for them, but giving up on the fight is just surrender.
Yes.
What are you? What, like, again, as I've been saying a lot recently, decide what kind of man you are.
Yeah. Frog Jupiter for 2 says, breaking new, Harry Sisson is 11-timing hetero male. Yeah, he is 11-timing hetero male. I don't believe it. He's gay. Scurvy Rum for 2 says, Spoo-Woon is missing a great conversation. Well, I mean, yeah, I know you didn't want to talk about the Tate stuff, so I thought, we do now. So here's what Hassan said about the Rick Scott thing. I'm sorry, I'll choose my words carefully next time. I'll say, if Mike Johnson cares about Medicare fraud, he'll call for max punishment for current Florida GOP Rick Scott, who has done the most Medicare fraud in U.S. history. Okay, and then he got off for it. But he was still like
That,
seething about it. Look,
that
Tim
wording-
loves Red Scott. You're complaining, yeah.
That
Sorry.
wording would have helped. Like, you don't need to do much with
Yeah,
what he said.
this is fine.
For it to be
Yeah, acceptable. This is
But
acceptable.
I mean, it's a lot less bombastic. I can see as a creator myself wanting to say something that's punchy.
Yeah.
But there are some limits where you got to be really careful about that.
Yeah, and it's definitely not a threat.
I don't think it was meant that way.
It's not a threat,
I
but
don't
what
think it was meant that
and so I don't think it's a free speech issue. However, as the left loved telling people until Elon Musk bought Twitter, your freedom of speech is not freedom of reach, and all of these places, Twitch, in fact, very notoriously has one of the strictest policies on everything regarding community moderation, so that they've let Hassan get away with it at all, for so long. That's why, and the CEO has said that Hassan is his favorite streamer and how much he loves Hassan, and they called him and wished him a bunch of people at Twitch called him and wished him a happy birthday. It's grotesque. So
he's gay.
Meanwhile, and this did get reversed, but at the same time that Hassan Piker gets banned for a day for saying that about, if you cared, you'd go kill Rick Scott. Ethan Klein got banned for 30 days from Twitch for releasing his content nuke covering the many hypocrisies and controversies of Hassan Piker. Now, if you don't know about any of these slop people, Ethan Klein is a Jewish guy who had lived in Israel. His wife is Israeli. He's like he had a bread tube. He used to be a comedian. That's how he started out a comedian on YouTube. I really liked his videos. I thought they were very funny back in the day, 12 years ago. But I did think they were very funny. He ended up making a big podcast and becoming very far left around when Trump got elected. And he started a podcast with this Hassan Piker guy. According to Ethan, he had no idea how radical Hassan was, but I don't really believe that. And now they hate each other largely over the Israel-Palestine thing, and have been trying to destroy each other for months and months and months. Things have taken insane turns though recently. So yeah, he made a video about Hassan Piker and streamed it to his Twitch, and Twitch banned him for 30 days for playing it on a loop. Now they reversed this, by the way, because obviously it's fucking ridiculous. But because they said he was reusing content, that he was, not, even though it was just the same. First of all, he's not playing the same 5 minutes. It's a 2-hour-long video, or nearly 3 hours, I think. So yeah, it's just playing on repeat from his Twitch channel, and they banned him for spam. Twitch is so cooked. But here's where it got fucked up beyond the point where I felt like it needed to be. I needed to say something about it. Although, look, a million people have, so you don't really need to hear from me. But this is, I don't care. To quote the great late Norm Macdonald, I believe everyone involved in the story should die. I don't care about any of these people besides varying levels of contempt, I'll be honest. I do think Ethan Klein can be funny, and I have nothing but sympathy for him in this instance. I can't hear you, Bill. Oh, okay, sorry. I thought Bill was talking to me, but I think he was talking to somebody else. Okay. So yeah, I have nothing but contempt. But what for Hassan, I have nothing but contempt. But for Ethan, I genuinely feel horrible for him here. Multiple people, most likely, called Child Protective Services on Ethan Klein, who showed up at his house and did an investigation under the claims that his children were being mistreated. Ethan Klein is a millionaire in a big mansion in LA. He has a nanny. He has maids. And the main claim is that his children were crawling around in dirt and eating feces. Okay? That's what the lefties have been spreading about Ethan Klein to get him back for the content nuke. So he makes a video about Hassan Piker, just showing the things Hassan has done. And in response, they call CPS on him. And I really, there are very few things that I despise more than abuse of Child Protective Services. CPS is a fucked up agency in that there are a lot of people who work there who are bad people, who get into a position like that because they are Machiavellians or have fucked up shit in their head where they like being able to control other people, just like people who become police officers. It's obviously not all cops and it's not all CPS workers, but whenever you have a position of power like that, there's potential for people who want to get into it for abuse. CPS is also massively underfunded, which makes that worse. It means it's harder for them to get rid of people who are a problem, but government funding won't necessarily make that better either. But when you call CPS on someone, it is, in my opinion, and this is up for debate, I think it is worse. Okay. It is as bad as swatting. I'll put it that way. It is as bad as swatting. Because what is the point of swatting? Ideally, if you are calling a SWAT team on somebody's house and getting them to show up by saying, "Oh, they've got a gun and they're about to shoot everyone in the home," what's the point? Why do people do that? It's to get the person killed, right? That's the end goal. That's the goal of swatting, is to get the person killed. The goal of filing a false CPS report, which is illegal in the state of California where this occurred. It is illegal criminally to file a false report. The point of that is so swatting is to take your life. Calling CPS, making false CPS reports is to ruin your life. Because a lot of times what they will do is, in the absence of evidence, CPS will just roll up, take the kids for their safety immediately. And it can take months to get them back. It's actually lucky that, I'm guessing because he lives in a giant mansion, that CPS didn't just take the kids that day, because it happens. CPS is incredibly easy to abuse, and it's trying to hit people where it hurts the absolute most, taking away their children. Now, of course, the insane Reddit lefties who did this, or who have been taking credit for it, it's called the snark subreddits. They seem to have no problem with it because these people are fucking evil. They're absolutely fucking evil. Oh, this was out of order, but this is just, Hassan Piker was gloating about Sneeko getting unbanned or never being able to be unbanned from Twitch, which he probably shouldn't be. And he's gloating because he knows he can never get banned. And it seems like he's got so much pull at Twitch, he can decide probably who gets banned and unbanned. I wouldn't be surprised. See the higher-ups in the staff call him, wish him happy birthday. They've avoided banning him for all this time. Yeah, I think he gets a say on whether or not Sneeko gets to come back on Twitch. Maybe not so much anymore. Yeah, just seems like he's kind of bragging about his fans there. Yeah. Let's see. I think that's bragging about power. I just have a little bit of best of Hassan Piker for us, shall we? Just a little recap.
Let me also say this. I didn't use the best choice of words.
This is him specifically
fair
talking.
Is fair.
Wait, is this just this part? Oh, did I not have the best of Hassan Piker thing? Maybe I don't have that. Oh, I may clip the wrong thing. But here was his response to
Arden.
Was this the Rick Scott
Sorry
stuff?
about that.
Yeah. Oh, wait. This is the mega thread. Yes. Okay, that's him. Okay, yeah. No, this is the right thread. I was right.
I think eating that ban is
This
valid.
is the ban stuff, though.
Would it have happened under normal circumstances? Do people say a bunch of infinitely more unhinged things on a regular basis in terms of entire populations being desecrated, destroyed, neo-Nazi sentiment, things of that nature? Absolutely.
God.
They do that
Just
all the time.
What a fucking baby.
Come on.
What a fuck you can say that stuff on Twitch where it looks like you might have some ability to determine who gets banned.
Motherfucker, if you could say that on Twitch, I would be there right now saying exactly that.
I know.
You can't. No, it's not even I should have used in a Minecraft defense. I didn't. It's very obvious. It's very, very obvious what I was saying, which was not to do a call for action to assassinate a sitting U.S. senator.
Okay, whatever. But,
He's a governor,
here's some,
isn't
back when I first collabed with them and people were trying to brigade against them. But yeah,
Sisson uses his buddies to charge of service, send messages to haters.
This is the coolest way to deal with losers who are like, Hassan is a bad person, fuck you.
Y'all really did a podcast. I used to like y'all. Y'all did a podcast with Hassan. Yeah. I always forget that he's really popular, so he has a lot of haters too.
Yeah, whoever said that died slow. But man,
it's just I don't even know. Some of these things in this yeet are kind of weak sauce. I thought that this had some of the fucked up shit. Maybe this thread doesn't. So right wingers, whatever. This isn't as much of a fucking own I thought I went through this thread. okay, guys, this part has been in my docket for like 4 weeks, and I've now forgotten what's in it because I just haven't gotten around to it. So whatever it was, it's not relevant anymore, and I can't remember, and whatever. Oh yeah, this is him. This is more recent. So he met up with AOC and Bernie Sanders because he really has to prove, I think, that he's still relevant. You know, please keep acting like, as I said, he's been replaced by Asmongold.
They're trying to push Bernie real hard for the next batch, but apparently, your girl Kamala's still front running for the primaries.
Right. I mean, I can't believe there's still the AOC is still relevant. I thought they would start to retire her too. We were going to see some of that, by the way, like Harry Sisson getting retired. His name was too associated with Kamala Harris. Let's be honest. His whole brand was, yay, Joe Biden, I love Joe Biden, you know, oh, and Kamala's slay queen. I'm totally not gay. That was his whole shtick, right?
It's almost like having chronically shit ideas is not great for your fucking...
The Democrat Party's model is propaganda.
Yeah.
So they don't even need to promote a candidate within like the party with the delegates and superdelegates and whatever. They don't even need to do that for them to win. The entire premise of being a Democrat is you believe the media. So it's not even the filter of the general population who believe the media to an extent. And who are vulnerable to the media and the propaganda to an extent. Yeah. It is specifically the people in society that are the most vulnerable to it. So the media, in that case, do pretty much completely dictate who the candidate is.
Yes.
And it's going to be whoever the establishment wants at the time. Yeah. And for some fucking reason, that's still Kamala.
I guess so. I don't get it. I mean, but here he is. But however, things didn't go great for Hassan in this instance.
Let the haters know, baby. Everybody always like Hassan is a Slop tuber. What has he done? I don't understand. And then I'm out here interviewing.
You put on other people's videos, leave the room to get chicken nuggets, and come back and go, whoa, that's crazy. And then sit there and shove food into your face, and then hang out with Houthi pirates and shit.
Sanders and AOC at the same time at a rally that I was invited to. You know what I mean? It's like, what has he done? I will not be looking into what he has done. I'm just asking that question rhetorically with the hopes that none of my stupid audience members will ever go over there and Google what Hassan has done.
Holy shit.
What is he fucking, is he ever raised money or anything?
Yeah, Hassan, you know, that's why you are losing these connections, by the way. Because if you Google what has Hassan Piker done, it's a litany of shit.
Like, what has he ever done? Has he ever, like, interviewed people? All he does is drama, dude.
I don't think you want people to look that up, not because of your drama affiliation, but because
he asked if he's ever raised money, but I don't think he ever has.
For himself, yes. I think he has been involved in charities. Pretty much every YouTuber, like the Twitch streamer, the really big ones, they get involved in some charity event so they can say they've done charity. I've done charity stuff. My Eliza Blue video, speaking of a drama video where I talked about Eliza Blue, I donated all of the super chats that came in during the premiere. I donated to a sexual trafficking. I mean, which is just the premiere, not for the whole video. But I donated all that to whatever. So I donated to charity before I started doing YouTube. It's not. I don't think it's very special or a bragging point at all. Anyway, so this is the funny part where here he is. Here he is. Oh my God! Just look at this setting. They're in front of an empty auditorium, with outdoor one like
they wanted to hold this interview in the place where they'd all be the most comfortable.
Folding chairs.
The most familiar place for them all.
Here it is.
So conflate criticism of Israel as anti-Semitism,
right?
And we have to be very aware of that too.
We have very limited time, and you guys.
You got to ask her one question.
You got no time.
I'm going.
Okay.
All
right.
So you got to ask.
Just a minute or two.
All right, perfect. One question I actually wanted to ask.
So she didn't even stay. She just like immediately leaves.
But unfortunately, they literally are going up right now. So, it was short. Hopefully,
no, I've not seen the whole thing, but it must have been like 10 minutes or something from the sounds of it. I mean, he asked AOC one question, and then she had to leave. So it looks like he got Bernie to stick around for a little bit longer. But look at how dejected he is. Hassan thought he was people. Bro. Yeah, and he's proud. He's saying, look at what Hassan Piker's done. I interviewed Bernie Sanders at AOC
These
for
days.
5
Bernie's
minutes.
out here. Oh goodness, I thought they'd brought in the exterminators already. There's roaches everywhere.
I have a little bit, or Bernie has a little bit more time. I'll be able to conduct a longer interview
Yeah, I'm
with
sure.
both AOC and Bernie.
I'm sure you will.
But
My God,
having said that,
he's so dejected.
that's what I think we need to do like a podcast almost.
Yeah, you're
you
gonna
know?
do a podcast now. Wow, that interview went so great. You're gonna get them on for a podcast?
Purposely dodge? No, bro. They're talking. They're literally about to. We're gonna film them in a second. They're about to go on stage, like.
I guess
their
it
schedule
is an
was
event. Yeah.
airtight. Like Bernie flew in.
Meaning that they knew they were gonna. Oh my God, that actually makes it so much worse. They knew they were gonna be able to talk to you for 5 minutes. Had you bring out all of your fucking like, they had to set up this little recordings area, even if it is just chairs behind a venue. They were gonna have to set up their cameras and shit and their lighting to get 5 minutes, and then they had a hard cutoff so they can be and then do it live, because obviously this is streamed, and then just be like, oh, we really gotta go. Sorry, bye bye. Convenient. Dude, he got trolled. Holy shit. Holy fuck.
There's any number of things that that could have led to that. I wonder if it was just unlucky. But Hassan surely isn't doing himself any favors in like avoiding the impression that you have of him here. That he's like, oh, I wanted to talk to them.
Which is how it's
like
I don't know how else to interpret his.
If he's not getting a chance to talk to them, he's got to figure like, okay, maybe I was mistaken in that being the world's biggest Twitch streamer for politics,
well, he's not,
and generally everything else he is just not the correct strategy for talking to them, and then focus on what he can achieve.
Yeah, but I think.
Okay, I'll say this. Talking to you, there is a slight possibility that they did say yes, thinking, oh, well, I've got like quarter an hour, 20 minutes, that should be fine. And he spends like 10, 15 minutes setting up autistically.
Or maybe that's
like, oh God, and it's like watching a little kid set up his Duplo box to show off to you. It's like,
I wouldn't doubt that. Maybe that was it. Maybe they did give him like 30 minutes or something, or something a little bit more reasonable.
Away.
And he was like, oh yeah, I gotta set up my gear and just spent the rest of the time setting it up. I wouldn't be.
And they're just both sat there awkwardly.
But the media, of course, has done a lot of glazing for him. These ones are recent. So the battle for the bros. Young men have gone MAGA. Can the left win them back? No. This is about the Luigi stuff. Oh my God, look at this picture. Look at this GIF. Oh, wowie, lovely.
Also, I like how the left is still drinking soy milk and eating Zins.
The day after Mangiano's tweet, Piker had back-to-back interviews. It's like cut out some of it with Lena Khan. So look, I don't know why this is cut this out. I guess it's because it's a New Yorker article and they want me to pay for it, and I'm not. But the whole thing is that this was a puff piece. That's all that matters. Is that young men should look up to Hassan Piker, not Andrew Tate. I think this was before the Harry Sisson thing came out, so I'm shocked they didn't include someone like Harry Sisson, only because he hasn't had any major relevance.
Oh God, that gun to your head. Who's worse?
Hassan Piker, by far. I can't stand him. I just think Harry Sisson is just annoying. He's just a little twerp.
No, between Tate and...
Oh, Tate. Who causes more harm?
I think...
As a men's rights advocate, I think that... I'm saying that from that position, I think Tate causes more broader harm to a population that already doesn't have a lot of help. You know what I mean?
I mean, your options are between them becoming communists, or really bad communists, or really, really shit conservatives.
Yeah.
Not even that, just charlatans.
Yeah.
So,
sorry, Tate or who?
Tate or Hassan Piker.
Yeah.
Oh.
Which would you? Which is worse, or which is better? Which gun to your head? One of them gets control of all men.
They have a similar shtick for like the masculinity thing, though Tate goes further with it, but Tate isn't a socialist. Yeah. So you've got to stack up. Okay, is it better to have a sort of a non-deranged concept of gender, or is it better to have a non-deranged concept of politics?
Either or.
Good question.
Either way, if you're 15 years old and a woman, you're in trouble.
No.
If you watch both of them,
yeah.
Right. If you watch both of them, please don't take the worst aspects of both. Please don't become a socialist, ultra fake masculinist.
well, no, because Hassan has some of the fake masculine shit too. He pretends to be very.
And both
masculine
accused of
strong.
diddling minors.
It's no, I don't. I've never heard that about Hassan. Actually, that's one area where I've never even heard that rumor.
I have heard things on the grapevine of Hassan and underage prostitutes. They may know each other for a while.
I remember this now. Yes, something about how he said he went to some country. Yeah, but there's no evidence for that. My only point was with this other article is that it's multiple articles doing this little bit of glazing of, the real, we need to, young men are listening to Andrew Tate. We got to go get him to listen to Hassan Piker. Like, you're all scum. And Hassan is back in the news now, which is why I figured it's a good time to bring it back up for playing Assassin's Creed Shadows and getting paid to play it. So
you fucking have to be.
Yeah, I'm playing as Creed Shadows. Pre-order now with this link. How much did they pay you to
Hang on,
shill?
go back a second.
Hashtag ad.
Oh look, hashtag ad. He actually fucking declared it. That's more than some fuckwits on the right have managed to do. How are people out there worse than Hassan Piker?
I know.
The man looks like he eats paint chips for a living.
I probably does. He at least is good at the grift, so he knows to include hashtag ads. So he doesn't get canceled for that too. But
this fucking
what are you doing with my bicycle?
Oh my god. So in collaboration, he also, around the same time, he drops his new merch line. I assume this is affiliated with Assassin's Creed because he's got like a ninja outfit on. But oh my god. By the way, guys, Hassan is very, very upset at people for making fun of his new merch. I've seen clips of him on Twitter today, but he is molding about this. So certainly, do not go and tell Hassan how hilarious his merch line is. Here we've got some, sane.
Why is he wearing a fucking suit jacket and pajama trousers?
It's a PJ
it's like a way too big coat.
A really cringy political shirt.
So because he also does have a really small head, so it really makes him look like a child wearing his dad's coat. Actually, it's his mom's.
He looks like a stereotypical goon.
Yeah, and he's got.
Who would you trust as the Knight's guardsman for your woman?
Left with the Megadeth shirt, obviously.
He's got better taste in music. I gotta be careful though. Megadeth is, as we all know, the cure for lesbianism.
When you were partying,
lesbians listen to Megadeth, they become straight.
This one on the left, surely that's not real, right? It wasn't released.
No, that's the original one. It is real. That is real.
With the text?
That's
from the same guy who had the sword?
This is what started the meme,
yes. That's the original one.
The OG. Where you were partying, I studied
the fit
dialectical
is actually slightly better on the left.
Yeah, it's still, it's actually more well fitted to him than Hassan's.
I do like the shirt. Is that a Shadowrun shirt?
No,
like a Shadowrun polo?
It says
looks like
something overcomes truth and it's smashing a computer, looks like.
No, on the left, on the second one.
Oh, I don't know. I think it's just
like a
generic.
Shirt.
I think it's just a generic, tribal sort of looking design button up, or not button up polo.
I clearly don't understand fashion. I don't.
No, don't worry. He doesn't either.
Pajama trousers. Why not just plain black?
This looks like the last thing that Boogie 2988 will ever see.
Hassan's thing is, how would you describe this? It's like this socialism chic. So the whole thing is that you look like you're homeless, but you paid huge amounts of money for it. You that's what you want. You want to spend top dollar to look homeless. That's how you support socialism.
That is so socialist, yeah.
Doc Martens too.
all the aesthetic of poorness, but none of the material.
Right.
True poverty.
Oh my god. It's just.
And the fact he's using this. Okay, we need to talk about the sword because do we have an image with the pommel? Because the handle looks like dog shit.
Oh, I don't think. Wait, does he have it of the katana?
It's got a way.
Go back to the previous one.
Okay,
there you go.
It appears to just be a square. And it's using it's got two fullers, which is normally only found on much later swords, but it's like an actual I think it's an actual long sword. Yeah. This is actually my area of expertise because it's some more ninja crap.
One on the left. The next picture was that not the katana?
Yeah, but
this one looks like
no, it's not. It's the same long sword.
Oh, no, it's not.
Oh.
Yeah, no, that is. You're right. I thought it was.
I think it's one from
I guess it's just the angle.
I think he's going for a Witcher style one because that's the same kind of double fullered that blade type that you see in like the bad
This
Witcher
sword's
series.
for monsters. Swings it at a CEO.
So,
If I'm all for killing seagulls with silver long swords.
there you go.
I said CEO, not a seagull.
Oh, I thought it was a seagull. You broke up slightly on my end.
I was trying to look for something,
Fuck
so I like
seagull.
my brain dipped out. For a second.
I would like to see. I would like to see a fight between this guy and Steven Seagal, where it's just
Oh,
a matter
yeah.
of who can pay the other one more to take a bigger fall.
Okay, here's the question: does Steven Seagal get his like
He will,
wheelie chair?
Steven Seagal will work for food. If you feed him, he'll.
So
show
will
up.
Hassan.
That's true.
Just
That's true.
throw a box of chicken nuggets between
Do you
them.
want him to starve? Do you want him to starve?
Okay, here's the thing. Create a clash 3. I'm writing this for you. Hassan in one corner, Steven Seagal in like an office chair in the other, and you throw a 50-piece McNugget meal in the middle of them, and you can just watch Steven Seagal flash step across the gap and fucking dissolve Hassan down to his base elements.
Nothing personnel, kid.
The only other
Watch
thing
him get emulsified.
that would be so fucking funny. The only other thing I had to say about the Destiny Ethan Hassan stuff is the CPS call was really fucked up, and it looks like this stupid dumb bitch Denims has helped spread propaganda about it. Not only that, like, I mean, she just said, I'll just cover what she said. She said really dumb shit that, like, the Ethan Klein's kid, they were worried had a parasite that is commonly got, people get it from coming into contact with animal waste, right? But it's not the only way. You can get this parasite from swimming in freshwater lakes. It is very uncommon in the West. It's mostly in third world countries, and that's how they all determined, because he said they were worried that his young son had this parasite, that therefore, and they took him into a doctor. He didn't have the parasite, but their dog had it, so they just were worried and took him in. That is why they called, and why it was like promoted by these streamers. Or at least they didn't say anything against it. There's like, well, I can't stop you if you call CPS if you're worried about those kids, because they got a new dog and the dog did have this parasite. But, and obviously toddlers put things in their mouths, but rather than thinking of the logical reason why a toddler might end up with a parasite that a dog had, even in a really clean house, being because toddlers put their mouths on everything, it's no, Ethan Klein is feeding his children shit. That was a claim made by Denims, and which she was repeating from another loser called Bad Empanada. She's, I think, freaking out. Her only thing is, look, okay, if you don't know who Denims is, I'll show you why she's popular. It's, well, as popular as she is, which is still pretty low rung. This is why. She just kind of wears low-cut tops and says stupid shit. She is sincerely one of the dumbest people I've ever come across. I'm using her as an example in my new video of how dumb people can be, because she reads a fucking article about this, about like the first age of memory a child can have, because she made an argument that it was, who cares if they called Child Protective Services? Kids won't remember it anyway. And she just made that claim that children don't have memories younger than 6, which is curious because Ethan's oldest, is 5. So perfectly, just only 6. 6 is when it starts. Reads a Wikipedia article.
Oh my god, it's just like Pearl Davis.
I know. Reads a Wikipedia article where it says the mean age of first memory is 3.5, and then looks at the screen and goes, yeah, so they don't have memories. And like, just, she read it aloud and then just went, yeah, so I was right. I mean, okay. So she's involved in this too, and I hate all of these people. Everyone involved in this story should die.
Yes. I am more than happy to address her ideas, such as they are.
Yes,
However,
she's got
I would
2
like to
of them.
start by saying that my usually underused but occasionally useful senses for lineage are activated. I'm sensing with my physiognomy skill
She's
a
Lebanese.
certain amount of
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Lebanese.
Is that all she is, or is there a hint of something more?
Well, she was on the Arab supremacy panel at Twitch, so I think she's Lebanese. I don't know anything else.
Yeah, she is. I can guarantee that right now for free.
But what were you alluding to?
She looks a little bit Jewish.
Oh no!
No, that's Lebanon.
No,
Lebanon's just like that.
She hates the Jews. She's on Hassan Piker's side. She hates she's.
Look, her top lip is not
hold on
right.
a second. She leftist? Oh, never mind then. She must hate the Jews.
Yeah, of course. Yes. Yeah, she can't. That
Yeah.
she's involved. In it.
I
She
can
hates
tell
the
you
guy.
she's Lebanese for free.
Okay.
My God. I guess I need to add the lesbianese
Well, they're-
aesthetic to my physiognomy check skill.
Well,
No,
it
yeah,
can
it's-
happen.
nothing ever gets past me.
similar genetic sort of profiles
I've
there
seen
in
it
that
works.
part of the world. Yeah.
But they don't have the bow lip.
So, because of the whole Assassin's Creed tie-in, let's talk about Assassin's Creed Shadows. So, leaked email came out from Ubisoft that they put diversity in everything that they do. Here, this involves 1, a guarantee working environment where everyone feels respected and safe. 2, put diversity and inclusion at the heart of everything we do. 3, refocus and strengthen our HR function. And 4, make the managers of the group accountable and empower them. So this is Ubisoft's stated goal. And specifically, the audit and survey show that those of you who are a part of minority groups are disproportionately affected by issues of respect and safety. The percentage of women who reported experiencing, witnessing, or hearing discrimination, harassment, or inappropriate behavior was 30% higher than men on average. Oh, wow. Women complaining? No. For non-binary employees, it was approximately 43%. Mentally ill people being mentally ill? No way! A group united by the same sense.
How did that happen?
How did that happen? Oh no! A group united by the same sense of belonging and where every difference is welcome and celebrated is a much stronger group. This has always been my conviction, and I am determined that we will become exemplary on the subject.
Your conviction.
Every difference.
Mm.
Every difference, he says.
Mm.
That's interesting. Every single one?
I guess so.
Is there no room for quality control in your personnel, sir?
As long as it's different, it's good. Different equals... I mean, that's diversity, right?
I
Different
know,
equals good?
Folks, I don't think that's his or her only conviction somehow.
No.
I think there's a few others that prevent him going near schools.
Probably. So there's been problems since the beginning with this. We're not going anywhere near a lot of this shit, but we can skim through this just for examples. Regarding the historical accuracy of Assassin's Creed Shadows, which is, of course, a video game being made by a major developer, and it is released, and a lot of people were upset about it. If you don't know, it's because they are you can play as 2 characters. One of them is a Japanese ninja woman, and one of them is a black samurai. And Assassin's Creed as a series has always been based on, broadly speaking, historical settings and events and people. It has historical figures in it. Now, it's a fantasy setting where this is all occurring by people accessing genetic memories through a machine in the future. So, sci-fi shit. But one of the reasons I've played plenty of Assassin's Creed games. One of the things that's fun about them is it's fun to play an open world game in a historical setting. But also, I think, one of the things that the Assassin's Creed games have been good at is, and that they've at least prided themselves on, is trying to be accurate to the setting that they're representing. They've always claimed to, except with this game. And at first they did, but then at first they claimed they were being very historical and very accurate about the culture that every nerd is obsessed with, and therefore will be able to fact check you on it. What a bad one to pick,
I love how you say that as if you're not the worst example.
I know. No one could think that.
She knows because she is.
That's on there. But, yeah, well, the thing is, too,
Look, Aiden, speaking gibberish at me isn't going to save you.
I know.
I want to make the joke. I want
that's
to
a quote from Die. Do you remember that?
I so want to make the quote from Johnny Somali, but I can't because we'll get demonetized if not banned.
Oh, what did
they
he
speak
say?
in such and such language.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well,
Oh, it's so fucking
yeah,
funny.
I can't say...
I hate him so much.
He said a
funny.
word, yeah. I think you could probably say it. You could probably say it, Bill.
I'll use the term "took" as in
Yeah.
the type of parley. They write in Took language.
Yeah, the Tukes, from Hobbiton, right?
Fool or Took, etc.
So these are all emails that are from historians where they are discussing the historical reality of this. And that's, again, when Ubisoft announced this, they were like, it was a real guy in Japan. He was a black samurai, and he was awesome, and you get to play as him, a historical figure. That's how they sold it. Because usually, in Assassin's Creed games, you don't play as a historical figure. You play as a fictional one.
Yeah.
Normally,
usually
right?
associate with some kind of actual group.
I haven't played some of the spin-off games, but...
The later the game, the worse it tends to get. I mean, about Black Flag was great.
Yeah.
Rogue was okay. Everything after that is pure slop. and especially everything after Origins, also known as the one where if you type the word "we" into the Ubisoft forums, you get insta-banned.
Ubisoft forums, reason we. Just because someone might have typed "we" was Kangs. But here's the thing: there is one source that this guy even existed. It's from Jesuits, and Portuguese Jesuits.
As always, the problem is the fucking Jesuits.
You not start with your anti-Jesuit shit.
Well, maybe if they stop being the root of all evil, maybe I'll stop talking shit.
I'm not actually aggressive. I was just channeling that thing from Airplane. Don't start with the red zone.
I learned everything I need to know about Jesuits from an authority on the matter called Church of Gale.
What? I actually don't know what this is.
How are you not familiar? Aiden, how the hell have you not heard of Church of Gale?
I don't know how it sounds like something I should know. I mean, it really does, but I don't.
If you start down that rabbit hole, it will be at least the rest of the day for you.
I'm not doing it.
I cannot believe you're not aware of Church of Gale.
I'm also not aware of it.
Okay, well now I know what
I feel like I should be.
That does not make sense. How the hell have neither of you heard of Church of Gale? It's a legendary ancient internet shitpost that's still going.
What?
I'm looking it up in Google Images and it's very cursed looking.
Oh God, no, I've not heard of this, but I will be sure to waste time looking into it. The point about this,
it's.
Go ahead. No, sorry.
It'd be a stream for another day.
Look, okay, so they've all. I've not heard of this. I'm not fucking with you. I have no idea what it is, and then you've made it sound very complicated. So.
Press 1 if you've heard of Church of Gale.
Oh, church! I thought you said gay op. I kept, and I was like, gay op. What the fuck, Gale? Yes,
no, I heard Church of Gale. I have no idea what that is.
The woman who wants to fuck Brent Spiner, or thinks she's married to him, and moved her house to be closer to him, and she's in Trekkies. Yes.
Oh, that bitch!
Yes, I'm well aware.
Oh,
of
hang
Gale.
on, never mind.
Sorry,
I have heard of her.
Sorry, yes, we're all unfortunately very well aware of Gale. Oh my God. Okay, I don't know why I think look. There's too much. We're digging through so much trash that my brain heard the word gay op. God damn.
Okay, I didn't know who you meant until you mentioned the Brett Steiner fucking thing.
Is there an issue with my mic? It's the second time someone's misheard me in this stream.
I don't know. I don't know.
Chat, is my mic okay? It should sound pretty crisp.
It does.
90% of the time it's completely clear, but every now and then we'll catch like the word just the wrong way. Maybe it's our headsets because we're both using. I'm not sure about.
Okay,
I have noticed one or two minor cuts in your audio during this. Not many, but it might be your connection.
It seems
very
the
bad luck.
Stabled out. Knock on wood as I'm knocking on wood because I don't want it to fuck up the second I say that. Anywho, this ass Creed, it's very historical. You play as this historical samurai. Oh, what was the?
Chat. You guys would have heard the same thing Aiden did because you're hearing me through her.
Right.
Don't forget that.
Oh, right. Okay, that makes sense. Anywho, so the only records we have of this guy come from the Jesuit missionaries because he was a slave who was sold to Nobunaga. And fought in a battle that they lost. He was never a samurai.
He was considered a retainer, but only the same way he was kind of just an oddity.
Samurai is a class. You know, it means something very specific. Just because you have a sword in Japan does not make you a samurai. And particularly as you go on later in history, it becomes more formalized in terms of what it means. And this is fairly late. I mean, it's the 60s and 17th centuries. But the idea that that this guy was a samurai is ridiculous. He was a slave and probably seen like an oddity from the descriptions because he was really tall, and obviously Japanese people had never seen an African before.
He was, let's be specific, an exotic pet.
Yes.
As the Japanese were known to keep.
And that is the empowered character that you play as allegedly in Assassin's Creed Shadows is a man who was a pet.
Aiden.
Mm-hmm.
I have a link for you. I was linked to this for my stream.
Yeah.
And I was told, no, seriously, play this on stream.
Okay.
And I thought, this is dumb. I won't bother.
And it was worth it?
And then they insisted.
Oh, yeah.
And I did, and it was worth it.
Did you actually play the game? I actually have my notes about this.
No. Just the trailer.
Okay, yeah, we'll just play the trailer then.
You're
actually,
aware of this from the notes?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I know this guy.
We'll get to it, 'cause the
Yeah, it's gonna be worth it.
The trailer
This
just
was
was in
released
my
the
article.
same day.
Yes.
I will back this up. I will back this up. I know this. The developer who makes this is not the same people.
Do you?
I know this because I have their previous game.
Oh, okay. You mean
I
you
nearly 100%ed it, and so I just didn't buy the DLC. That's about it.
Yes, okay. Take up a legendary ancient weapon. Bada 50 Kalulu.
I do have the video in the article about it that I'll pull up here in a minute. So anyway, this is a bunch of letters of historians saying this is all bullshit. We know this guy probably existed and that he fought in a battle that Nobunaga lost, but that's about all we know about him. He was not a samurai.
That's one of the few fights Nobunaga lost.
Yeah.
And from what we've seen, he was attacked exactly once, immediately surrendered.
The source of these claims all come from one guy named Thomas Lockley, who wrote a book that's called, like, The African Samurai, and he just made all this shit up. And then when he started to get, obvious backlash from, by the way, this guy, he's white, I think he's British, but he teaches in Japan and is a Japanese historian. But I think a lot of the things that took it a while for this to get off the ground is that the Japanese weren't paying attention to this, and I guess they didn't even know how pervasive this guy's fan fiction is, or at least has become pervasive because Assassin's Creed Shadows was trying to sell this as legitimate history, to the point where he was going in to Wikipedia and to Encyclopedia Britannica to edit in his version of this story to include, that he was a samurai and stuff. He actually edited it. Both to include his book, mention his book. Wikipedia warrior, this fucking douchebag. Dude. It's obviously this is ahistorical. This is just his fan fiction.
Yeah. This guy is to Japanese history what the guy who makes Zweihander is to RPGs. Like, he's just a massive piece of shit that everyone's tired of.
Now, they did remove it for a while. It's back, by the way. I checked today. The information about him being a samurai is back on the Wikipedia page. But you'll see that they did temporarily change it. So you see, when the stuff first started, it said, it's important to note there are no historical writings or evidence Yasuke was considered a samurai. He was never given a fief or referred to in any of the referred to as one in any writings. And then, updated as of May 17th, that line's been removed. I'm sorry, it was Italian Jesuits, not Portuguese. But yeah, and that guy who's responsible for the book because he's
Boopity boppity, this motherfucker is property.
Because he was so proud of his excellent historical work, that Thomas Lockley guy fucking deleted everything. He deleted fucking everything.
Hang on, scroll back to that dude who let me check his lips.
Whoa.
Oh, that looks disturbing, like a bowed top lip, but the lower one doesn't quite look fat enough.
So he deleted everything, yeah, very, very great historical source there.
So he's a professor of law, not of history.
Is he not? Oh, he's not even the professor of history. So Assassin's Creed Shadows was delayed after historical backlash because the Japanese found out about this, and of course it wasn't just the Japanese, but they have to pretend.
Fucking mental.
They have to pretend like they care about the Japanese because, one, that's a huge market for the games industry. I mean, Western games are nowhere near as popular in Japan as Japanese games are in the West, and that's just always been the case. But yeah, obviously Japan's upset about these historical inaccuracies, so it got delayed for that, and then it came out, and oh boy.
I reflexively thought you were going to say, oh, buddy.
Oh, whoa, buddy. I'm like, all right, I can't make that. Okay, here, let's listen to the beautiful music. This is the end of the game.
I play this on my stream.
Yeah, this is the denouement, the conclusion. Listen to the lyrics. Ching Chong. It really sounds like it.
I think he's saying Kenja, which is
it's
a Chinese term meaning...
It's in Swahili, allegedly.
I'm I'm going to take the unexpected position of defending this.
Okay.
Because if Samurai Champloo did this, we'd think nothing of it, and it kind of did
that'd be
do
awesome.
this.
Yeah, because that would be awesome.
If the product is good enough, it has space to have this kind of bravado.
Absolutely.
If Assassin's Creed Shadows sucks, then this just adds to the tapestry of why and how it sucks and what kind of attitude was behind it sucking.
Yeah.
But it's not inherently wrong to do this, to mix cultures like this.
No, I mean,
Hang on. Here's the thing: the guy who made Afro Samurai is in the games industry now. He made Fury. So why the fuck wasn't he working on this?
I would point out though.
But Fury was good.
At least
Fury had an amazing soundtrack.
Speaking of Samurai Champloo, though, specifically, the hip hop in that series was Nujabes, rest in peace, king, who was Japanese. So I mean, like, I guess it's like, oh, we'll put Swahili music in. But yeah, if it was cool, then it wouldn't be a problem. But it's gay and fake, and it's just shilling fake propaganda. Again, just like that Adolescence thing, in my opinion, which is that, you know, it's clearly intended to sell a message and to be historical revisionism. I think.
So, Chat is saying Samurai Champloo wasn't presented or advertised as being historically accurate.
There's a guy beatboxing
I
in
think
it.
if you looked it up, if you try and look it up, does this game advertise itself explicitly
it did it first.
as being historically accurate? Probably not. However,
at first
in Samurai Champloo, every single story, pretty much almost every single story, references something presented as a real part of Japanese history. Now, if you asked, is this explicitly historically accurate, they might say, no, look, there's some inaccuracies, we've taken some liberties. But generally, it is historically accurate with a few additions thrown in. I think that's the same thing as Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Okay, I've got something controversial to say. Samurai Champloo is the Boondocks for Japanese people.
Well, okay, here's the difference, right? Here's the difference. We're talking about a real historical figure, though. Like, they're claiming, so that it would be one thing.
That is true.
If the Samurai Champloo characters were based on real people, and all of the ridiculous hijinks that they get up to and stuff, they were supposed to be real people. But also,
how I learned about how Nagasaki was built.
It's also the tone. Samurai Champloo is like an action comedy, right? I would say it's. I mean, I guess that's the genre. You know, action comedy.
It's using the historical context as the joke.
Right.
Whereas this essentially wants to be taken seriously.
And when they were defending, when this first came out and Ubisoft was defending their position, the line was that this is historically accurate. The defenders of Ubisoft at this point, since that stuff all broke, which was months ago, instead went like, oh, come on. It's an Assassin's Creed game. It's never historically accurate, which is true. But then Ubisoft should not have originally sold the game that way and like harped on that, no, this is historically accurate. We got a historian. Now, Lockley apparently didn't work with them directly, but he's the only person who made up that fan fiction and, you know, was shilling that fan fiction about Yasuke. So it's clear that they were inspired by that and thought, oh, whoa. A black samurai, we'll make a game about that, that's super cool, and didn't care about anything else, didn't bother to look into it. So yeah, I think that the problem is that there's more of an air of seriousness in Assassin's Creed. It's not, these games have funny things in them, but they're not comedic, I don't think.
I still think the only or by far the main distinction is the quality of the product.
Well, yeah. Apparently the game sucks too. Like I've seen some of like the
I don't doubt it.
Yeah.
If what was that game? Ghost of Tsushima. That was the one that everyone says was actually good.
Yes.
If that one had some like maybe a bit like avant-garde foreign fusion music, sort of like half Japanese, half something else, and the game was otherwise the same, I don't think anyone would have said that's disrespectful. Maybe.
Ghost of Tsushima wasn't made by a Japanese company, right? It was made by a foreign developer.
I don't know. But my point is, if it's good, if it's good, it'll be viewed as daring and like even better, arguably, than using the simple choice of just making it accurate.
They are Bellevue, Washington. Yeah, they're Americans.
Right. I
remember because Tsushima got when they did the original promo in I think at E3, they got in shit because they got a white guy playing the traditional Japanese flute, but turns out he's actually the internationally renowned grandmaster.
Yeah, in Japan, he is the master. Like
even the Japanese are glazing this dude, and they're notoriously racist.
Yeah, the highest level weeb. But yeah, so Ghost of Tsushima was praised, I think, for being very careful with its handling of Japanese culture.
I'll say this from what I have seen, the sequel is going down more the road of Shadows than the original Tsushima.
That's a shame.
And I remember at the time
My
than-
interest
than
in Tsushima
people
is how
being
well
concerned
optimized
with it.
apparently it is.
I've not played it, although I've heard it's really good. I did remember at the time, though, people were concerned with it being culturally inaccurate. I remember hearing about that at the time. But yeah, then it was praised for them being very considerate and careful with it. Meanwhile, this is supposed to be in the 1700s in Japan. Now, again, you play as there's a Japanese ninja girl and then the black samurai, and from my understanding, there is one heterosexual romance option. One of them is here. We have a lesbian one. There's definitely a gay one with Yasuke. I don't think I got it. And then there's a non-binary one. There's one straight option in the game. But here is just a taste of what you have in store in this game.
Go on.
For the romance options.
Lust is a journey of 1,000 steps.
Oh yeah, did I mention the voice acting?
Just legitimately, like sub AI level.
That begins with a kiss.
Jesus Christ, let her come up for air. I thought she was about to jump down literally jump into her face.
I mean,
This
look
is like doing.
Look at the textures.
This is comical.
I know.
Doing lovemaking in a video game engine is one of those things where if you get it absolutely right, it's okay.
Sure.
But any less than that, and it's just fucking comic. Fade to fucking black, you retards.
I mean, this is so. Yeah, I mean, Mass Effect figured it out, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Less is more, and God, like, if I think that a character's just about to literally climb into someone's mouth and try and puppeteer them. Like, there was a noise like she was being consumed. It was disconcerting. It looks like she's got her in a fucking choker.
Oh my god, it's just so it's so bad. So there's one, there's your lesbian option. Here's your gay option. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Well, I'll be AFK for a few minutes.
Here you go.
Hand check.
Hand check, guys. Come on.
Just look at Ian Miles Chong at the top of the screen.
Yeah, just
That'll
look,
put you off.
Oh, there you go. Just look at Ian Miles Chong. Yeah, then you won't have any gay thoughts.
You are more than worthy. And this moment we have shared will be my treasure.
I'll talk about that. I'll talk about that. The only straight option is, because the only straight option is actually the one that has caused the most controversy, if you can believe it.
But more than almost anything else has happened.
The straight option is the one that is most offensive to the Japanese, because I don't think they really care as much if you have obviously fake black guy.
Well, as you saw in Samurai Champloo, when they find the Dutch guy in Nagasaki, it's like, why the fuck are you here? Oh, the character says like, oh, I'm gay. I heard it was okay here. That's why I came here.
Right. So this is
it's not.
non-binary romance option.
Yeah, it's not okay there.
No,
that was the point.
I do not think I've ever seen you quite so tongue-tied.
Not yet, at least. I hope you.
So that's a dude, right?
Fucking Thai lady boy romance.
Why does Yasuke speak with a pseudo-Japanese accent? Like he's putting on a voice.
All right. We're gonna get. If you think
sounds
that's
like
bad,
he's doing
wait.
English.
Just wait.
How long had he been in Japan by this point?
Not
And
long.
had he learned any other language before that?
Are you asking
It's
if the
plausible.
African spoke a language before this? Or did he learn language when he got to Japan?
I mean, I don't know how long he was a slave for. I genuinely don't know.
No, I don't
if
either.
he arrived in
We
Japan
don't
when
know
he was
anything about
5,
him.
then yeah, it's absolutely plausible.
Wait, I mean, it might. I don't think we have any idea. He's just mentioned a
He
couple
was
times.
he was 25, not 30.
Does it have an age that he was a 20?
No, hang on. No, he's at least 20. Sorry, at least 20.
In the game, or when he became a slave, or when get out of
Hang
Japan?
on, these dates don't add up.
Dude, I would guess, given standards at the time, he probably didn't even have fluent Japanese like at any time.
He
probably
26.
was just barked orders at on the battlefield, for example, in that one battle. Otherwise, just told like basic instructions that he learned a few words.
Okay,
Who would need to teach him actual Japanese?
Yasuke
didn't speak Japanese.
Racial term.
Here's the best thing.
I don't think.
Okay, he was 25 when he got to Japan. He died a year later.
Oh my god, he was only there for so it's totally. I didn't even know
He
that. Holy
he
shit.
served from 1581 to 1582.
I just knew he was in one losing battle. He was there for a whole fucking year. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
I love how like over the entire geographic area of Japan and
He was
over
totally
the entire
illiterate,
time
Richard
span of
says.
all of Japan's history, they picked the moment where for 1 year, there was a single black guy in a position where he might have had a sword. That's fucking that was
Not
their
even
choice.
that.
Yes.
By the
Now-
looks of things, he was brought in to be like a exhibition sumo like a traditional wrestler,
Which
just to entertain.
astonishingly means that the last samurai is closer to being Japanese historically at least related, because there were several white people who became samurai. But he is like the one black guy. They know that they like to point
Well,
out.
yeah, because
in
what do the
history.
Japanese appreciate? Autism, and what weeaboos tend to have a lot of.
A lot of autism. Speaking of
So
autism,
it's like, oh hell, you're really into this, aren't you? White dude, okay, you're in.
I do hope that the East gradually learns that not everyone in the West is this fucking cringe, that there's a huge resistance against this.
I don't know. It's hard for me to sometimes gauge Japanese cultural pulse. I don't read Futaba anymore like I used to.
When
My
Dagoon
Japanese
did
sucks
that whole
now.
thing on Junji Ito, so I think they're gonna get some of that. 'cause he's
Oh,
quite-
maybe. But okay, here's the non-binary, and no one is buying the game, so it's also a non-binary haha joke everyone's made. But it's
Do
obligatory.
you think someone might see us?
Maybe. Think so much CS. Well, I'm going to be dead within the year, so I don't care. Not at all.
Yeah, it won't matter. I mean, the shame will
Wooly,
be...
no!
Wooly, the shame will be over quickly. Yeah, that's a dude.
Do you think Wooly is like secretly
look
like
at his
cringing
face.
himself to
Oh
death
my
somewhere?
god, I just grabbed his dick and balls. Wow, what I love in my video games. Or certainly, was it the implication that he grabbed his dick? Look, again, okay, I guess a fade to black. That at least the sexual part of that one was
Fade to
less
black.
bad. Yeah, fade to black. But let's enjoy some more of the voice acting.
That's good.
Oh, the voice acting is painful.
Here we go.
Oh, I've
Prepare
seen this one.
yourself.
It's oh,
I also
fucking
showed
buckle
this
in,
on stream.
Buckle in.
Yeah, it's only. I mean, there's obviously the peak things you want to cover that this game is produced for us.
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too. Shiitake?
Mushrooms. The smell of dirt,
Wowie.
grass, and rain.
I remind you, this person is this is two Japanese people talking to each other,
Yeah.
and that was given with all the social grace of a fucking sledgehammer to the balls.
I mean, is it AI? Is this person on ketamine? What is that?
I hate to break it to the voice actress, but that weed they gave you was laced.
What Assassin's Creed Shadow is a product of, like, many games that are coming out here, particularly as I believe at the end of the woke era, because it's being put away, but we've been working on them for years, so they have to at least put them out to try and recoup some of their money, even if this is gonna, by the way, this is gonna destroy Ubisoft. I think they're gone.
Ubisoft are trying to be purchased though, which
Yes.
is why they're by Tencent, unfortunately.
Right.
Which is why they are trying to inflate sales,
Mhm.
they're trying to inflate active players,
Yes.
not sales.
Right, which we'll
to make
get
it look
to.
better so they can be purchased.
So what
Yes.
what they did with this is that the game comes included with a live service, so that you can basically rent it day one for $17, I believe, or you can buy it for $80. Although it's already been on sale, I believe, or at least some sites have had it on sale already. But yeah, and they are definitely talking about their numbers. They're all saying their numbers. We've got 2 million people playing. Well, the game is free, or not free. Sorry, it's not free if you pay for the service that lets you get these games temporarily. Yeah, and I think a lot of what. Obviously, so there's that aspect that creates this, the activists who are involved in it, that part's going away. But also, it is a complete and utter just perfect example of bloat, of hiring so many people who do nothing other than, like, they just pointless jobs that these game companies have exploded into, which is why it all ends up being shit. There's no quality control. This is the credits for the game. It is 2 hours long. I mean, I know games have a lot of people that work on them, but come on.
Yeah. There's another factor to this, though. The credits also have a lot of things in them that you wouldn't normally put in credits. Like they have the instructions on how to insert the license for a generic tool they used to make the game.
Goddamn.
The instructions for how to, they just copy-pasted it right in.
Regional sales operative.
There's also
IT
really
support.
long lists of Indian names in there as well.
Also, are you guys aware, are we going to touch upon the Battle Pass?
What do you mean? Is that what this, what's it called?
This game has a Battle Pass despite being
It has a live
$80.
service. It has a live service.
It has a
feature?
live service Battle Pass for a single player.
Oh my god.
Ostensibly single. I think it might have a multiplayer aspect, as the Assassin's Creed games usually do.
Yeah.
But the Battle Pass also applies to single player, by the looks of things.
Oh, I thought I had the video. Yeah, it's in here. It's a link to it. So, game locks Assassin's Creed Shadow climbs to second place on Steam DB. So
I recommend you just play the video.
Yes.
Just play the video.
I am Oda Nobunaga. I am Daimyo. You shall be my samurai, Yasuke. You will help me unify Japan. Go now to the streets. Fight your way up to Takatenjin Castle.
This looks better.
Controlled by the Takeda
I know.
clan.
That's why it's selling better.
Foreigner.
You're thinking at this point, looks pretty standard, right?
yeah, pretty standard.
It's better to 50 Kalulu.
For the Takeda clan.
So not only does this look more fun, it's actually got better reviews.
Yes, it does.
And it's got from a more reputable fucking developer.
Yeah.
Because this is the same guy who made Tyrone versus the Cops.
So go check out Yasuke Simulator if you want to have a laugh. Maybe I will check it out and we'll play it on stream or something. I never have time to do that kind of stuff.
It is, yeah, I'm not joking. It literally has better reviews than Ass Creature.
Not hard.
It's a game.
Not hard to do.
Even like Tyrone versus the Cops, which is ostensibly just an enormous shit post, even more so than this, was essentially just the same gameplay loop as GTA.
Yeah.
Which ostensibly this is just GTA with a little bit of like
Little
Dark Souls
section
platforming. That's a derogatory term.
So around the same time, Ubisoft made an agreement.
This is funny.
I know, it's insane. Made an agreement with a VTuber.
This is really bad.
It is. It's so fucked up to stream the game. Hang on a minute. What? Oh my god. Did Brave just crash? It did. Oh, I love it. Hang on. I gotta. Wow.
Endless crash.
Oh. Hang on. What the heck? Okay. Now it's working. Oh, cool. It didn't crash. It just shit the bed for a second. All right. So yeah, this VTuber was told to stream the game. It was a paid promotion. Streamed it when she was supposed to stream it, but Ubisoft got their shit mixed up, said she streamed it at the wrong time. They misread it. They like replaced AM and PM, I believe, and then got her banned.
That's complete bullshit. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, fuck
they are
these
based
people.
at, I believe they're still in Montreal.
Yeah.
And guess what? That as part of the Anglosphere, they use 24-hour clock. There is no excuse for this. That's
Yes.
complete bullshit and cope. They just they know that the version that shipped looked like complete dog shit and ran like complete dog shit. So they were just trying to fuck her over.
Yep. I mean, this is just ridiculous.
They should have just pulled the stream and just told her like, don't do it. You can keep the money, but don't do it.
But don't
Look,
worry, it doesn't stop there.
This is obviously
They're
a
gonna
really stupid situation, and Ubisoft are in the wrong. However, she did make the choice to shill a shitty game. So,
True.
I'm mostly kidding about that, but still.
I would have to see the contract and see if she was required to not talk shit. I don't think the VTubers tend to get because it's time the VTubers get their stuff via their.
They might have yeeted her if she had done that because if they're this careless.
No, dude. This is the actual problem. Is that Ubisoft were able to just get her banned?
Yeah, that is the part that's unbelievable. How were they? How was Ubisoft able to go to Twitch and just say ban her? Over a time discrepancy? I guess it's because they must have thought she was streaming it early, right? But they didn't double check that at all. That's how much you value the people that you're giving this game to. It shows they don't value the fucking game. They know it's shit. They're just trying to get anyone to shill it. Hassan Piker took the bait, obviously, for that one. But they're not just going to get you banned, and it's astonishing they have the power to do that, but they do. They made kind of a threatening statement that they're going to sue people if they say nasty things about this game. In an interview with French media outlet BFM TV, because you must remember these Ubisoft people speak French, Ubisoft employee whose identity remained undisclosed revealed that the company has an anti-online harassment plan prepared for the release. Reportedly, the company has a dedicated team on standby monitoring networks such as Twitter, YouTube, and Reddit and ready to act quickly in the case of a targeted attack. Are we targeting and attacking Ubisoft? Oh no. Offering psychological and legal support to employees who may be targeted. Apparently, Ubisoft is so concerned about backlash that it's even advised developers to not post on social media that they work at Ubisoft to avoid harassment. Perhaps the most surprising detail, however, is the employees claim that lawyers are already prepared to file complaints in the event of confirmed harassment situations. What the fuck is that? Exactly, what is harassment here? Does it mean talking shit about this game? They are so thin-skinned, I wouldn't put it past them. And we just saw that that people can file very dumb lawsuits, and often do. So, I wouldn't put it past them at all. Depending on how long they stay alive. So, this is the stuff, obviously, from the Japanese parliament, or the Diet, excuse me. They're very unhappy.
If a Japanese person calls it the talk of the town, it means that something fucking awful happened.
Wait, I don't know if people are just listening, if it would help if it's in English, because I don't see people use that AI thing, I don't know how to do it, but anyway. Sorry. Yeah, let's just play it. Sorry about the subs. Assassin's Creed Talk of the Town. This game is made by Ubisoft. It's released on March 20th, yeah. We have March... Yes. The actual shrine, yeah, Itate Hyozu Shrine. So this shrine, yeah, they asked them to not... And there's several shrines appear in the game. At least one of them.
Specifically not to include them.
Yes. Supposed samurai, yeah. The shrines are destroyed, people come to pray at the shrine, are attacked, shooting bows, etc., acts of violence take place. When I heard about this, I spoke to the chief priest at the shrine as its issue in my home. Now, so this is his district. Now, the thing is, again, like, I think, oh, whatever, it's like a public place, but it has different rules here with these shrines. It's private. It's not like just a public monument that you can go destroy. Because, I mean, like, you know, if you recreate New York City for people to destroy in a game, it's a little different. I guess it would be more like, yeah, if you had a game that let you burn down mosques, right? I think they'd be pretty upset about that. So that's the equivalent. Ubisoft did not apply the shrine for any permission of commercial use of the name, which they have to apply for, so they apparently have broken Japanese law there. Tomb of the Emperor.
Japan has way stricter rules on use of... Thank you.
Copyright
on use of names and stuff, and use of IP and that stuff.
Yes.
I think that goes too far. However, if Ubisoft want to operate there, they are going to have to follow them.
Yes. If you want to sell games in Japan, you got to play by Japanese rules.
These aren't public places. These are private operations, religious or other. They may be religious, but they are private enterprises, and they are having their, like, all their stuff basically used as a playground for a bunch of morons.
Well, that's what this guy is concerned with, is that... I don't know how serious of an actual concern this is, that foreigners will think it's okay to destroy property at these places. I mean, you can understand why he might think that in the midst of talking about Johnny Somali, right? You can understand why the Japanese are concerned with obnoxious gaijin going to their country and destroying shit, because one was doing that there very famously just a few months ago and is currently wreaking havoc in South Korea. So I can understand not wanting, and Japan does rely a lot on tourism, not their only industry by far, but I understand why it's like we don't want American tourists coming over here and destroying shit. Just talking about how video games work.
使用することについてご見解をお伺いしたいと思います。
It is a long clip, but they are taking this seriously, obviously. I don't know if it'll be banned in Japan or if Ubisoft will have to pay a fine or what.
一般的なゲーム制作におきまして現存する固有名詞等を少量
Only natural to ask permission. They didn't ask
その知的
permission.
財産を有する個人や団体等に許可を得る必要があるものと認識をしております。知的財産を無許諾で利用
I
さ
think
れ
it's
てい
in
るケー
this
ス
that
に
they
おきま
talked
して
about
は
it. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
法
It
律
is.
の
It's
事
at the
情に
end.
よるものであるため
Because there is an obvious very big issue that even goes beyond this stuff where you may or may not agree. But in the end of the day, it's their country. And their cultural rules and norms, and if you're going to do business in that country, you got to follow the rules.
関係省庁と連携しつつ適切に対応してまいりたいというふうに思います。
And even if you're not operating there, you're using the premises, the image of the premises of a business that's there.
Yes. Yes.
Like if I got into power over here and I suddenly declared, okay, we're just going to like regionally just not enforce copyright law, I get the feeling people would start shit still. And similarly, if I went to a place where they didn't use copyright law and I started making fucking Disney knockoffs, I get the feeling I'd still get a fucking shitty letter.
Well, yeah, yeah.
今の答弁ありましたようにですね、やっぱり無許可で使用する。
Further, I suspect that their engine probably has at least some like. I think isn't it Unreal Engine?
I think so. Or I assume. I don't
それ
know.
に伴いまして昨今コロナ禍の影響も薄れまして。 観光客が
tourist numbers are recovering, so this is again why over tourism. People didn't travel during COVID.
We don't want the kind of people visiting that would play this shitty game.
Exactly. I mean, that seems to be the message, that anyone who would play this, we don't fucking want them over here. And they have had problems with vandalism and oftentimes it really is unintentional. It's foreigners who just, look, they touch stuff and just do things they don't have respect, and I many such fucking cases. I mean, it's the same thing, I guess, where it's like people get all up in arms of how can America, like, how dare you, America's for everybody. And it's like, well, if you come to America and do crimes or whatever, and I'm thinking specifically about the guy who got deported for going to the pro-Palestine protest or something. Remember those? It happened just a couple weeks ago. And a lot of people were very upset about that, said it was anti-free speech. And it's like, at the same time, though, don't go to a country and just violate their norms when you're not a citizen there.
If if he was an illegal immigrant,
he was technically, because he had overstayed his.
Then there's no fucking question.
Well, exactly.
He doesn't get free speech. He's not a citizen.
Exactly. He was there on a student visa and he hadn't been going to school for 6 months. Or 3 months, something like that. So he'd graduated from college.
So
he was there on a student visa.
There's some debate. Had he overstayed his visa?
I don't know if he'd overstayed his visa. No, I think it'd been a year. I'd have to check it, but he had graduated, so he was still living in the country months after having graduated. So in terms of the student visa thing, like you're here to go to school. You have now to complete a college degree. You have completed your college degree. Go. He was married to an American
within the visa.
Yeah.
If he's within the visa, then probably there's some debate there. But if he wasn't, or whatever else, then it's not you went to a protest, therefore we're deporting you.
Yes.
It's we noticed you at the protest and then we looked into you and it turns out you've overstayed your visa.
Yeah. Right. I mean, I just think also, how can you expect anything else? Same thing with Johnny Smalley. How can you expect anything else? Now, for him, I think he's just crazy and dying for attention in any form, clearly. But yeah. Tourism pollution. Like, I don't think that obviously there's no evidence for the hypodermic needle theory of media. Like, games and shows don't inject you with beliefs or behaviors. But I can understand why they would be concerned with it, because it's happened.
So some of what this guy's saying is similar to sort of moral panics about video games in the past.
Yes.
Like, people destroy Japanese stuff in the game, and this is bad. Right. Okay, why is it bad? And like the question of respect and whatnot. Like, what this guy's saying, it's not useful in terms of is this game right or wrong to exist? Is it morally right? It's only interesting in that this is what the Japanese believe.
Yes.
So if you want to make a game about Japan, don't fuck with them.
Yeah.
Or do, and then just run with that.
Yes, and then don't get your game might get banned in Japan or whatever. Trust me, I don't think a whole lot of Japanese people are dying to be playing this game. I mean, it would. I guess if there are some big Assassin's Creed fans, it might suck. Pirate it. I don't know.
Buy a VPN.
When does he get out of the tourism stuff? Because yes,
I guess what I know what it's like to not be able to play a game because of my region. Guernsey was banned from having.
Yes. Wait a minute.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, I'm trying to find something in this.
Fucking Helldivers 2 was not available in Guernsey because of that bullshit. If you recall.
Oh really? That's weird. Oh, was the Sony account thing?
Yeah, Sony account thing.
Oh, is this just the vandalism bit?
We couldn't even get like YouTube blue check marks like this year.
If you like Assassin's Creed games and you see Assassin's Creed Shadows and you think, oh, I wish it was good, play Assassin's Creed 2, Brotherhood and Revelation.
Yeah, Brotherhood is by far the best Assassin's Creed game. This clip doesn't have them also talking about it. I thought it was in this too, but they may not talk about it in the Parliament. Here's the thing. Here's the biggest no-nos in the romances, right? Okay, you've got a gay romance, a lesbian romance, a non-binary romance, and then...
But what is the straight romance?
Oichi, who is Oda Nobunaga's granddaughter. She is daughter. Marries is the mother of the people who would go on to be emperors of Japan. So this woman is a real historical figure who
is
a ancestor of the emperor, because it's not known for sure, but it seems that it's probably the same line on some level, same lineage. Up to this
symbolic
day,
of fidelity and loyalty in marriage. Literally,
and
like
sister, not sister, daughter. Yeah, I couldn't remember
embodiment.
the relationship. Thank you, Cecilia. I couldn't remember the relationship. But
She's
the other parts are
tie between
accurate.
Nobunaga and the.
Yes, the other parts are accurate though, in terms of she's a important historical figure, and they have her as a romance option for the Black Samurai. And you can see why everything about that is offensive in terms of not the historical revisionism.
If I made it a Assassin's Creed game where you played as a Templar back and it's like a side call to the original, and you played as a Crusader, and probably like whenever like Islam first crops up, and I had the character go and pork Muhammad's mother or one of his wives, I get the feeling that people would try to bomb my house.
I think they'd be pretty mad about that one. Yeah, so Ubisoft faces make or break moment with Assassin's Creed Shadows, and they're fucked.
Everyone knew the second you see Japanese Assassin's Creed, that is a Hail Mary from Ubisoft, and they're in trouble. It's like seeing remake of episode.
For years. People have been begging for it since the first pretty much like since they did the first couple of Assassin's Creeds were all set in the same. As soon as they started expanding it to other locations, it was like, oh, you have to do Japan, because obviously
I can't believe they would. If it's their Hail Mary, I can't believe they would fuck it up. I just like black guy.
It was their obvious. It was an obvious win. It was like a slam dunk.
So then they thought, well, we'll get the DEI money back from Soros. That'll help shore things up, and at least it will make some money for sure. And then we'll just hope that by having a female ninja who's actually local, that'll work.
It is
and just tack on for the money.
It's taking a really long time for these companies to realize that ESG is not actually worth it long term. Like a really long time.
Yeah. Well, because it was fake. It was propped up. It was all fake. It was all political theater. Ubisoft is in trouble, though. Like, they've been in financial trouble for a long fucking time. Look at their shares compared to Take-Two and EA. EA!
I mean, we can't really talk in our industry, after all. People do still let dev onto podcasts just for the $8.
They still do. Arch has invited him back. There's your dev watch.
DEI for the right wing is dev is DEI.
Yeah. Look, it's going great.
No, dev is more like Yasuke, an exotic pet.
Yes. Exotic Canadian pet. Let's see. Here's the final numbers from the weekend. As of this afternoon, Assassin's Creed Veilguard peaked at 65,000.
You mean Dragon Age Veilguard?
No, that's Assassin's Creed. That's 65,000.
You mixed the names.
Did I? Sorry, Assassin's Creed Shadows, 65,000.
That's real bad. That killed that fucking studio.
Yes, yes. Veilguard killed.
Although.
Yes.
this is like it's 2 hours ago, the peak, so it could go up again. Last time I saw
but
it,
this
it
was from
was
this afternoon, yes.
all-time peak 1 hour ago, 39,000. So it doubled almost since then.
It has gone
could
up
go
over
up
the weekend,
again.
yes.
It
It
could
did-
surpass Veilguard.
But
that's still not very impressive, is it?
That's bad. That
is it gonna
fucking...
get? You think it's gonna get 25,000 players on Sunday afternoon? It might.
It's still competing against Veilguard. That's like
just
trying
to meet. Well, Veilguard already has killed BioWare, so even if it met Veilguard, it would still be a massive failure.
And BioWare has already been passed back to the fucking bare bones, so it's very like they could tank a few hits. Ubisoft is in the direst of dire straits.
Sorry, guys, my brain is starting.
And has bloated into oblivion.
The rate of the sloughing off of game companies in the industry to allow actual indie devs to replace them. It's it's good and bad, bittersweet. Losing some companies that have made some games a lot of us have liked over the years, but I have less faith in every other industry than gaming that the indie scene will just become the norm.
Yeah. I also doubt that. The reviews, by the way, aren't great. The Metacritic, here's the Metacritic score. I mean, of course, like, I'm seeing them celebrating, 8.1 or 8, it's got an 8. This is like a massive AAA game where I mean, we all know the problem is that there's been a trend in game review journalism for at least the last 25 years, but it was a sort of, I think the entire time, but maybe it's always been an issue. The degree to which, though, is variable. That it's just, give it an 8, it's okay, which is not what okay means. And it is also, along with that, normal for like any AAA game to make at least a 90. And in fact, when I did research on it years ago, it was a rule that basically, like, if you didn't give, this was specifically about Arkham Asylum, I remember it was the exact rule that if you did not give Arkham Asylum a 9 or above, and a game that didn't need help, by the way, this was back in 2012 that happened. If you do not give it a 9 or above, then you could not break the release embargo. And that's how long back that goes in terms of if it's a AAA game, it's a 9 or above. So this is an 8.
Look at the latest user reviews. 2 that sound like they were made by AI, and 1 that actually runs down the reasons why it's a 1.
Obviously, they can, they can fudge the user reviews, but even so, they're overwhelmingly negative. 42%. Well, I guess they're not overwhelmingly negative. It does say positive as 53%.
Yeah, but look at the ones that are positive.
Let's look at them. Are they? Yeah. It's not overwhelming.
Best website to get Assassin's Creed Shadows, the first hour with the cheapest prices. I recommend to everyone to use.
Okay. Yeah, these.
Where the characters feel as next gen, open world.
Game is fun. The fact that no one's mentioning the obvious controversies at all. Even in the positive, because usually you see that, right? You get this psychological reactions from the left whenever they release one of these pieces of shit, where they go in and leave positive comments. Yeah.
These are either AI generated or people being paid to do this. I'm sorry, this is marketing.
No. Leftoids will do this just because they support the message, and they have nothing else to do other than post on Reddit.
Just because you're getting paid just because you're getting paid in fucking morality bucks doesn't mean you're not getting paid.
They might also be really curating the negative reviews they even allow on here, because I see these are all about bugs.
Zeros in here.
I mean, these are the ones I'm seeing that are like, seems like a lot of bugs. I don't know. They may not want that, but want to talk about what's actually, people don't want the controversies to go into it. Surprised at Assassin's Creed Shadows review score? Don't be. Oh my god, this is insane, Cope. Oh my god. Every game has scored the same. The thing is, a lot of the year's biggest releases have so far averaged about the same collective response from reviewers and players alike. A couple have been outliers at the low end. Lost Records, Bloom and Rage at 77 on OpenCritic. But the vast majority of releases, including Assassin's Creed Shadows, have averaged an 81, apart from the last one, which settled an 81. That's just major releases, by the way. The majority of games that's released this year are 70 to 80. If you're looking for to review scores for averages, if you pick the best games, look, the hope though here, I think, I mean, maybe they're is that the
So what they're
scores don't
saying
mean
is that
anything.
the scores mean nothing. The industry is so horribly corrupt, it's completely unusable.
Yes.
And also, I like how this game came out at the same time as the Yakuza side game, which is like the one built to be the most fun. It's a gimmick game where you play as series favorite Goro Majime on his pirate adventures. And what was the other? And Monster Hunter Wilds, itself a nepo baby of a fucking game. If you know what there is about that, how basically it's the CEO of Capcom's son that makes those games, and that's why the guy who makes Dragon's Dogma hates his fucking guts. And sorry, can you scroll back to the listing of the games just so I can? There's one other one to talk about.
Dynasty Warriors, Ninja Gaiden 2.
No, Ninja Gaiden Black 2, Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, the remake. That is a remake of one of the best received ninja games in fucking human history. Ninja Gaiden Black and Ninja Gaiden Black 2 are fucking classics, and they are like they're like the Dark Souls before Dark Souls before and got like Demon Souls and such.
Well,
and they're blisteringly difficult, and they are very, very good. And to have it come out the same month as this tripe, and to have them all score the same proves how fucked the industry is, and I can't wait for it to fucking roll over and die.
I mean, like, their thing is that, like, oh, yeah, it's perfectly serviceable, it's a perfectly good game, there's nothing, like, horribly wrong with it, but they are admitting, like, oh,
Except
well, they
all those
have...
things that are horribly wrong
But they're
with
horribly
it.
wrong with it. Oh, but it's just, every game gets an 80, and so it is admitting to a problem, which is true, is that there is this... Now, they're claiming that no one will buy a game if it's under 75% rating. That's not true, because I oftentimes like things that other people do not like. That's not true, that if a game has a low rating, it depends on what the rating's for.
I'm getting word from the chat, apparently Wilds is absolute tripe as well.
Oh, is it? I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I'd heard it was really, like, dumbed down. Like,
Oh,
I only play Worlds because my PC's on Windows 7. It'll run almost onto World fine. It's
Snow White.
amazing. It's a testament to how well optimized World is. Those of you in chat, maybe we should do something for the Discord server. Get some teams together for some Monster Hunter World.
So if that was an 8.1 for Ass Creed, and from the what do you call it? Sorry, reviewer score, and 50-something% for the users. Snow White is doing far worse with a 1.2 user rating. Holy shit! Not going well for Snow White, which I've not actually seen any reviews.
All the Brazilians in that.
Yeah, odd. So that's not going well. But yeah. Lol, Lamau even, and this movie seems to have been a bridge too far for them to even defend it, because it's getting thrown under the bus by Hollywood outlets. Now, I think that is, do you remember that they didn't do the full red carpet event? I did bring this up. They didn't do the big red carpet event for all of these outlets, invite them and wine them and dine them. So I think that this is not about the quality of the movie at all. Had they just done that, all of these outlets would have written positive reviews. These fucking people felt snubbed because they didn't get invited to a party, and that's why they're willing to do this.
Because the studio knew this fucking film was unsavable.
Yeah.
And was like, fuck it, just rinse the whole fucking marketing budget.
Yeah. Yep.
This film was $500 million at least.
Well, yeah, at least with
so
marketing included.
Here's the trouble. No big fan of Gal Gadot, but Aiden, of the two, who is
the fairest? It's not.
What is the fairest of them all?
Yeah, it's not.
Even her eyes don't want to stay together.
Yes,
what Cher said earlier, that she thinks Zegler is actually attractive, just not as Snow White. Like every other thing that she's done, but not as Snow White.
How's her eyesight doing?
She's not ugly.
She fucking is. She's so aggressively. Oh god, put those away.
Oh, that face.
Okay, you know what? I'm.
Every time I hear it, it makes my fucking skin crawl.
I'm finding her personality ugly.
I also find her personality ugly. But in terms of things that seem dedicated to media that wants to destroy themselves, why the fuck did Helldivers decide to just kill their fucking entire thing? I'm guessing you know about this, Bill.
No, this is the first I've heard about
Oh my god, the United Nations has invited Studio Arrowhead to come give a talk about psychological manipulation. Quote, could we brainwash an entire community to fight for a fascist state? Would we be okay with that? Turns out, yeah. So the Helldivers devs.
What, the United Nations having a bunch of dystopic shit involved in their curriculum? No shit.
But the
Hey, listen, nation states of the world, if you can make war fun, then people will play it.
Case and point. Let's look at China v. India in that border dispute. They just go melee only. Everyone involved pretty much agrees it's pretty fun. Because neither side has enough upper body strength to kill the other. So, but at most, everyone gets kind of banged up slightly. Like, India's so bad for strength. Sorry, I'm echoing real bad. You want to go? That India's had to use, like, taser weapons to do any harm whatsoever. And the Chinese are just using glaives and shield wall tactics very poorly. So it's just an autistic slap fight between two groups of people. It's great. I'd watch it all day.
Sir.
It does sound fun.
Oh, sir, please leave our border.
Sir, please, I'm
Isn't
fucking
it,
Indian.
aren't Indian males, like, roughly equal in strength to white females?
No.
Or no, maybe it's
Less, yes.
Way less. They have, like, the strength of, they have the grip strength of, like, an 8-year-old girl.
From
It's
the
fucking
grip
embarrassing.
strength, yeah, the grip strength things I think put Indian males at like the absolute bottom of grip strength. I think
there's
so.
a video out there of like 5 Indians trying to force a white woman into a van to kidnap her, and she's just walking through them.
Yeah. Okay,
And
so
she's not
here's,
even particularly
here's
big.
the hierarchy, right? Right at the top of the hierarchy is like doing romance properly. Below that is rape, which requires strength, but does not require romantic power, like romantic ability. But we've now discovered that there's a point below that, which doesn't, where you don't have strength or romantic ability, and that is the Bobs and Vagine method. They have literally wrapped back around to trying to do romance properly.
Yeah.
But they have the same level of ability
Right.
as your average rapist.
Yes, I know. It's
And all the
bizarre.
finesse.
Yes, it's bizarre.
Yes.
Yes, all the finesse as well, yes. So this thing is that quote at the beginning, we asked ourselves if we could get people to fight for a fascist state. The devs apparently did this according to their own admission, did this on purpose. That if you played Helldivers 2 and enjoyed it, the entire game, according to the devs, was an experiment akin to, you know, the Milgram Obedience experiment, or more specifically, Zimbardo's Stanford Prison experiment, or to the Blue Eye, Brown Eye, God, which is a terrible non-experiment by someone without a
The
woman
issue
without
here
proper degree,
is that you're not
research
fighting other
methodology.
people.
Hmm.
You're fighting literal
Yes.
non-humanoid insects
That are trying to
and
destroy
robots
humanity. Yes.
who are all genocidal maniacs, and especially the fucking I can't remember the name of the other race because I played Helldivers 1, and that's where you, and I can tell you this much: the races that you're fighting are going from world to world, exterminating all life, enslaving, like turning all the men into meat puppets, and just literally exterminating all other life on the planet.
Right.
Like there is no arguing here. Like they actually tried to big up the robots as being former slaves, but they're not. They're like they were built by the other race that are literally genocidal, like non-humanoid entities that just float around.
I mean, here's what they continue to go on to say, that this is I mean, that obviously the aliens are completely evil, which it makes it like.
Also, what is Super Earth?
Why what?
What is it? What does Super Earth sell itself as?
I don't know.
It's a democracy.
Oh, right. Yes, right. Because it's to vote for Super Earth, right? But here's what
They're taking a swing at the Heinleinists.
Yes,
but
of course. Oh, I
it's
know.
not landing.
Obviously. Well, yeah. So they got a message from the UN asking if we wanted to talk in some form about psychological defense against manipulation. Of course, we do it all in fun. And we actually try to get people to recognize the science of what is a totalitarian state. If you start wearing the same uniform as everybody else and do salutes constantly, you might be in a totalitarian regime. Wearing the same uniform.
None of them are wearing the same
None of
uniform.
you guys do that either. Like I'm saying, like the leftists, like you have to, dress a certain way and all that shit. Everyone
Bloc.
does this crap. Yeah, the black
But
bloc. Yeah,
no
what
one-
uniform, huh?
No one in Helldivers is using the same kit unless it's purely for the statistical advantages.
Yeah.
Everyone's a massive fashion queen. Like, there's not a single person out there on this fucking game that isn't LARPing as some other IP that isn't fucking Helldivers.
Yep. And that turned out great for them. Well, how do
Not that it needed help, because they are a gaff machine.
Yeah.
Helldivers already banned most of the planet, including
Yes.
myself.
Yes.
had a nerf to all of the the items so that you were basically fighting an uphill struggle in the face of like complete idiocy. Like you were just dumping rounds into a creature and it was doing nothing.
Yeah.
Unnerfed them all, re-nerfed them all, upped it so all the damage that was happening was friendly fire. The friendly fire damage was ramped all the way up, but enemy damage was ramped all the way down. Completely like backtracked, massive like rubber banded the enemy AI so aggressively that wars completely swapped over overnight. When they introduced the new race, they completely reset everyone's pretty much reset the planetary progress everywhere with no ability to fight back. And Joel's a cheating bitch, in essence.
Yeah. Well,
and the enemies will get all the buffs, you'll get all the nerfs, everything you have will be it isn't. I think at one point the meta was just shield and stun baton because everything else was so worthless.
Yeah. Well, it's not going great. If you look at these are all negative, not recommended reviews on Steam. Oh, by the way, the numbers that I posted earlier, or I showed earlier for Assassin's Creed, those are the Steam numbers, and the numbers that Ubisoft is posting, which they are not providing any evidence of, by the way, saying they have 2 million concurrent viewers, that would presumably include people who have these passes and stuff like that. So maybe their number is accurate, but I don't know how they're making 2 million from a top one of 65,000 on Steam. But these are
Steam
people
being
who,
the most popular
yes,
platform by far.
and these people have, look at these, 70 hours, 42, 97, 353, 45,
There
83.
are Malevolent Creek veterans in this group.
Yes, these are not just like people who played the game for 30 minutes and then got mad just because they wanted to
Launch
get mad.
players.
These are people who have been playing, again, 350 hours. It's a pretty decent amount of fucking time. I mean, like, I know people play games for thousands of hours, but these are people saying that they like the game, but they hate what the devs did. All right. I do realize that it's now time to go quickly to Harry Sisson and then head the fuck out. Yeah.
I have an image for you.
Yeah.
This is about to happen again.
Oh no, what is this? What what am I looking at?
Have you seen this cape?
No, hang on, let me bring it up on the
This.
screen. Hang on.
Yeah, show it on screen. I'll explain it because I can't find a version of the cape where it just. Oh no, here's one. This, and I'll show you the actual history. I don't play Helldivers, but a few of my friends do.
Mm-hmm.
This cape was created in honor of the people who left these negative reviews on Steam because of the changes the Helldivers devs made. These red lines indicate the negative reviews when that happened. And I posted another image here of the history of the reviews around that time. They made a bunch of changes. I think what they did is that they nerfed the players really badly and made the game non-fun.
That's what I heard as well, yeah.
The Helldivers players just attacked them on the reviews. If like the Helldivers players have demonstrated themselves to have some power, and if the Helldivers devs don't want to get buried and replaced, then they will stop fucking around.
I'm just saying EDF got a new version recently. The EDF crowd are like, there's a lot of like new people to like the Helldive series. There's a lot of old school Helldivers players, and there's a hell of a lot of EDF players.
Yeah.
Because the Earth Defense Force games, they are the people who are best at killing bugs in games. There's no matching them. I would like to call myself a fellow player of EDF, but I'm not good enough to count. So, so if you piss off the EDF crowd, they'll just go play EDF 6.
Yeah.
And they'll have a better time.
Yeah.
Even though that game's fucking punishing as shit.
So let's do the Harry Sisson shit and then get out. Meet Harry Sisson, the Biden-loving feminist influencer outed as possibly not gay after multiple women accused him of being a sex creep. Look, this is just kind of the background of it, because I was watching Chud's stream. I often put Chud on the background while I'm working or doing something, and he was asking, like, is this guy a feminist? Because everyone describes him as that. Yes, he is. He is like a self-professed feminist, which is what makes everything that happened really like extra funny, you know. So this guy, of course, he has been ousted. He has been canceled. We've played videos of this little twerp before, kissing, Joe Biden's ass constantly, and how he was paid by the DNC, indirectly, at a very minimum, but also, well, we'll look at that too. He has been paid money to be an absolute abject Democrat shill, and it came out this last week that he had been flirting with 11, at least confirmed flirting with 11 women. Curiously enough, that came out despite the fact that everyone has thought since he has been an influencer that he's gay, because he is gay. He's obviously gay. He is the gayest man I mean, maybe not the gayest man. I've seen really gay stuff. I've seen some really gay guys, but he's so gay. He's gay. Okay. What? What? What was that?
Nothing. 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 Fujo.
Oh my god. Look, I am not. But I do have a gaydar, and this man is clearly gay. I'm going to show you evidence that he's gay. So he's a 23-year-old social media. Yes, I'll show you. I don't like
the tone of that.
Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you my proof. Here's the, spoiler, it's how he flirts with women. It's how he flirts with women. And I mentioned it to Scrump. I know he's not here
Hey
anymore.
girl, I bet you got a nice dick. I mean, wait, hold
I
on a
mentioned this to Scrump this afternoon, and he confirmed to me as something of a gay himself that yes, that is how gay men would flirt with women. That's how gay men would think that straight men flirt with women. Confirmed from a sort of gay. There you go.
I would guess that Sisson is bi, but he's just very low T.
I mean, yeah, he is that. That one I think.
You wouldn't think he's Irish, would you? Like,
yeah.
He gives off such a palpable layer of gay that it breaks up his obviously Irish physiognomy.
Yes.
Let's face it, to anyone else, he'd be gigamic, but his personality is so gay. Look at him! Look at how gay he is!
So there's some stuff they've written articles about him before too, but this guy has been on the radar for a long time as just he's this just
I love how much that guy just looks like a fucking goblin.
Ooh, Chuck Schumer.
Chuck Schumer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does. It looks like a monster.
Emperor Palpatine.
So that's basically who he is, more or less. And so here's 11 women. He had no roster and respected them for more. By the way, this woman's like crazy. So don't trust her, but she's been the one posting it on Twitter.
She's gathered this is the same thread I use. Yeah, she's gathered the information, but she certainly has a bias.
Yes. And she's got allegations or stuff on her that like she abandoned her child and was charged with that. So okay. But that is unrelated.
These are people
to
who all think Harry Sisson's straight. They should not be considered sane.
Well, I mean, okay.
They have eyeballs and think he's straight.
There's some of the girls talking about it.
It's not worth listening to this one. She's just talking about feelings.
I don't remember which one's which. Most of them I heard them on other people's streams while I'm doing other shit, so I'm not looking at what the thoughts looked like.
I got played by a TikTok influencer for 9 months, and I think it's time.
I mean, he wasn't just like flirting with these girls either and then dumping them. He was 9 months.
Expose his trashy ass behavior.
Here's what happened, right?
Okay,
this wasn't like
watching. I don't really care, honestly. It's just women saying that he let them on.
Here's the problem with this situation is that this wasn't. Let's enter into a loving relationship. Let's like look towards moving in together. Let's do dates and stuff together, and let's gradually move forward in the relationship. No, this was. It's Harry Sisson. Let's fucking share nudes.
Yeah. Well,
they're all pissed off because they sent him nudes really early on.
No, did you not see the wife stuff?
Oh, there's your problem.
Wait, did you not see the wife stuff? Where he said he was going to wife some girl up, like those kinds of messages, not just the nudes.
He said wife material. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Yeah. They sent nudes.
Well, yeah. I don't have any. Look, I have no sympathy for these women whatsoever. They chose to do all this. They're all adults. Hang on. Yeah. Unlike the Andrew Tate stuff, I have no sympathy for these women whatsoever.
No, the takeaway from this is leftist activist is weird with women.
Yes.
And in this case, there's many different kinds of weird. In this case, it's being hypocritical about so-called feminist values.
No, I don't think that's the weird
stringing
part.
along women and playing them for nudes and whatever. But the women were also the adults with agency.
Yes,
they also fucked up by sending nudes too early.
Some of them are claiming it's more than that he hit her. Whatever, I'm not sure.
He basically asked them for nudes. He was trying to chat them up, but the only person whose nudes are getting lascivious images getting posted are of him.
Well, it's not nudes, but yeah, people I don't think it was nudes, was
lascivious,
it? It was lascivious. Yeah, it was him with like a shirt off. I mean, that's the one that's been making the rounds. I don't have the. I was gonna save this, but I guess we'll do it now. I was gonna. Let's see the picture that. Oh my gosh, what's happening? Woo.
Brave being brave.
Huh? No, it was actually. Did I put this here? Here. Yeah, here we go. Got it. Pictures of him without his shirt on, of course, and with his fucking. We have Superior Harry on the left.
I legit, okay, real talk, I should have known this was coming up, but I legit thought that was a picture of Jonathan Ross for a second there. I've made this joke all week that Harry looks like Jonathan Ross increasingly, but that I legit thought was Jonathan Ross for a second.
Oh no, it's so how dare you? But there's ones like of this.
You're always at Harry.
There's ones of him of Sisson though where he's shirtless and stuff. So yeah, they did post that of him in compromising sort of, obviously private photos if it was not pornographic.
I do love how he could have had any second name.
Yeah, but it's Sissy.
But he had the name that's like two or one letter away from being Sissy.
Yeah.
Sisson. It's like it's a mode change.
So the TLDR is in terms of this is I don't really care, but the one thing I find actually most interesting about it is that none of these women, at least yet, has said, I believe, that has explicitly said that he's actually raped them or has even had sex with them. It's like they flirted online and I think maybe he went on a date with a couple of them. That is my smoking gun for this dude is gay. And then you have to also see the way his fucking messages. Like, I thought it was in here. Like, verdict is you look sexy as fuck, court adjourned. Oh my god. His fucking text
Guilty.
messages. This is the worst one. There's one where he's like, oh, I don't know if it's in here, but there's one.
Is it the wine tasting one?
Yes, he's like, oh, I want to take you for a wine tasting, then fuck you raw. That's the gayest way to hit on a woman ever. And then like, oh yeah, I'm gonna make you my wife, baby, or whatever. It's the gayest way. No straight man has ever flirted like that. I refuse to believe it. No, that is not how a straight man flirts.
It's
like,
conversations like these.
Yeah.
It's conversations like these that got
the
film version of Patrick Bateman accused of being gay. Like, this is a sub Patrick Bateman level of risk.
Yeah, dude, just.
I don't know. Apparently, it was working.
Here he is with his shirt off. You know, this kind of shit. God damn it.
It's literally the fucking Zoomer meme.
I mean, he is the fucking Zoomer meme. Yeah, like, dude, this. God, look at his face. Oh, God. He's making like the troll face almost. Problem.
He looked. My God, he's so like how. Okay, you need to be pretty gay to eclipse how Irish that man is. But this man is gayer than that.
That's the thing. So it's been. Apparently, he's not an American citizen.
He's Irish.
He is an Irish citizen. He's living in the U.S., but he is not. He's not. At least that's what I've seen reported, and I've not seen anyone post evidence that he's actually an American citizen. He was born in Singapore, and he's lived in Ireland until, I guess, like pretty much right before this.
And he does not appear to be listed as a foreign, like, political operative.
Yeah.
So he's not legally allowed to do this shit.
He certainly can't vote. He couldn't, if he was telling you to go vote for Joe Biden, not something he could have done if he's not a citizen, as it appears he probably isn't. But yeah, like just
if this
all this feminist shit,
weird little twink,
hypocrisy. Mm-hmm.
If he did what he said and he made it clear that their relationship wasn't exclusive,
he did to some of them, yes.
Then depends. If he did it to all of the ones that that was true for, then he hasn't actually done anything wrong there. You know, not in terms of
no, he hasn't.
having a non-exclusive relationship in itself is a terrible idea.
Yes,
wrong in that sense. But morally speaking, ethically speaking, he hasn't done anything wrong. But if there were any that he didn't tell that to, then he was stringing them along, and we can certainly say that that was wrong.
It was shitty.
However,
it's not. He didn't rape
it does
them,
seem
which is
pretty
how it's
clear.
Basically framed.
Yeah, it does seem pretty clear that these women have either banded together before they started, quote unquote, telling their story, or after, in order to have more leverage and power.
That's been confirmed.
They sent nudes because he was a renowned, a known, well-known public figure.
Yes, they wanted
to buy their access, and
they wanted
now
to fuck
they're
him for
resentful
access,
that their bid wasn't accepted.
Yes, yeah, they sent the nudes. Trust me, the women have all the agency here. None of them are alleged to be underage. These are all adult women. So, because you would expect that, which is almost like, there's part of me that almost thinks he did this all on purpose, so that because he was getting so angry at all the conservatives making fun of him for being gay. And he's like, I'll show those chuds. I'll go message a bunch. But he was very dedicated to it. But again, he didn't meet up with them either for the most part. Doesn't sound like he was fucking these girls. I mean, he didn't pull a Destiny. He wasn't recording videos of these girls. They're the ones who at least posted him, without his shirt on.
He goes beyond my usual standard, which is accusing something of being gayer than 6 guys fucking 5 guys. This is like 600 guys fucking 5 guys.
Yeah, there you go. Let's see. Frog Jupiter produces breaking news. Harry Sisson is 11 timing hetero male. Oh yeah, you said that earlier, man. Also, Scurvy Rum produces Spoon is missing a great conversation. I think that was about the Tate thing, but yeah, I don't know if he would have been happy about that part. But yep, so
gayer than a $3 bill.
I just wanted to pull out that, like, here he is. Well, maybe not that phrase should be used in this conversation. Here he is, like,
11 women's got more beard than I do.
And he pinned this comment to America failed women tonight. Trump bullied, assaulted, and stripped reproductive rights away from women all across the country. And instead of standing against it, many voted for it. We have failed our daughters, mothers, and sisters. This is why people are mad at him, because he's a hypocrite. But I mean, because this would be considered hypocritical if you're a feminist, you say, oh, failed women because he's such a gross guy. And then, you're fucking around with a bunch of girls.
Well, even if he was trying it on with one of them, it'd still be a lie.
Right.
He's gay.
Well, right, too. That as well. But,
I bring it to all 11 of you. None of you, under any circumstances, are getting laid.
Yeah. So this guy, one of his things too is that he had like this little cabal, you might call it actually, of other Zoomer leftoid TikTok influencers, and they're all, well, these are the only ones defending him. I'm pretty sure they've both retracted this now and have thrown him under the bus. But it's pretty funny watching how terrified they obviously are here, because the big face of this TikTok it's not like leftism. It's not like leftists. They're not like tankies. These people are DNC shills, which is unbelievable that that's a thing. And why it's so obviously
No, it's very believable because money changed hands.
Well, yeah, because we know they're being paid because they obviously were. And stuff into this is getting really weird now. I said there's no pedo allegations, not against Harry Sisson, but there are pedo allegations involved with this, involving the manager of the company that has attracted all of these young male TikTok influencers to shill for the DNC. He appears to maybe be, yeah.
Yeah, I guess like we've now made this a thing, but I guess not many people knew about it. So again, here's the deal. I think like I'm gonna give like very
soundtrack in the background.
clips.
Oh,
there was an individual.
That's from Kill Bill Volume 1.
Yeah, you think those shit can me for the Kill Bill song? You think? People use it like, oh right, whatever. Okay, I won't risk it. It's getting really late. So these his friends are throwing him under the bus. And here is my other piece of they try to defend him. A lot of them abandoned ship though. One of these guys did, and you can just see they've all been posting this shit. They're all coming out and denouncing him. Oh my god, this is the other little twerp who's always with him.
He surrounds himself with other males of the same age who also look extremely gay.
Who all look, they all look like they're all soft boys, because they care about women's rights and stuff. Yeah, here's another friend.
Time for you to start your softball arc.
Yeah, they're all on this soft boy arc. But
you are a girl that will pay your bills.
This is what besides the actual texts themselves, this is the biggest confirmation for me that he is gay. Because this is the most hilarious reaction to this story that, I could imagine. So this is a leftoid outlet, I guess, the Free Press, that's running defense for Sisson, which, again, I don't think he did anything wrong either, by the way. It's just funny. It's funny that he's getting canceled by the left for, and this is why they changed this, by the way. They changed, oh no, I hope they didn't change the whole thing. Because it used to be that the title, or maybe it was just the tweet where they talked about it. They were like, why is a straight man being canceled for flirting with women? And I want to show this because it's amazing. I'm just going to read this. It's amazing. Oh my god, the chief complaint from these women, though, isn't that Sisson harassed them. Most don't seem to have met Sisson in person, but that he led them on to believe that he didn't have a roster and was only talking to them. To Zoomers, this is a sex scandal. Should I put on I'm putting on a gay voice for this. In the age of dating apps and social media, many young people are finding themselves in ambiguous romantic relationships that nobody, including the people in them, can define. They call them situationships.
Whoa, was that you, Harry?
Unlike in the past, people can languish in these relationships for months, often without ever even meeting in person. Instead of hooking up and meeting parents, these situationships will often end up developing emotionally intense bonds that never make it off a screen. It's like friends with benefits, except you're more than friends, and there are no benefits. You mean like, nudes? Nudes? Yes, nudes. That's the benefit, right, to doing this? For gooning.
Barely.
Situationships took off because there's no longer universally accepted rules on how a relationship should begin and proceed. Like, you go on vacation after a few months or meet the your other's parents after a year. There's not even a universally accepted end goal, which in the past was marriage. For heterosexuals, that is. Oh my god. They are going to defend him for their defend... I couldn't believe it. Everyone on the right has been making fun of this kid for being gay for years now, like since he started his shit. This was like his way of proving, look, at least in my headcanon, that this was him being like, I'm gonna own those chuds and prove I'm straight by hitting on women that I'm not hooking up with. And then this leftoid article defends him, his behavior, which they should be upset about because whatever, hurting women's feelings is a violation to leftist morality. But their way of defending him is just saying that he acts and flirts like a gay guy. For homosexuals, the norms never existed in the first place. Until a decade ago, most gay men couldn't even get married if they wanted to, plus many families didn't accept their gay children. Plus, men aren't as commitment-obsessed. Casual sexual relationships have always been the norm, but now that gay marriage is legal and everyone's becoming accepted, we're all somehow collapsing into the gay male dating paradigm. Gay men didn't start acting straighter. Straight people started acting like us. It's a gay guy's world now, and the straight girls who find themselves living in it need to understand this. That man you're talking to is not your boyfriend unless he says he is. And if he isn't, and especially if he says he doesn't want to be, he's definitely screwing other people, or at least trying. Can you believe that? I love it. It's art. This is art, this article, that they wrote this shit out. That he's straight, but he still acts gay. I mean, is that not what they're arguing? Like, get over it, ladies. Welcome to gay online romance.
I do wonder if this was a low investment way for him to try and prove to the public that he isn't gay.
That's what I mean.
By just having a bunch of these female relationships. But it occurs to me now, and I hadn't thought about this before, he almost certainly never fucked any of them.
No, I don't think so.
So there is no reason.
I think it. Yeah.
There is no reason to believe he isn't gay.
Yeah.
Still.
I don't think any of them, I know that some of them met him, but I don't think, and the one apparently claims that she was bruised, I guess. I didn't even see that. But sex and rape are not the claims here. It's all like, he was emotionally cheating on me. I just love the fact that this gay guy who wrote this article is like, nah, he's straight. He just acts like a gay guy. Okay. I mean, a great defense, I guess. I don't even know where to go with that. Yeah, there's stuff that the fucked up stuff is the manager thing, where this actually only recently became, I think, beyond just a funny issue, because I think it's hilarious. That, yeah, there's two options. Either he is straight and he's being canceled by the left for being straight and doing actually quite normal straight things, or it's way funnier and he's very gay, as he comes off very gay, and was mad about being called gay, even though he is gay, and did this just basically using his position and power to be like, to get women, because he certainly, one of the things he did too is he got a woman to pose with him and said it was his girlfriend. And that's actually, that was the inciting impetus behind all these girls coming out. That's why they always talk to each other, because they were all upset that he posted videos and pictures with his girlfriend, who I am convinced at this point is a beard. That he also, because he like went online and bragged about having the girlfriend, and is like, oh look, I'm not gay.
Didn't that picture not show her face?
Yes, he wasn't showing her face.
So it could have been fucking anyone. It could have been a hired actress.
Or it could have been a dude with a wig on. No, just unlikely.
Guess so.
Unlikely. But yeah, somebody whose face you can't see, who could have been a hired actress. But, you know, if you don't know what a beard is.
Back to Thai lady boy.
Yeah, you can't escape
rubber
it.
doll.
If you don't know what a beard is, it's a term for a woman who a gay guy uses as a cover for actually being gay. It's like, yeah, here's my wife, and then she's a lesbian too, you know, in reality. So I think that woman was a beard, but him posting those videos and
photos is what made all these women really angry and decide to all get together and come out and you know, just set him on fire, which is funny. It's all very funny. But the weird thing is this Camille Maroon guy who yeah, I'll just
middle
let it go.
name I assume is Toe.
He looks weird as fuck. Yeah.
All right, so let's talk about Harry's involvement with a man named
Hey, you didn't understand.
Oh.
Read it out.
Camille Toe. Oh, Camel Toe. Oh, bird. Tis. Holy shit.
Alleged awareness of inappropriate contact with a 14-year-old autistic boy. Now, I'm not going to come to any conclusions here. I'm not an investigator. I'm not a lawyer. But I just want to give you the information I have to allow you to do your own research and come to your own conclusions. So as of 4 days ago, when all these stories about Harry broke, as of that time, Camille Maroon not only had a social media company that he founded and ran, a company with which Harry worked, but he also...
Yes, and there's videos of Harry talking about it, working from the position as a representative of this influencer company.
Also had a public LinkedIn that was directly associated with Impulse, which is the company he founded and currently runs, a company that he is no longer listed on, because even though Google shows the archive of him having an account, he has either deleted it or set it to private.
Delete everything.
Also, as of 4 days ago, he used to have an Instagram. However, that has also been deleted. Now, Camille was very obviously involved deeply with TikTok and
Jeez, what for
wow, yeah, wait till you see it. Yeah.
He
looks like Super Saiyan, like Prince William.
Dude, he's so fucking weird looking. He's not an albino, but he looks like
entire
one.
online presence, which was fully active 4 days ago,
I don't think he is. Maybe he wears contacts.
Gone. Now, like I said, I'm not coming to any conclusions on this, but it does seem pretty coincidental. When this information came out about Harry, and that girl, I'm not going to give her name, I don't want her to be a target, but she put out information where she knew Camille was up to some shit, and she made Harry aware that Camille was up to some shit. And even though Harry promised he was going to get to the bottom of it and wasn't going to work with him anymore.
This guy was real, when this video came out, sorry, he was really, really vague. This guy, though, this Camille Maroon guy, according to a bunch of people, I'm not going to get into it because it's a bunch of these videos that are all long, okay, is that he was specifically messaging underage males and who all were a certain type, this, like, you know, the very soft boy looking, let's call Harry Sisson and the other guys that we saw earlier what they are, twinks, and was hiring them for this, and that he said sexual things to them and asked them for sexual favors. That's what he's accused of, and it's looking pretty fucking bad if half of the things that are this guy's accused of.
Standard issue idle industry bullshit shenanigans.
Yeah.
Being a not.
This is the Sarah Fields woman again, but here's a few facts about him, okay? As far as I can tell, most of this is accurate, but again, this woman's kind of crazy. Camille is the founder of Impulse, got that. Through an advertisement that was released, Harry Sisson admits being chief of staff for the LLC, worked closely with Camille. He no longer works there. Camille's LLC was a company that advertised themselves as a career agency for young influencers on TikTok, but this was not the case. Camille pretended to be an attorney who provided legal advice for a fee. Oh, sorry. Camille would target young influencers on TikTok and say that he could help them. He seemed to have a type. Most were young men who were 18 or 19. So I guess they weren't underage, but he was careful.
Oh, he's taking social media shit from them too, the passwords and usernames. So he was stealing the social media details.
Well, yeah, well, how stupid do you have to be? Even if you're working with a sponsor, how stupid do you have to be to give over your account
and using that as extortion
ever?
To get them onto cruise ships.
We have evidence that Camille extorted his victims who were minors for sexual acts, including taking young boys on cruise ships. Again, we'll see about this stuff. He would also prey on minors and young adults in other countries, promising to help them obtain their visas. He would spend $2,500 via PayPal to Camille. They would send that money, excuse me. Then Camille would send fake documents showing that he had applied. When the visa did not go through, the clients would ask why, and Camille would ask for more money. Once a client realized they were being scammed, Camille used his fake attorney status to send a fake C&D. Camille did allegedly groom and manipulate Australian 14-year-old boy. This particular boy had released videos speaking on this, that I will not be posting this thread for legal reasons. Yeah, for obviously, so alleged, you should put that there. Will not mention his name or his face, show his face. Honeypot recorded phone call with Camille, the 14-year-old minor, Harry Sisson, Chris Mowry, and one other person I will not name, revealed a full confession from Camille regarding the things he had done to the minor. Like to see that. Former New York legislator, who I don't want to see it, but you know what I mean.
who was in office at the time, also works for emergency services dealing with victims regularly, provided all the evidence and information to the FBI under the Biden administration. Instead of providing all the evidence, the recorded phone call, and the information provided to local authorities and conducting an investigation on their own, they closed the investigation and threatened the legislator, telling them to stop harassing Camille. He was threatened with charge of obstruction and harassment. So that's this guy who's in charge of all this shit, which is really fucking crazy. And this is all breaking, so I don't know where this is gonna go. But regardless, he is a paid shill. We know for a fact that he was paid. And this was the money that was, this is from 2022, I think, right?
I get the feeling we're going to look back on this the same way we look back. It's like normally I say, oh, we'll look back on this the same way we do with like Bieber, where he was like, oh, Bieber's just he ended up psychotic because he got diddled by like everyone in Hollywood, especially the likes of Diddy. From what we can see is not only was Sisson getting like diddled by this guy, he was also helping him groom other people.
Yes. I mean, allegedly. So
You're in an area with no defamation.
You can go here to the FEC documents, and you can see where he's been paid, specifically by the Midas Touch, which is a leftist PAC, and then Democracy of Defense Action, again, another leftist Democrat PAC. And so these are the public funds made by these PACs that have to file with the FEC. So we know for a fact, however much, and he lied and said that this was all fake. Of course, here it is in the FEC. These are the ones that have to be reported, not working through an intermediary, which we know these people all do, like his manager, who's in trouble for maybe being a nonce. But we can see right here in the public money, it's $15,000, $16,000. I can't do the calculations that quickly, but something like that. It's not an insignificant amount of money. And it's also not an insignificant amount of money for a fucking I guess it is for a trust fund kid. That would be an insignificant amount of money. His family is super rich. Sisson was born the second two children. His ancestor, an Irish official of the East India Company, landed in Singapore during the Second World War, whatever. It's like a whole thing. Okay, according to the financial public records, Harry Sisson's parents paid mainly in cash for their homes. Their New York home was $2 million, New Jersey vacation home $2 million, New Jersey rental at $1.7, one home in PA at $205, two homes in Connecticut at $300 to $400K each. His father sold one New Jersey home for $3.6 million in 2021. Chris Mowry, Harry's best friend, is the son of Robert D. Mowry. He's a partner at one of the largest environmental law firms in the Southeast. This includes several cases involving the EPA. So these people they're all fucking rich. So, I mean, they don't need the money, I guess, but whatever. Due to conflicts with the family,
and they're paying cash.
Yes. Moved to the United States with over $25 million in the bank.
Now, what do we know about people who pay cash for properties?
Yeah, probably not.
They are up to sketchy shit.
Probably. Well, so that's it. Harry Sisson is a paid shill who is a fucking trust fund kid. He is getting canceled and hoisted by his own petard, and it's funny because he's being canceled for being straight. At least that's the way they're trying to spin it. Oh, he's just being canceled for being normal. I love that one. I love the left saying he's being canceled for being normal. It's like, I thought you don't like words like normal, I thought that was a bad thing. Aren't you mad that he's straight?
Don't pretend that the left are anywhere near consistent.
Oh, that's the whole thing. They're completely inconsistent. It's just a constant confluence of contradiction. Frog Jupiter for 5 says, where are those right-wing breeding pens the feminists promised me? Also, did you see Redditors after Destiny allegations super demoralized? Yeah. I mean, that's all going on, too. But yeah, why is it...
Yeah, it must be rough working with most Redditors working in the same government office in that one town in Michigan. Was it Massachusetts? I can never remember which one it is.
I don't know.
Not surprising.
That actually brings us to the end. I know that we went super fucking long, and I'm sorry, Bill. I just realized I've kept you up all night.
I have work tomorrow!
I know. I'm so sorry.
I have to be up in 4 hours.
I know. You might want to call in on work and just blame me. Blame me, Bill. I'm sorry I went so over tonight. But, and thank you so much also, Uzalu, for sitting through all the bullshit. Unfortunately, those shots they give me...
That's all right.
Dude, I didn't sleep for like 2 days straight because I had I have one more round of shots next week. Oh, and they fucked up where they injected it this last time. Like, it hurt horribly. He like missed, I don't know, he put it in the wrong spot on my back where the injection was, because it's a big needle and it takes a long time, it hurts. But, yep, so what it does though is it gives me a ton of fucking energy and I can't sleep.
No, I appreciate it. Sorry I was a bit quieter today. I didn't get a lot of sleep, and a lot of this stuff isn't really my area of interest.
Yeah.
A lot of it, you said you did say it was, to be fair. But a lot of it was kind of like internet drama with figures I don't know much about.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it was a fun time. It was a nice chill stream, I think.
Yeah, it's very short. Yeah, Sloshy,
Thank you, chat.
10 memberships
Ooh,
also. Yeah, thank
Aiden,
you, man.
someone's just given. Yeah.
Let's go. Thank you so much, Sloshy.
I don't think
That's
I've got
awesome.
one of those yet.
Oh, you have.
I
you
guess
haven't
it's like
been rewarded
just
with
random
one.
who it gives it to.
Yeah,
isn't it?
I think it just picks randomly.
No, I haven't. Yeah.
But look,
that's all right.
You know, Spoon wouldn't want to talk about a lot of these
I have
topics
the cooler
either.
color.
Oh, right, yeah, the mod status. But yeah, I thought also a lot of these topics were things that Spoon wouldn't want to talk about because they are Slop, but they are things I wanted to talk about because Slop also is usually distractionary. I find. So what is it distracting from? We usually talk about what we think it's distracting from, but it's just there's been a bunch of slop, and occasionally I want to laugh at the slop. So yeah, thank you for dropping by to go over my slop special, and thank you both for staying up. I'm so sorry. All right, I'm gonna close the stream now. I know it's late as fuck. All right, see you guys next week. I'll try to get it back on. Maybe I'll see if I can do Wednesday this week and get back on schedule. Yeah.
Do you mind if I shill quickly?
Yes, please do.
I don't know if you put me in the description.
I didn't.
It's been a long time since I've been on YouTube streams, but
yes.
Yeah. If you guys want to see what I do, I've been censored from YouTube many years ago, and I haven't really bothered to come back. I stream regularly about politics. I've covered many of the things Aiden covered today. You can find my stuff at my community on Discord, which you can access via the link cuck.shortfatotaku.com.
Right. Let's get that in there.
We have very
shortfatotaku.com. There's your link to the Discord.
We have a very active, healthy community that's gone for almost 10 years now. The streams are all there, and there's also a YouTube. You can just go to uzalu.net. All the links are there if you like my stuff. Hopefully, Aiden, I'll be able to join you again.
Yeah. Always, it's always fun to hang out, even if you are contrarian. People get mad at you. But yep.
I have a healthy love-hate relationship with the chat.
I know. Thank you for showing up for the long stream. Long stream. And we'll see you guys maybe Wednesday. I hope to switch back to normal and do it back on Wednesdays. Sundays kind of suck. All right. Okay. Either way, see you guys soon. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Oh my god, it was so many problems. It went so long. I knew the slop was gonna last. And then I totally, you know what? I got to the end and I realized I hadn't even talked about Harry Sisson.
Good.
Oh my god.
Good.
I really
Good.
did. Yeah, bet.